Hello, everybody, and welcome to the United Stand. It is deadline day. I'm here with Charlie. We've got other guests coming as well. We've got Mark on later as well. And yeah, it's deadline day, and maybe we're gonna get a signing for Manchester United. That's what we're hoping for. But until we get that, we're going to go through all the latest news with you guys, get your opinions and get Charlie's opinions, get everyone's opinions and see what is going to happen today and judge what we think can happen, as well as bringing in all the latest news as well. So, Charlie, welcome to the show. Welcome to your first deadline day. How are you feeling?
I'm excited. I'd be more excited if Manchester United were looking to do a deal. But you never know. You never know these days.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You do never know. We've seen a few deadline day deals for Manchester United in the past. Some have been good, some have been questionable, but Depay's on the agenda, De Jong's on the agenda. Charlie owes people a lot of money if De Jong does sign. In his tweet that he put out, what was your tweet, Charlie?
It was just if Manchester United signed Frankie De Jong, that I'll give everyone who retweeted it a tenner, and it's on like 12k retweets or something. So it's a good, yeah. It's there's filing for bankruptcy, all sorts happening.
Yeah, so everyone, make sure you get over to Charlie's Twitter and retweet that just in case. We could see Charlie going to bankruptcy live on air. But yeah, De Jong is still a possibility despite what people think. And I've just seen someone in the comments say the blonde stand. Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. But Charlie, thinking about the possibilities that are coming today and what possibilities United could sign, it could be someone we've never heard of. It could be the likes of Depay. Verano said he is open for a deal on deadline day. De Jong is still on the table. What do you think is most likely for Manchester United for the deal that they do today?
In terms of if we were to actually make a deal, I think what's more likely is like a free transfer or a loan or something like that, where which we've been known to do, right? Like the Agalos, the Cavani's, that them type of players, that it kind of like the Memphis Depay deal, I guess. That would make the most Manchester United sense, that we go out there and we get someone who isn't the greatest of players, but is going to be used as a utility player and squad depth, I guess. But again, in my honest opinion, I don't see us going out and getting anyone. I think if you were to have asked me probably yesterday morning, it obviously looked a lot like Dest was going to be the guy that might possibly come in, but obviously we know that he's moved on, I think, to AC Milan. So again, it's another maybe not opportunity missed, but another possible signing that we're not going to be making. But as I say, anything can happen on deadline day, and I think the main thing is it is very exciting, regardless of whether it's kind of your club making the signings or not. It is very exciting that there's outgoings, there's incomings, and there's always something or someone moving around.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got obviously a lot of other clubs have putting deals in place today as well. And Manchester United might move on to that side of things later if we can't get to that place with any signing, any potential signing. But we've got clubs from all over the place trying to sign deals on. I mean, what are you thinking about Douglas Luiz to Arsenal? Like, that came a little bit out of the blue. We scored a couple of corners, now suddenly signing for Arsenal. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, strange one. I mean, obviously he was at Manchester City, I believe, a fair few years ago, and it seems they're just bringing the old Man City crew back together. But I think mainly that signing screams. I think El Neni got injured and is going to be out for a considerable amount of time. So I think they're bringing in that squad depth player, and it's looking like Villa have replaced him pretty quick, or if they're not replacing him, they're adding in preparation for losing him at another time. They're looking at, obviously, I think they've Fabrizio's given it the here we go for Dendoncker from Wolves for like 13 million or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense in terms of maybe the caliber of player, but I guess it makes sense in terms of squad depth, and when they've got an injury, they're wanting to replace him.
Do you know what as well, which I think's like a bit of a strange one? Dan James potentially on the move to Spurs. Apparently Spurs want him. Do you think he's the type of player that Conte would be able to work with? Because I look at Dan James and I think he would come into that wing back role. I mean, you've seen Ricky on here multiple times. He's so good defensively. He's defensive winger. That's what we need. And going to Spurs, I thought personally he wasn't top four level at all. But do you think Conte could kind of convert him into that wing back role?
I mean, he obviously sees something in him, right? He sees some form of. I mean, look, from what we saw from Dan James when he was at Manchester United, was he was a workhorse and a little bit of a road runner. Couldn't really do much else, but under different managers, players develop differently, and maybe Conte would bring him in as that squad depth option, and as a possible wing back that. Again, he'd probably learn to, or have to learn how to tackle properly and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it is a strange one. But again, squad depth is so important this season, especially you've got the World Cup coming up this year, and Tottenham obviously in the Champions League as well. So there's so many competitions up for grabs. I think, yeah, there's a lot that Spurs and all the other teams are kind of fighting for. So squad depth is key.
Yeah, it is. It is key, and that's what Manchester United need. To be honest with you, I mean, Ten Hag wanted Sergio Dest in as a backup to Dallo. Do you think there's any chance all United could potentially go in for an unknown right back today? And now Dest is here. We go for AC Milan, so that's not going to happen. It seems like he has got his eye on a right back.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, uh, I don't know, right? Like we have sort of even though we've signed, as we say, 6 players and 5 of them are looking like they're going to be starters. There's still areas of the pitch which I think that we could still do with improving, as you say, the right back and the probably another midfielder in there as well. So yeah, I just don't. I just honestly, I just don't see anything happening. And if it does, then maybe the right back position is probably the most likely position. But I just think, as long as, obviously, from the press conference we saw yesterday, he said that Wan-Bissaka was gonna be a Manchester United player at least till January, if not the rest of the season. So I think unless anyone goes out and it's a significant fee and opens up for someone else to come in, I just don't see anything happening.
Yeah, the only chance something could happen is if we sign a certain someone that Ten Hag's wanted the whole way through the transfer window. And I think it's funny just to kind of wind people up at this point, because people get so frustrated when you talk about De Jong and talk about the whole saga. But it's a saga that started on the 12th of May and it's going to go all the way up until the transfer window ends. And do you know what? The fact that they announced Anthony this morning, to me, is like, that's a telltale sign that that's our deadline day signing for the fans, on all the social media. So I don't think there's going to be anything else. I definitely think there could be a surprise potentially in there. Erik ten Hag did say they'd be on the lookout up until the final moments of the window in case the right player became available, a good opportunity. And it's weird about De Jong because from Fabrizio Romano, it just came out right recently. I mean, it's the same thing that we've heard, but it's just updated information that he does not intend to take a pay cut whatsoever. So I don't know what's going to happen, because Barcelona are like, you have to take a pay cut. He's like, no, but the transfer window is about to end. I mean, it's a really strange situation there. He obviously is in England right now, so is Depay, and his deal potentially could be completely cut off with Barcelona. His deal could be terminated. Do you think either of them players are players that could? Well, obviously we know about De Jong would improve our team, but Depay, do you think he would add something to that forward line that we don't have?
I think he adds squad depth. I think, in all honesty, he's plays the position that we need to add to the squad, right? We've had endless discussions, not just me and you, but Adam and Mark as well, about bringing in another striker option, and he obviously can play that position and has kind of moved more towards that centre forward position rather than a winger, which he started out as, and obviously played for Manchester United as a left winger. So he's adapted his game to suit that centre forward role. But again, like if it was kind of him or nothing, then I'd choose him because I think we do need that striker option, regardless of whatever happens to Ronaldo. Hopefully, it's kind of too late for him now, and he's stuck with us for the season. But yeah, I mean, if it came down to him or nothing, then yeah, I mean, I would choose him.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of them, isn't it? I feel like he wouldn't be a starter for us, which I don't know. I feel like he's the type of player that I'd want to be a starter for sure. And
Yeah,
also he'd be on quite big wages, I would assume, from the club. He's been at Barcelona, he's been in Manchester United. I think his wages would be quite high. So I don't know if I see that one happening. I definitely think Depay would probably want the move. He's hinted it coming back to Manchester United a few times in the past. Been wearing United shirts since he left. So yeah, I think he would want the move back, especially the way it's gone with Barca. But I don't know if we would want him. I feel like if we wanted him, we would have tried to get this deal done a bit sooner, but you never know Manchester United. If he ends up being on a free transfer because the contract's terminated, we might go in there at the last minute and try and snap him up for a little bit of a bargain. But it's a coincidence that him and De Jong are both in Manchester. And I just want to ask the chat as well. Get in the chat down below. Do you think any of these deals could happen? And do you still have any hope for Frankie De Jong? Do you have any hope for Depay? There's a lot of rumours going around that there's a reason they're both in England. I just want to see what the chat are thinking, because obviously I said on the show yesterday that Manchester United, we had kind of some information that obviously we can't reveal who it was, that said that Manchester United are still going to be pushing for a deal today. And we know what we think about De Jong. Basically, want to put him in
don't
handcuffs
get my
and
hopes
bring
up.
him to Old Trafford at this point. So yeah, I just want to see your guys' reaction. You, it's a mixed reviews. Hope is all we have left. I feel like a lot of people are quite hopeful and delusional. Me too. And Charlie probably. I don't know. What are you thinking? Do you think there's any chance at all?
My bank account says no, but no. I mean, yeah, I'd like, how good would it obviously be if we were to sign him? But again, if you look at it from a logical standpoint, like, why is it, as you said, it was May 12th or something, wasn't it, when we first kind of,
Yeah.
this whole, surface. So, why is it taken till now? It's crazy. But I think Twitter's a bad place to give people, football fans hope. And you just get random accounts that are like, will change their profile pictures to Frankie De Jong, and it's like, it's happening. But I just, again, I just can't see it. But there's always that bit in you, even when Manchester United lose the first two games of the season, so you go into the Liverpool game, or you think deep down you're just going to get battered, but there's always that little bit of hope that we're going to go and win, which is what we did. So why can't we go and sign Frankie?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. And I was just saying, I've fallen into the Twitter trap many of times. Sent a tweet where it's like an account and like one letter will be different, and I think it's like the actual account. But yeah, I think a lot of us have done that. We've all sent tweets into the chat at some point, guys, in the comments, and been like, "Oh my god, this is happening," and someone's like, "Beth, that's a fake account." So yeah, you've got to be careful of the way you're going about it. But I have got some news coming in from Gerard Romero right now. Get an update on this and get everyone's opinions on this. And it is Aubameyang to Chelsea is done for 15 million euros plus Marcos Alonso. I think that's a pretty good deal for Barcelona. You're getting Alonso and 15 million euros. I think that's pretty decent. Chelsea are obviously absolutely desperate for a
Mm.
striker. Tuchel's worked with Aubameyang before. Do I think it's the right move? Personally, no. I wouldn't have been going for Aubameyang when they had the opportunity to go and get Ronaldo. I mean, I'm happy as a United fan, but I do think it's quite crazy. How do you feel about this, Charlie? Do you think he will improve their team? Do you think he's someone that they've needed, considering they're struggling to score goals at the moment?
Yeah, I think they're crying out for a goal scorer. I think you can see from obviously the game against Southampton recently, and obviously the previous games, even when they are scoring goals, I think out of all of their sort of attacking players, it's only Sterling with kind of any returns. When you look at obviously Havertz and Mount, and there's people which I'm going to forget, but yeah, obviously Sterling's looking like a great signing for them, but you can't rely on Raheem Sterling to score 20 goals a season, because from his time at Man City that he'll miss double the amount he'll score. So I guess, as you say, if I was a Chelsea fan, I would have preferred to bring in Ronaldo over Aubameyang. But yeah, I guess it makes sense for them, right? You're getting a prem proven striker, but what comes with Aubameyang in terms of kind of baggage and you know, dressing room, changing room problems, etc. I don't know. Maybe he might hit the ground running and get back to his, kind of 2017 or 18 Arsenal era performances. I don't know, but it does make sense as a signing 100%.
Do you know what it is about Aubameyang? Even though when I watched the Arsenal documentary, I really wasn't keen on him at all. I don't think he's very professional. I mean, I know he was captain for Arsenal at one point, and he had really good spells for them. But obviously, he signed that contract, and things just went down the pan for him. But it's like I would absolutely love for Arsenal fans, just because Arsenal fans are Arsenal fans. I don't really have to say anything else. If Chelsea play against Arsenal and then Aubameyang scores and like wins them the game, I just absolutely love to see that happen because I think they're gonna be a little bit. I mean, they're doing well at the moment, but when they stop doing well, I think they'll be a little bit gutted that he's gone to Chelsea. But we'll see what happens. Aubameyang, Sterling, getting a little bit more of a stronger attack there, Chelsea, which they desperately need. I mean, the lacking a striker so much. Havertz just can't do the job. But moving on to another bit of news that's just come out, Laurie Whitwell saying Manchester United agree a fee with Birmingham for Tahith Chong. Again, obviously, he had a good loan spell there last season. Tahith Chong now, I need to look how old he is, and I just think, why are we not selling this guy? He's been at United for, it feels like, absolutely ages.
He's 22.
He's 22.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I think at this stage, if he can't get into Manchester United team, I mean, look at Anthony, who just bought him for 85 million. He's 22. If he can't get into Manchester United's team, it's time to get rid, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you say, it does seem like he's been around. It's weird. He's been around for ages, but not done much at Manchester United, if that makes sense. Like he can't have played many appearances over the time that he did. I think he went through a spell under Ollie, didn't he? Where he played a couple of games, but other than that, anything of note would imagine be in the 23s and stuff. So I think, as you say, when you get to that age, it's almost a little bit too late. I imagine. I'm unsure of how much money we'd get with him, get for him. Sorry, but again, it's another player that is probably, as you say, too little, too late, and he's not produced and not proven himself within the kind of first team at United.
Yeah, and Ahmad on loan as well. Is he a player that you've got excitement for the future? Obviously, he went out to Sunderland, I think it was yesterday. Sunderland on loan for the season. I think that's a better loan spell for him, English football, playing week in, week out. I would assume he's going to be doing that. Do you think after he had a kind of up and down loan at Rangers, do you think it's kind of his time now to shine and he's got to try and produce this season to have a chance to get into that United team?
I mean, look, the championship is ruthless. It's a I think they say, or they, as in just kind of a broad term. A lot of people say that it's one of the hardest leagues. You're constantly playing matches. You've obviously got more teams in the championship than there are in the Premier League, which naturally has more matches as well. And you've got other cup competitions, and it's just one big dogfight. And I'd say he hit the ground running at Rangers last season, and then I think he kind of tailored out in the sense of didn't have much involvement and that. But I mean, when he came in, obviously he looks he looks still very much like a kid in the sense of his build and stuff. So that's worrying in the sense of the Premier League and that. But I think for these players, loan spells and getting game time under their belt, and environments of playing constant football and being involved, and it'll only better him as a footballer, regardless of how he does at Manchester United and that in that kind of aspect. But hopefully he's one for the future at Manchester United.
Yeah, definitely. And Lisandro Martinez has just been voted Player of the Month. Everyone, I think that wasn't a surprise. I think it was Malacia, Martinez, and Varane that were up for it. Three of the four players that play in that back line, which I think has been really, really good. Martinez is a new signing that Erik ten Hag signed from Ajax. We've just gone and got another player from Ajax through Erik ten Hag's recommendation. Does that kind of get you excited in the fact that Erik ten Hag seems to be scouting and getting these players in that have got potential and are stepping up to the plate? I mean, Martinez has been a brilliant signing. Do you see that it kind of gives you this inclination that Anthony is going to be a very good signing as well?
I mean, yeah, that's the main thing, and I think it's clear. I mean, there was a lot of speculation around Martinez. Obviously, the first two games, and everyone's saying about how tall he is, and you know, I think he's proven over the Liverpool game and then the Southampton game as well that he can more than handle himself, and hopefully his form continues because that will ultimately then 100% kind of cement his place in the team. I think it's a little bit different with Anthony for me. I think just because of the position and the pitch that is completely different. And Anthony, look, Ten Hag has very much gone for players, maybe apart from Casemiro, you'd say, but again, that one was kind of from left field. But he's very much gone for players. I feel that he knew, he's either seen or coached or had some involvement with. So I think Anthony will be a natural developer under Ten Hag. They obviously have a good relationship. He should know his type of football and the formation and everything kind of like that down to a T. So hopefully the time that it takes him to embed into the team will be minimal, if any. I imagine he will be available for obviously the Arsenal game at the weekend. Don't know whether he'll go straight into the starting lineup. I think that will depend on a lot of variables, injuries, the result as well tonight against Leicester. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely exciting. I can't wait to see him and the have that tricky, flary winger, and hopefully it's a great one and works out straight away because we need something going forward, like a constant threat, each week, which we're not seeing very much of.
Yeah, and obviously it's like we're at this point now where we've been on a 2-game winning streak, so everyone's really happy, and we've got Leicester tonight, and I expect us to win. But if we don't win and we have a bad performance, a poor performance, do you reckon that could push the Glazers into potentially making a last-minute signing late on tonight? Because I think that could potentially happen, but then I think, is it too late at that point? Because I think it closed at 11.
Yeah, I mean, again, it might be too late by then, unless it's something that crops up that's kind of too good to turn down. I think, but again, I mean the main thing, we could lose to Leicester as bad a form they're in. They always seem to turn up against us. They always seem to put in a shift and a good performance. And I think that the main thing again is because I've said it before, you can lose games of football and play really well. That's just natural in football. So again, we could play out of our skin and lose 1-0, but the main point of the Glazers out is still the main thing. We could go and sign two more players before the window's out, and it still shouldn't change the whole Glazers out thing, as I say. So again, to reiterate, I really don't see anything happening for us in the transfer window. It will be, I imagine, just outgoings, and even with the outgoings, it'll probably just be the loanees. I can't imagine seeing the likes of Brandon Williams and Wan-Bissaka, Phil Jones, etc. leave now. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
With someone in the chat has just said, Dubravka, what is happening with him? Is he coming? Yeah, he is. It is a loan with an option, well, with an obligation to buy, depending on how many games he plays for us. I personally think he's just coming in to be a second goalkeeper. Do you agree? You agree with me on that, Charlie, don't you?
Yeah, I think the contractual thing is, yeah, if he plays, I mean, we don't know the certain amount of games, but if he plays a certain amount of Premier League games, then we have to pay the £6 million or whatever. And I think it's obviously clever because if it is just Premier League games, notably, I'd imagine he'd be a cup goalkeeper, so we won't play him in the Premier League. So obviously, we won't have to pay that 6 million, but yeah, I think, as you say, he'll probably be used as a stopgap, and then I don't know when Dean Henderson comes back, or if someone else becomes available within the window next season, or the scouting that we should be doing for a goalkeeper. Then yeah, I don't see him being one for the like an actual signing next season.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think he will be like a long-term goalkeeping option. I think it's just in case, and I think he probably just doesn't trust Heaton 100%. And People asking, can Anthony play tonight? He can. I don't think he signed the paperwork in time or got his visa in time, but hopefully he'll be available for Arsenal on Sunday. And yeah, it's just it's exciting. I think we signed well, 6 signings, very decent. I think despite the way we went about it, the August kind of window picked up a little bit, and we got signings in that we could that you could come into this first team and could do a really good job. Looking at the likes of Liverpool, I wanted to bring this up actually because obviously it's not just about United. We've got other teams that we want to bring up. Liverpool again struggled against Newcastle last night. Ended up getting a result. I don't know how. I mean, it turned into how many minutes it went. It went from 5 to 8, I think. So I don't know how they managed to get a result there, but they did. Again, at Liverpool struggling in that midfield area. Do you think they need to make some signings today?
I mean, we have had a here we go actually from Fabrizio on a midfielder that Liverpool are gonna
Oh, have we?
have gone out. Felipe Melo, I believe, was at Juventus beforehand. I'm not sure in terms of. I think it might be a loan. I don't know if there's any obligation to buy or anything like that. But yeah, they've gone out there and done what Jurgen Klopp has said. You know, he said after I can't remember which game. Was it after the Man United game or was it the one after that where he came out and said that we need a midfielder. So again, they're kind of struck with injuries, and Thiago's out, and they probably do need that squad depth in midfield, and that Felipe Melo signing, I imagine, will bring that. So in terms of other signings for them, I don't know if they're going to bother going out and kind of getting anyone else. I'm not too sure, but yeah, we have had that here we go, as I say.
Oh, it's Arthur Mello, Charlie. I've just seen the chat
Oh, sorry.
telling
There
people
you go. One
it's
of them.
Arthur Mello. So yeah, 26 midfielder Juventus. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think it is a loan, so we'll see how that goes on. But they definitely needed someone to come in 100%. And do you know what? I was actually quite happy watching Liverpool last night because I was like, if this carries on for the rest of the season, I think they could definitely fall off. I mean, Salah doesn't look the same without Mane. And obviously they've had Nunes be out as well for them, and Firmino's come in and done sort of a good job. So I don't know what Klopp does there, but they definitely need a midfield. I mean, Henderson and Milner still playing in that midfield is crazy. So we'll have to see if they do anything else and see what happens. But do you see with the signings that we've made, the 6 signings we've got, and let's just say the transfer window ends tomorrow, do you think we've done enough to challenge up there with the likes of Tottenham, Arsenal, Liverpool? I won't include City because they're just in a league of their own. I mean, God. I mean, Haaland again with another hat trick, but Chelsea as well. Chelsea look like they're not maybe the same team as they were last year. I think Manchester United have done enough in this last bit of the August window because before we went into the last bit of the window where we signed Casemiro, Anthony, I was like, I don't know how this season's going to go, because I was a bit worried that we didn't have them players in that we needed, but we've signed 2 really good players since then. Do you think we've done what we needed to do in that sense?
Um, I'm. I mean, we've look. They're 2 great signings, but I just don't think it's gonna be enough to challenge for the top 4. I think again it comes down to squad depth. I just don't see us having the squad depth to kind of challenge for top 4 and stuff. And I think the first 2 games, just because we've won the next 2, like it doesn't mean that we won't play like that, ever again this season. Like there will be a time where we we lose games of football, like it's again, as I say, a natural thing. I think it's not going to be after 2 wins in a row. It's not going to be, well, now we're just going to win every game of football and play really well. Even the Southampton game, we were bang average, and but it's good to see that we grinded out the result. And again, it's just I just don't fully trust the group of players. Obviously, we haven't seen Casemiro play more than like 20 minutes, and Anthony's obviously yet to play. So I just don't trust the group of players totally yet to warrant saying that we're gonna get challenge for even top 6. I'd say I think when we done the predictions the other day, I think I said 7th would probably be like a push. 6th, 7th is where I imagine will be finishing, which again is
Do you-
kind of sorry, which again is why the Europa League is something I'd say that is kind of vital for us this season.
yeah, I think I agree with you. I don't want to get my hopes up on United because I've done that before. As everyone in the chat will know, my previous predictions on what United could potentially do have been a bit off because I get a bit too excited sometimes when we sign some good players and we start going on a winning streak. This team can easily flake, and you've got to remember that. But what the difference is that I'm seeing now is we're getting players in, not only good players, but players that have that grit, that are aggressive, have that leadership, also have that flair to the game, have that confidence. It's like Martinez, he just brings that aggression. I mean, they call him the butcher. He's a leader. I mean, Anthony, he looks like he was desperate to play for United, will do anything for the shirt. Malacia, again, gives everything when he goes out onto the pitch. Casemiro, I mean, Tony Cruz gave us that warning about Casemiro that even when he has a spa day, even when he's off, he'll be asking everyone to what are they training, what are they doing, like making sure that everyone's in the correct shape and he's doing everything he can to win stuff. I mean, it's not a coincidence. You don't just win 5 Champions Leagues for nothing. So we're getting players in that actually have that quality, but also have that leadership in, which I think is so important. And what will be interesting is when the signings come in, if they all start, which I'm assuming that they are going to, we'll potentially only have one English player in our starting 11, which will either be Rashford or Sancho, I'm assuming, on the other wing. So it's crazy to think we've gone from that all English back line and then the front line as well, and having quite a few English players in there to actually not having as many. And honestly, I support England in the World Cup. I love it when the World Cups and the Euros is on, of course. But I always do think when it comes to mentality and winning, it comes more naturally to foreign players. I always think I feel like they have a better mentality sometimes. Do you agree?
Maybe. I mean, the as you say, the players that Casemiro, the main player, right? Like he's gonna breed, that winning mentality, and obviously Cristiano Ronaldo, speaks for himself. These guys have kind of won everything that there is to win in the sense of who they've played for, right? And Ronaldo obviously has won everything individually as well. So it's only a good thing that these players are playing for Manchester United now, and hopefully it does rub off onto the other players, and it creates that winning environment, and that's why I'm so keen, even if it was the Carabao Cup or something this year, that the players go out there and try their hardest and are determined to win something, because winning is a habit, and it's something that they need to get used to again, because it's it's something very, very hard to do, and all the best teams do it very consistently, and that's win. So I think the yeah, as I said, the players have basically just got to pull their finger out and honestly, like, give everything in every single game. I feel like I repeat myself because I say it all the time, but it is literally the kind of bare minimum when it comes to United.
Do you know something I did want to actually ask you while we're on this topic? Because I was speaking about it last night and I just thought it was interesting. And obviously, it's not a transfer that's going to happen this summer, but we bring it up on deadline day. It's got some sort of correlation. Harry Maguire, he obviously United's captain and he's been a mainstay in this team for quite a few years now. Suddenly dropped out of the team with Eric Ten Hag. If he's dropped again tonight, I'm thinking he's out the team then. And I don't see if Varane's fit how he gets back in. Is he a player that could potentially be on the move in future transfer windows? Because he's going to want to play first team football. I think he's one that could potentially let go if Eric Ten Hag doesn't see a future in him.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think 90% of Man United fans would happily, let him go. But again, it's the Manchester United spent so much money on him, and he's obviously not gonna. What's it realistically? What would, if we were to have sold in this window? What would we have got for him? Maybe 30 at a push on his
Yeah.
on the current form. Like, and I just I just think the Glazers and that would just rather not sell him, because we invested so much money in him, and in the hopes that his form does turn around, and he can be used as an option. But I think hopefully what Ten Hag is kind of drilling into these players is the fact that it's very much a squad game, and just because you're out of the team, so initially Maguire is dropped when he's dropped for that Liverpool game, yeah. But he's not then constantly being dropped because when we play well, it's just natural that you're just out of the team. But there will come a time, as I say, when Lindelof, when Shaw, when Maguire will have to play, and that they need to be at their best, because then there is competition and there's natural progression and battles within the squad for the shirt, and it's healthy competition, and it will be within the likes of City and Liverpool. It's a natural thing, as I say. So yeah, I mean, look, it's something that, again, the players have just got to get in their head that it's a squad game, and it's something that they've all got to chip in order to challenge for things. That in the interviews that Bruno and Maguire and Rashford, they always say, Manchester United should be winning things, and we're not where we want to be, and it's the same old stuff each interview. But they're the ones that have got to, when they cross the white line to go on the pitch, it's them, right? They're the ones that have got to put in the work.
Yeah, and I've just got I agree with you on that, and I've just got an interesting update actually. God knows how true it is, but it's come from Marcus Alves, and he says that Manchester City came for Anthony in 2019 and submitted an offer of 20 million euros that included a first season loan at Sporting, but he did not feel ready to move halfway across the world and chose to extend his contract with Sao Paulo instead. So, realistically, he rejected City because he knew eventually he would be at the best club in Manchester, which is Manchester United. So that's just a plus on Anthony for me.
Yeah, I mean, we can think like that, I guess, but the deluded United fan can come out. We
Yeah,
can
you
think
calling me
like that.
deluded, Charlie?
Oh, I'm with you. Don't worry, I'm with you.
I feel like a lot of the chat are gonna like that one. But yeah, he does seem like a player that City would potentially like, and I'm just so glad we've got him in this summer, because I feel like if we would have waited, then potentially another could have come in for him, which would have been really disappointing. And Eric Ten Hag, have you seen the little video of him like shaking hands and like looking
Yeah,
like they're buzzing to see each other? So
yeah,
it's so cute. I'm actually
cute,
well
isn't it?
excited
Yeah,
for it.
yeah,
And
it's cute.
Salim Shanari just says, "Will Maguire cause problems to the dressing room being a sub?" I actually don't think. I don't think he would. To be honest with you, no matter what we think about Maguire's performances, what I've heard from the club is that he's always been professional. When Eric Ten Hag dropped him, he was understanding. I just don't think he has full respect to the dressing room as a captain, but I think he is a respectful player and he's always fit, always ready to play. So I don't think he's going to cause problems. I think he'll be disappointed he's not playing. I mean, Gareth Southgate thinks he's our best centre half, so I don't know what he's going to be thinking about it at the moment. He'll still get picked anyway for the World Cup because
It'll
they've
be
got.
it'll be interesting actually to see, and I think Southgate actually came out and did a I don't know whether it's in an interview or just like some comments, but it was, how he's gonna have to change the way that he picks the team, because form and stuff will come into it, because it's not, it's the middle of the season. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting if Maguire doesn't have much game time. I imagine he will get picked regardless, but if he is still a starter for England and that, it'll be interesting to see, as you say.
Yeah, he will be just because Southgate loves him. I mean, he thinks he's better than Varane, thinks he's better. I mean, I wonder what he thinks now. Martinez probably doesn't like him because he's not 6 foot and like a Burnley style centre half. But but yeah, it'll be interesting to see that happen. But Glenn has just put a super chat in saying, "Do you think it could be a busier January window due to clubs having the World Cup time off to plan transfers, plus any injuries in the tournament?" That's a really good point, actually. And Charlie, what do you think? You answer that one.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it will affect, it'll affect every club, in the sense that, I mean, some clubs will have a lot more players that will go out naturally, to the World Cup and play, and they might pick up injuries, and there might be some more like desperation and panic buys. Hopefully, I mean, we do it enough anyway, so hopefully it doesn't happen to us. We lose like Bruno through injury or someone like that, because that would as much as he's obviously not in the best of form, it's obviously very difficult to find a player that could come in and replace the work rate, etc., that he puts out. But yeah, it's a good point actually. I haven't really thought about it like that, but naturally as well, kind of in January, everyone's prices raise as well because the performances that they've put in throughout the start of the season, they might be doing really well, so their price rises or is lower because they might be out of form, and you've obviously then got the World Cup to take into consideration. If you have a good World Cup, we saw years ago with James Rodriguez, obviously the move to Real Madrid when he had that incredible tournament with Colombia. So yeah, it'll be interesting. It's a good point and comment, that actually.
Yeah, it is, and it is a really good point. And I think you could see a different January window this season to what we usually see. United are usually very quiet in January unless they're absolutely desperate. Like when we saw the Bruno Fernandes signing under Ollie when we were in really bad shape and Ollie needed a midfielder desperately, and we saw Bruno Fernandes came in, a really good January signing, but it's usually quite quiet for United. But if people get injuries or things happen in the World Cup, Eric Ten Hag's, if he keeps up the good run, they're not going to want to ruin that. So potentially you could see more signings coming in January. I think that's actually a really good point. And Tabala Camp says, after the debacle with Anthony, Chelsea bid 50 mil for Alvarez and Everton 40 on Kudos. Both players are on strike. That's what I've learned from Anthony as an Ajax supporter. I don't know what you're trying to say there, to be honest with you. Oh, right. Okay, perfect. I can't see the screen right now, but Charlie, can you see the screen?
Nope, let me get it up. I'll have a little gander.
Let me have a look. I might be able to get it up now. But yeah, I feel like I can't get the screen up, but it's on the screen for you guys now. Anyway, it's on the screen for you guys now. Would you like Depay back? Would he be on a free? Well, actually, that's a good point because we've just had news come out that he's willing to terminate his contract, Memphis Depay. So potentially, I think, as I was saying before, Depay on a free could definitely be an option for Manchester United. I mean, I feel like they don't like to turn down a free transfer, do they, United? So that could be a potential one that does happen. It definitely could. Any news on De Jong? Not yet. No news on De Jong yet, but there's still time. De Jong is still on, and I really hope when Mark comes on the stream later on, he's wearing his Frankie De Jong towards the United t-shirt. Oh, that needs to be seen. Needs to give us that good look. But do you know what? Moving on to a little bit of a different subject of a player that there is a bit of worry about him going into today, transfer deadline day. And it is Cristiano Ronaldo, the one and only, the GOAT. And he has wanted to move all season long. And you guys get your comments in as well on this. He's wanted to move. Apparently, Jorge Mendes every single day. He's been trying to get him an offer. No offers have come in. It's looking like Ronaldo is staying put at Old Trafford. Charlie, do you think he will stay at this point? Do you think a deal could even get done? And do you think this changes the dynamic potentially with Ronaldo and Eric Ten Hag? Because he has seen the bench. But I personally think that's because of his future might be up in the air. Maybe they can put it behind him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's he's cutting it very fine if he is gonna make that move, and I think yeah, it's probably too late for him. But again, the ultimate kind of professional when it comes to hopefully, if when the window does shut and if he's still a Manchester United player, that he does continue to show that professionalism and gets his head down and focuses on, as you say, the World Cup is coming up, so he's obviously going to be a major role for Portugal in that, and he's not going to want to just be happy with sitting on the bench. He's going to want to still grind and score goals. So it's just an interesting situation that I can't wait to see like unfold as a bystander, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens tonight if Ronaldo is going to start. Get in the comments down below, actually. Do you think Ronaldo will start for Leicester tonight? Because I think there's no chance you can't not start him. But Eric Ten Hag stuck with the same team twice in a row. I wouldn't even be surprised if he went McTominay instead of Casemiro just to stick with that winning team. What would be going through your head, Charlie, if you saw the lineup tonight and it comes out Elanga and not Ronaldo?
As in Ronaldo on the bench still?
Yeah, Ronaldo on the bench.
Yeah, I mean it's it's just still like trust the manager, I guess. Like, it's a difficult one, but it'll be strange if that does happen. It'll be very strange, especially like Alanga had a stinker against Southampton, I thought. So, well, so did Rashford did as well. But I'd rather have Rashford on the left and Sancho on the right than Alanga on either, and then obviously play Ronaldo through the middle. It would be a strange one, it would, but I mean, there's the best thing is that he'd be in the squad at least, right? If he's not in the squad at all, if he's not involved, then it's a bit like
He's
you
leaving.
just
That's just it.
yeah, it's squeaky bum time because you're a little bit worried for yeah. If he's not involved, then he's gone. Surely, like
Well,
it's
that's the
a
thing, but if he is involved, he's 100% staying because he's not gonna be
yeah,
signing a contract on the pitch, is he?
yeah,
But
yeah.
imagine
That's
half-time,
it.
"Sorry, gotta go." But yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually, and can we actually get a poll in the chat going to see who thinks Ronaldo is if he's gonna start tonight or not? I'd be interested to see what the results
Mm.
are on that. But yeah, CR7 will start because Erik ten Hag knows he's staying, can be part of his plan. I'm sure Elanga picked up enough against Southampton. Not that I know of, but potentially. I don't even know why Elanga's still in the team. He's a player that, honestly, I would have liked to see go out on loan today. I really would have, but it's not going to happen because we don't really have the depth. But I would have loved to see him go out on loan. I don't know. I don't know what you think about it, Charlie. Do you think Elanga? Would you keep him around as a squad player, or would you put him out on loan?
I think the best the best thing for him would have been a loan, but obviously, as you say, we don't have the squad depth for that. And I do think he can be utilised as a squad player, as a rotation player, but that is probably it at the minute. I think he has. I think Mark was the one who said, he's probably been fast tracked kind of through United's system in the sense that I just don't think he's up to it yet. I don't think he's like I don't think he's big enough, strong enough. He very much is just or has shown that maybe he's not right, maybe he isn't. But from what I've seen and most of the games, he's had good games. The Atletico Madrid game where he scored the equalizer, I think it was last season, and various other performances like where he scored and that. But for the most part, he has very much been a kick and run type player, almost similar to Dan James in that sense. But I do think he can develop into something or a player that offers a little bit more. It's just hopefully, he does that at Manchester United rather than somewhere else.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think there's potential there. I think he's squad, but I would have liked to see him go out on loan and build that up, to be honest with you. But talking about a youth player that we've let go, not even on loan, permanent deal, James Garner, Charlie. He's a weird one because we spoke about this and the potential that he had for Manchester United. Are you shocked that we've let James Garner go for 15 mil without even giving him another loan?
I am shocked, but can I actually just interrupt quickly? We've got a Fabrizio Romano tweet.
Oh, go on.
Chelsea and Barcelona have reached an agreement in principle for Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang for a fee of 14 million euros plus Marcos Alonso, to Barca included. So it's looking like it's things are heating
Definitely
up
happening.
on that end. Yeah, it's and there's another one as well. Aubameyang is expected to fly to London in the upcoming hours once details of the deal are resolved. So it's inevitable, guys. It's looking like it's definitely going to happen. So I guess for the Chelsea fans possibly in the chat. I don't know. Maybe we've got some who are watching. What do we think? I guess we've had many discussion about when we were kind of linked to him and I can't. I'm not too sure on your thoughts, Beth, of whether you thought he would have been a good United addition. But I had my strong opinion that I didn't think he would have been very good for us. But yeah, it's looking likely he's gonna be a Chelsea player within the next I imagine before like our game. But to
Yeah.
go on to go back to your point on you'll have to repeat it. I've forgotten what you
Okay.
said. You
Before I
said
do
so
that, I'll just
nicely.
read out a couple super chats that came in before they
Go on.
disappear. Adam Nuttall, I think Ronaldo should start because Leicester don't play a high line, need a different form of attack. Completely agree with that. And I'm sure you do, Charlie, too. And David Page says, is Alanga a replacement for Mason Greenwood right now? I don't think he's a necessary replacement. They're different types of players. But of course, that was one of the reasons why he did come into the team. It was because we didn't have enough depth. And that's why Alanga came in, because he plays a similar position in a very different way. But what I was saying before, Charlie, is James Garner. Let him
Yeah.
go for 15 mil. An academy prospect. It's quite shocking, really, that we've done that, because usually we try and keep hold of them for as long as possible. And we put them on loan after loan, see if they'll do anything, try and nurture our academy players like that if they're not making it into the first team. So are you surprised that he's gone for the 15 mil this early?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of people have their speculations on the reason we're selling Garner for 15 million is that it's near enough paying for De Jong's wages, the deferred wages. But I think it's just to recoup some of the money that we've obviously outlaid. And again, I've had a strong opinion on Garner being sold. I don't think it makes sense. I think a loan to a lower mid-table or lower league position team within the Premier League would have been a natural progression for him. Obviously, winning promotion with Forest, and then the natural thing is then you go on loan and try and prove that you can do it within the Premier League, and then hopefully doing that, and then playing for Manchester United the season or season after that. But I don't know. I don't really know. It's a strange one, and it's not even like I think that do we know if there was like a buyback option or anything within the contract? I'm not sure if that was like
Well,
stipulated. Okay.
I got two different reports, you know. I got a report saying that from Laurie Whitwell saying that there's no buyback option, but then Romano said there is a buyback option. So I
Yeah,
don't know what
I
100%
also
is the
saw
truth.
there was a sell-on clause as well. So obviously, if
There is a
whoever he
selling
goes
clause for
to,
sure.
whether it's Everton or whoever it turns out to be, that we obviously have, I don't know, 20%, 30% sell-on clause. So however much they obviously sell him for, we get 20% of that fee. But I just don't I don't know. It's a mystery, honestly. I know Manchester United is a baffling subject at the best of times, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's just we've kind of there's no value within the team out of the players that we're wanting to sell. So it's we must have known that there would have been interest within Ghana and could get a quick like 15 million, and we've cashed in on him, I guess, when I think ultimately we could in 2 or 3 years more we could probably get probably double that if he had a good even just half or one good season at United, just because he's that young prospect.
Yeah, definitely. I think we made a mistake. I think we sold him too early. But it's Manchester United probably wanting to crawl back some money from the Anthony thing, and that's why it's happened. And it is what it is. We'll hope he does well, but hopefully we don't regret it in the future. But another little bit of update on the Aubameyang situation. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has been authorised to travel to London after Chelsea and Barcelona reached a verbal agreement for transfer. Private jet ready for 33-year-old to fly over if it all goes to plan. Signed 2 + 1 year deal coming from David Ornstein as the Athletic. So it looks like that looks like it's going to happen. It looks like that is going to go over the line. And Chelsea, I'd be interested to see what the fans think about that and what they think about it after watching that Arsenal documentary. But you know what? They needed a striker, and beggars can't be choosers sometimes. So yeah,
We've also Beth had a which is actually mental. Nottingham Forest's 19th
I've seen that
signing or
just now.
20th signing has been confirmed in Willy Bolly, from Simon Stone, saying that he joins on a 2-year deal. Yeah, crazy. And I think the manager even came out and is still saying that there's a possibility of bringing in even kind of more players. So they've gone out there and they've literally signed nearly a full squad again. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's mental.
Yeah, and they're still getting beat by, well, it is City to be fair, but 6-0 was a shocker, an absolute
Yeah,
shocker. And do you
it's a
know what?
robot up
They
front.
look like they have some talent and they have ability there. They have some decent young players. I just think it's adapting to the Premier League and the style that they're gonna have to be less naive and know when to make them attacking runs, know when to hold back. I just think it's the adaptation and coming in of a new and a young squad. So we'll have to see what happens with them. But a 19th signing for Willy Bolly joins, and after a 2-year deal. So interesting. And we've got a super chat coming in here from Salim Sanhari saying, any club going for Tillemans, we should go for him. And that is another one I
Tell
wanted
me
to bring
about
up,
it.
actually. It's absolutely crazy to me that Tillemans is out there, 25 million you could get him for.
It's a
And
disgrace.
no one's going for him, and we're just hanging around doing nothing. Like, I get that we wanted De Jong, but God, Tillemans is Premier League proven. He's a good player. Should we be all over this deal, Charlie?
I think we should have been all over it like a rash. I think I mean, obviously it's very much reported that 25 million would be the amount of money that would get him out of Leicester, but I don't know. I mean, we were speaking off air earlier about the possibility of, I think we saw Newcastle were interested. And yeah, I think that would be a very good signing for Newcastle. They'd be building a strong midfield there, I think. But yeah, I mean, again, is it just one of the we can't bring players in unless we shift players out? Is that a possibility? But it'd be interested again to see how this kind of develops. I know he's obviously got. Is it just this season he's got left on his deal, or does he have next season as well? It's not long, is it? So regardless of his contract length, it'll be interesting because I mean he from outsiders' point of view, it looks like he isn't going to sign a new contract. Maybe unless they throw silly money at him. It'll be again interesting to see then what happens with Maddison as well.
Yeah.
Whether Newcastle were put in, what was it? Is it? I don't know if it was 2 or 3 bids. They all got rejected. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Leicester's team does kind of develop. They've literally signed one player, I think, and I don't even know. Like, I have no idea. I can find the name. It's Alex Smithies, and I think he was I don't even know if it was a free transfer or something. And they've sold. Oh no, they actually tell a lie. Leicester have signed someone this morning, didn't they? I think it was a defender, a Belgian guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean it's obviously the Fofana replacement. So, but they very much do get good value for their players. Obviously, Maguire years ago, Fofana this season for however much he's gone for, 80 million, whatever it is. They've obviously rejected bids for Maddison of like 60 million or 50 million. So they've got some value in their squad. It's just, if they lose again tonight to us, it's looking, very, very dire for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we've got to be beating them today. We've got to. And an update just coming in. I've just seen Mark's tweet actually saying Ronaldo is with the United squad for tonight. He stays. So that's a good update to have, that United potentially have Ronaldo there for the season, because we would have been screwed with just Rashford and Martial. I'm not going to lie. We would have been screwed. And thank you, Xayon, for the super chat. Loving the show so far, guys. Great job. Really appreciate the super chats. And Brain Matazuni says Tillemans is not good. It's just that simple. He's slow backwards passes. Don't agree with you. I think he's very good. And we've got another super chat in now. Trying to see it here. Saying, let me try and get it back up. I've just missed it. What number do you think Anthony is going to get? Do you have any idea what number he's going to get, Charlie?
It'd be interesting. I don't actually know what's kind of available for him to take, but obviously he wore, what number was he at Ajax? Was it 11? Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what happens. I imagine since they've announced him today, like officially and stuff, photos and the obviously interviews and that. I imagine that they will announce the squad number very soon. But yeah, I have no idea what's kind of available in the sense of what he can take.
Do you know what number? Who has number 11 at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. Is it?
Yeah, so it's just like I honestly would give it. I would give it Anthony. Like, I'd just take it off him and give it Anthony. He's not going to play again,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I will do that. But I don't know. Don't want to get too much into that topic. But
Yeah.
anyway, an exclusive. Wait.
Oh no, go on, you go, you go.
Yeah, exclusive update from Fabrizio Romano. Fulham are closing on a deal for Daniel James. Agreement set to be completed on loan from Leeds. Final details discussed right now. Leeds are set to sign Bamba Dieng as replacement from Olympia Marseille for 10 million euros. That was a tricky one to read for me, far away from my screen. But yeah, Fulham, Dan James. I know Spurs are interested. I know Dan James is kind of on the move from Leeds, and Fulham are the ones to get him and secure him. I mean, Ricky's just turned into a Fulham fan. It's we'll see. Do you think I think Fulham look pretty good. Do you think he adds something good to that team? Because honestly, I think they look pretty good already.
I mean, they've been quite active within the window. They've obviously signed João Palhinha, Issa Diop, Pereira, Kevin and Barbu, Bernd Leno, Shane Duffy, and Manor Solomon, I believe. So then to add Dan James to it, they're obviously showing their intentions to try and stay, obviously, in the Premier League. I think again, I'm not sure. Like, was Dan James not featuring for Leeds like much when the new manager came in last season? Was he not? Was he not featuring? And that's the reason why because they obviously spent a fair bit of money on him not that long ago to buy him off of us. So it's intriguing that they're willing to let him go on loan. I'm not sure if there is or it said on the tweet whether there was the buy obligation or option, but yeah, he's obviously got a lot of interest, which I wouldn't have said that he would have got personally, but he's obviously got something that managers are interested in.
Yeah,
Roadrunner.
I think it's work rate and his running ability, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. He can, to be honest, pace can get you far. We've seen it with Rashford.
Yeah, yeah. Rashford and Alanga, to be fair. Alanga's quick, isn't he? So he loves a foot race.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see. It was Bielsa that got in Dan James and was after him for quite a while. So maybe he's just not
Yeah.
Jesse March's type of player. But I think it'll be interesting to see how he does it for him if he gets into the team and what he brings. Yeah, it's always good to see like players that you've had before, seeing what they're doing. So yeah. And another update, not amazing news, but we'll bring you it anyway. Hector Bellerin has agreed personal terms with Barcelona. Contract now ready. Deal depends on Barca's decision now as Arsenal ready to terminate the contract. So yeah, Hector Bellerin to Barcelona. I think to me, this just gives me an inclination of I always said with Dest, I feel like we were getting carried away because it was a right back and we really want a right back. Barcelona have let Dest go and are getting in Bellerin. I mean, he can't have been that good, can he, really? And I think he's very injury prone. Yeah, he's got a future, 100%. He's young and he's got potential. But I'm quite glad we didn't go for him right now. I would like to see how he develops. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Arsenal fans obviously had a very, very rocky relationship with Bellerin when he was playing for them and was kind of their mainstay right back. A fair few years ago, they didn't. He went through spells and to be honest, wasn't a very good right back. I mean, yeah, Dest leaving, and I think Xavi made it quite clear, and that Dest wasn't part of the plans that he had, and yeah, he's obviously brought in Bellerin as the replacement. I'm not sure. I can't imagine Bellerin's a starter though, right? Who's Barcelona's right back at the minute? Do
They still have
we
Dani
even?
Alves.
I don't think so. I think he left.
You have
It's
to
interesting
go
because
and check
it's
that one. I'm
yeah.
I'm
I'll
not
do it. I'll do it now.
100% sure. While you're checking that, Eric Lijade. Sorry if I'm saying the names wrong. I'm really bad at pronouncing them. But thanks for the super chat. Was Isaac a target for United and did we miss out? Don't think he was, but I know there was a lot of people at the time saying that we should be going for him. And honestly, watching him last night, I wasn't one. I didn't know too much about him, to be honest with you. I knew that he was an up and coming striker that looked like he had potential, but I wasn't there. Same United has to sign this player, but honestly, he looked good for Newcastle last night. To turn up against Anfield on your first game and his second finish as well, he was like a toenail offside. He looked very, very good. And I think he's going to be a great striker for Newcastle. And anyone who's put them in the fantasy team already, done a good job with that one. But yeah, I know a few people that have put him in, and I'm wildcarding next week, and let's just see what happens with that one. But yeah, what do you think of Isaac, Charlie? Good signing for Newcastle.
Yeah, it shows intent, right? I think I mean, I spoke about it the other day. I can't remember who I spoke about it with, but that Newcastle definitely did need to invest in the forward department. Chris Wood as um, I mean, he was brought in for, I don't even know what it was, 20 odd million or something like that. He's not going to be able to cut it. He's not going to be able to cut it. So obviously they've got Callum Wilson, who's a good striker, but he's obviously got quite a tainted record with injuries. So bringing in, yeah, Isaac is a great signing for them, I'd say. And I think he obviously getting off the mark. He'll quickly, no doubt, turn into probably like a huge fan favorite for Newcastle fans.
Definitely. And him and Callum Wilson as well. Pretty good. Because I rate Callum
Mhm.
Wilson. He's just very injury prone.
Yeah.
But they've got some good options there. And Charlie, I'll put this question to you and I'll answer it as well. Someone just put in the chat, will Anthony go in your FPL?
Nah, I don't think so. I think I think putting any Man United player at this point is a tricky situation. I actually started with Rashford. I started with Rashford in my FPL for the first game week, and it was obviously something I very much regret. But we're in a good place now. We're in a good position, getting a lot of points, and Rashford is no longer in the team, and a lot of Man United players will be staying far away from my FPL team for the rest of the season. I remember Bruno back in the day not back in the day, like 2 seasons ago, was a very good asset to have within FPL. But yeah, any Man United player, as I say now, is a bit stinky on FPL.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I agree. I won't be putting him in. And that's purely because I usually curse players when I put them in my fantasy team. They usually just start doing garbage. So, like, I don't want to do that to him. I don't want to give him Beth's FPL curse. And plus, you don't know if the rotation that we're going to have yet with the front three players. We don't know if he's going to adapt straight away. So I need to scout him out a little bit first and see where he's at before I make any decisions on it. So yeah, I'm not 100% gonna say no, but I'll have to wait for a bit first. The only United player I have in my team is Dallo, who actually got me 11 points last week. So yeah, I'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully Dallo can continue his form this week as well. Do you know what, Charlie? Do you know, speaking of Dallo, if he's the right back this season, he's going to be used, I'm going to say, consistently, because we know Erik ten Hag does not rate Wan-Bissaka at all. Do you have faith in Dallo to carry out this season for us at right back? He's had a good last couple of games, but he can have shockers sometimes as well.
I think he can. I mean, now that we've got an inverted winger in Anthony, I think you'll see a different, or Ten Hag will want to bring out a different side to Dalot's performance, very much more the overlap type. Instead of what you've kind of seen from Dalot is being an inverted fullback and trying and coming in almost, what Pep does with like Walker and Cancelo, and when they're on the attack, they almost come into that centre mid position. I don't know if you'll see that now, because Anthony will obviously want to invert, and that opens up the channel for Dalot to run outside. But yeah, I mean, he's shown that he's got the capabilities. It's just whether he's consistent enough, really. But actually, Beth, we do have another tweet
Go on.
from Talksport of Willian has completed his move to Fulham. So we're talking about Fulham earlier, obviously, and yeah, they've signed Willian, ex Arsenal player. So their intent is definitely, as I say, there to stay in the Premier League. Do you think it's a decent signing for them?
Do you know what? That experience there, that Premier League experience, but how old is he now, William? He must be in his mid-30s, surely.
He's going to
And
be 32ish, I reckon.
yeah,
I'm
34.
34.
So
Blimey.
I mean, it's experience, which I think is a good thing for a team like Newcastle that I wanted to stay up. I think he's got talent there. We know his free kicks and stuff can cause a threat. But to be honest with you, I think their midfield looks quite good at the moment. Pereira, Polina. I think it looks pretty good. But yeah, he'll add something. It adds depth. And do you know what? Fulham are the one team that have come up, and I'm thinking these look serious, about staying in the Premier League. They look really, really good. So I'm liking Fulham at the moment. I think Fabio Silva's doing a very, very good job with them. I really do. So, yeah, I like
Yeah.
him, and I think it's a good
Someone in the chat
addition.
just said Willian still plays.
I know.
Yeah.
It is one that feels like he's been around for quite a while. I don't know if he'll consistently be playing for them, but to have that experience and that, he's got that technicality and stuff. It's good. It's good for them. It can only give them a little bit more depth and
Yeah.
add something to the team. Katisbo Tabe says score prediction for tonight. Everyone else get yours in as well in the chat.
I reckon I'm going to go with 2-1 Manchester United. And I reckon we'll actually show some even more fight and determination. I reckon we're going to go 1-0 down and come back to win 2-1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you've stolen my score prediction because mine was 2-1, but I'll go
But
for
you can't pick that now. You can't
yeah,
pick
I
that
know.
now.
I'm going to go for 3-1. I don't want to say that we'll concede because I think the defense has been really good, but it depends if he gives some rotation to it, to be honest with you, because there might be some rotation. Someone says 6-0. I love y'all. Honestly, we need that positivity. um, but yeah, I want us to win. I'm going to say 3-1 just because they do have threats. Harvey Barnes, Madison, they do have threats, and you know, 2 clean sheets in a row would be a lot for us. So I hope that we don't concede, but I think we might do. But I definitely think we should be winning this game. And you know what? If Ronaldo plays as well, he's not going to be one that comes into the team after being sat on the bench that's just going to not do anything. I think he'll have something to prove, don't you think?
He'll definitely want to give Ten Hag a headache moving forward, especially with obviously Martial missing for this game, which probably means he's going to miss Arsenal as well. So yeah, if he starts, I mean, even if he's on the bench and he comes on, he's going to want to have an impact so that he's chosen for the games that Martial obviously misses, and then hopefully in those games he puts in the performance that Ten Hag wants to see from him and keeps Martial out of the team. I guess that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, 100%. And I've just got a tweet here. Deportes Quattro saying after many rumours and possible destinations, Cristiano Ronaldo stays at MUFC. I think it's such a good thing that he's staying, keeps up the standards high. Players can learn off him. He's so valuable. He really is valuable, and it just gives us that little bit more intimidation factor as well, which I think United really need. It gives us that experience as well as balancing the youth. So I'm excited about it. And then we've got another tweet here from Telegraph Ducker, so James Ducker at the Telegraph, saying sell on fees in James Garner's move to Everton entitles MUFC to 20% of the profit on any future sale. There is no buyback option, and the fee is an initial 9 million with a further 6.5 million in add-ons. So we actually haven't got a buyback option. Do you think that's a mistake?
Was that for Ghana? Sorry.
Yes, for Garner.
Yeah, huge mistake. It's a mistake in the first place, letting him go. Obviously, when we touched on it earlier, but not having that buyback options, yeah, it's another mistake, really.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully I mean, I want to say hopefully he doesn't do. I want him to do well because he's from our academy and I think he's a good player. But do you know what? We'll be missing out there if he does, and it'll be disappointing. But hopefully he does do well, and I wish him all the best. I do think we got rid of him a little bit too early. Do you know what I'm gonna do? Charlie, I'm just going to get up some quotes because there's been some new quotes from the Anthony interview that I want to just kind of tell the chat and get everyone's thoughts on
Yeah.
because obviously it's a new signing, probably our deadline day signing, if I'm being honest with you, even though it's not deadline day, it's when it's been announced. So I'll get some quotes up for us here. And Anthony saying, Erik ten Hag is an excellent coach. I've got tremendous respect and affection for him. From the moment I arrived at Ajax, he treated me so well and put his faith in me. It's not by chance I had such a great run of form under him for 2 years. We developed this mutual trust and closeness. He's a manager I have respect and affection for. And when I found out I was moving here, I wished him all the best and success for the future that he deserves. Now I'm alongside him, Erik ten Hag. I hope to make history, develop and grow further under his management. Erik ten Hag got to know me and knows what I'm like. He knows what my daily work is like, how I train, how I give 100% in games, and this trust grew and developed. His confidence in me grew as he got to know me better. It seems like Erik ten Hag and Anthony have a really, really good manager-player relationship, which is really nice to see because we want to see that unity in the dressing room. We want to see the players behind the manager, respect the manager, and Anthony coming in is this big signing. It gives Erik ten Hag that favour in the dressing room, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's always good when I mean this is what this signing was, right? It was very much a Ten Hag signing. He very much wanted him from the get go, and it was very obvious. And we got there in the end, spending ridiculous amount of money. But as I say, we're here now. I think the main thing for him is to obviously not focus on the price tag and to just get his head down and, as he said, work hard and become a Manchester United fan favourite, which he quite easily can, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And James C says, if United re-sign Garner, do we still get 20%? That'd be interesting. I assume that we would. We would do. I don't think that'll happen though. Any update on Memphis? None yet, but that is a deal that could go right until the end of the window. So definitely keep an eye on that one. And then Monkey Garner says, hi guys, how are you doing? I think it's a massive mistake selling Garner. We need to grow our academy players instead of selling them. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is a big mistake. I've said it multiple times, but we'll have to wait and see if it was a big mistake or not. And yeah. I just thought I saw another one there, but I can't read that one out. So yes, and we've got a couple more quotes that I'll read out as well. That says, I'm trying to get them up now. 1 second, I've just lost them here. UTD. It's about Anthony on Martinez, which I wanted to get out there to the chat because I thought this was really interesting too, on what he was saying about Martinez. 1 second. Yeah. So Martinez messaged me today and yesterday. He's a great friend that I've made in football. Now we're back together and we've spoken about achieving great things together here. We spent 2 years together at Ajax. We developed a really strong friendship. I've got a lot of respect for him and his family, who I got to know as well. I'm glad that we're back together to make history. And then he goes on to say, Martinez has his Argentinian style. We all know it well. I love it and it motivates me to see him play. The way he competes, the way he plays, and he gives his heart and soul on the pitch. I have the same personality. He knows me well and knows what I'm like. This is what I want to hear. We want to hear players that have that unity, so it gives us that team spirit and that chemistry on the pitch, and also players that are setting the right example to other players that you have to go out there and you have to give everything for the shirt. I feel like we've not kind of had that in the dressing room. Erik ten Hag brought that in with these two players.
Definitely. It's as you say, it's great to see the camaraderie already, and I think obviously when you've previously played with like a teammate and you move or you reunite or something, same with Casemiro and Varane and Ronaldo, right? These guys will know, how they play and how they tick. So it can only be a good thing.
Yeah, it can only be a good thing. And as we come into the last half an hour of our show together until we reunite later with the chat, I just wanted to kind of do a little game as we bring the news as it comes in as well about Manchester United's transfers and what we think of them. So I think you rated the window out of 7. What did you rate out of 10 the window again, Charlie?
So initially when I first did it on the forum, I said 5, but then upon reflection, I've actually upped it to a 7.
Upon reflection.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a 7 is what I give it to, and I think that is very fair. But what I wanted to ask you, which is a really hard question, to be honest with you, but so I'll ask you in a sec. I just want to read the super chat out. Just listen to the Anthony interview. I know we've got a real fighter on our hands. Yeah, we do. He didn't. What I liked about him is when he signed for United, and this might be really petty, but he just went straight in with the United posts. Like, I don't even think he's done a goodbye to Ajax yet. He's just in with the United post saying this is the best club in the world. I can't wait to play here. Like, he's really bigging it up. So I like that from a player. I like that. And he did everything he can to come here. But what I was going to say, and a lot of people in the chat getting their opinions in as well, 6 still for me, 6 out of 10 players board, 3 out of 10, 5, 6. A lot of people are upset with how it was handled, which is completely understandable. What our 7 out of 10s are for is for the actual players that we've brought in, not the way it went. If we did an out of 10 for that, it would be much lower. But I wanted to ask you, Charlie, what are your top 3 out of the 6 transfers in order for United? Which is really hard, but I'm trying to hear from you.
Okay, I guess we're not going to be able to do it off of like performances really, because they're all at different stages, right?
Yeah.
So for me, I'm going to go with Casemiro first. Then I'm going to go with Lisandro Martinez second, and then Anthony third, I reckon.
Yeah, honestly, I want to be different, so I want to be different, even though that is my top 3. But I'm actually gonna go with, and this is so deluded because I've only seen a couple games, just because I like him genuinely so much and the way he plays. I'm gonna go with Martinez first for me, just to be different, and because I think he's brilliant. I'm gonna go with Casemiro second and Anthony third. I know a lot. I'm really excited about Anthony. Do not get me wrong, like I am. And Malacia and Eriksen are good. Malacia is one for the future. I think it's definitely. I'm happy that we've bought and he's doing really well. But honestly, Casemiro, brilliant signing. Anthony, brilliant signing. And Martinez, I think at the start I was a little bit unsure on him, but honestly, he's completely brought me round, like the way he plays. If he continues like that, he's 100% going to be a fan favorite. A lot of people putting Malacia in here, which is, I mean, if you play well, the fans are going to respect you. And Malacia, he gives
Yeah,
everything, which is really important. My favorite is Malacia. Malacia for 40 million was brilliant, to be honest with you.
I think the only reason that Malacia isn't probably in my top 3 is just because it was a bit like random, and left
Yeah.
back wasn't a position that we. Well, I mean, you look now and it's a great addition, obviously, but it wasn't a position that we necessarily thought that, as United fans, that we needed to kind of strengthen in. But I think that's probably the only reason, not for any other. Like he's been great, and it's a breath of fresh air. But that's probably the only reason he doesn't make top 3.
Yeah, that's why obviously I just wanted to give him a little shout out. I love all the signings, don't get me wrong. I just wanted to do a little top 3. But Malacia, I think, for his age and the price tag and the fact he's coming and displaced Luke Shaw, which I'm sure I've loads of people happy about. And he's showing Luke Shaw, despite Luke Shaw's age and experience and what he's done, he's showing him how to go out there and play for United. Do you know what I mean? Like, give everything you've got, go into every tackle. And I think he's worked really hard, so I'm really happy about it. And we've just got a tweet coming in now from Gerard Romero saying, breaking, Memphis Depay wants to leave Barcelona and potentially join Chelsea. Not Man United, guys. Chelsea. Charlie, if Depay goes to Chelsea, what are your feelings on that? Would you be a bit jealous? Would you be upset? Would you be disappointed? Do you think it'd be a good move? What are the feelings?
I wouldn't be jealous, but I think it's one of them ones that if he does go there and you see him play, it will be like, damn, like we should have maybe gone and got him, especially if it's going to be like a free. But again, I mean, Chelsea, honestly, Chelsea are. I don't understand their strategy in terms of transfers. It's just like, if someone's there, ready, available, they're going after them. And I mean, again, it's another attacking option. They've then, if they get 2 Barcelona strikers in Aubameyang and Depay. So I don't know if that has any hindrance on Depay moving. I don't know if that has any hindrance, but I think yeah, it's another good addition for Chelsea, I imagine.
We've got a super chat in here saying Stuart Phillips, Barbie and Ken. Barbie and Ken. Players 7 out of 10, club 3 out of 10 at best. Yeah, I would agree with you. If we managed to pull off Jong though in the final hours, still throwing it back out there, just kind of trying to get a bite off people. But it would have been like a 9 if we would have got him, but we've not. But you know what? We've still got some very good players in very positions that were very, very needed. And thank God we got Casemiro. That's all I'm going to say on that one. That was massively, massively needed. Do you know with Depay, Charlie? Do you think he starts for Chelsea? Because honestly, I might be underrating Depay here. I just think you've got Sterling, you could have Aubameyang, Havertz, Ziyech. I would even put potentially in front of him. Like, does he start?
Um, I'm unsure, in total honesty. I think it depends, right? Because at the minute, or for the most part, I think Chelsea have played like and I think this is because they haven't had a proper striker, but they've played almost with a false nine, and Havertz has been that kind of attacking outlet, I guess. Which obviously I think it gives you options having Aubameyang and Depay. I guess Depay can play that false nine and be that option, but then Aubameyang can also be that getting behind striker. I
And
think,
Aubameyang is 33, so it's not as if he's mega young with the games they've got coming up as well.
yeah, yeah. Again, they're I imagine just adding for squad depth, and they're almost building this like all-star 11 of just, you know, let's bid for everyone and see who we can get, and it's just, I mean, in some aspects it's working, and I guess, I mean, I know a lot of Chelsea fans back home, and they they have some choice words about, kind of Chelsea's recruitment over the years, and obviously letting the likes of um, you know Tomori and stuff go, and they've obviously got, we can't forget Brozier as a striking option, and he's not obviously being used. So what does it mean for him? Is he gonna maybe make a departure? And there
That, I
was
don't
obviously,
get why they're not using him. He was really good at Southampton.
yeah, I mean, there was links to, I think, West Ham a couple of weeks ago, and obviously Southampton. I think Everton were even interested. So I don't know whether something will surface, kind of when Depay and Aubameyang are announced. I don't know if it's something that might possibly be an option and come up. We don't know, but yeah, it's I mean, Chelsea's just a bit kind of all over the place at the minute, and they're just signing players left, right, and centre, it seems.
Do you know what as well? With Chelsea, it's like they've signing all of these players, but to me, actually, I don't think they're improving. So I don't know what's going on with them. But you know what? At least they're putting faith in Tuchel. Let's see if he can turn it around. And they've spent a lot of money this season. But I just saw a chat actually saying Depay probably want to go to Chelsea for Champions League. That is, yeah, you can understand it. And he's
Makes
already
sense.
had his time at United as well, which is like I could understand why he'd go there, but it'd be weird like seeing him play for Chelsea, definitely. Because when Depay did come to United, I rated him so much. I really wanted him to do well. I was so excited about that signing. I remember it. I remember it like it was yesterday, and I really liked him. But it's a shame it didn't work out. But I don't know. We'll see how he does at Chelsea if he goes there. And another tweet from Gerard Romero coming in saying Xavi has given the okay for Memphis Depay to leave. He believes that Ansu Fati and Ferran Torres can be Lewandowski's back up. So it looks like Depay is on the move. Where he will go is still to be decided. There is a possibility that United might go in for him last minute. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. It just seems like the type of thing that we would do.
I
But
wonder
well,
if we'll put up a little bit of a fight against Chelsea, and try and, get his signature. I wonder if that'll be something that we look at doing.
I honestly would do it. The reason I would do it is for the depth, the squad depth. As we said, Elanga needs more time. He massively needs more time to develop. He needs a loan move. And I think obviously Ahmad going out on loan, Palestri isn't quite there yet. I just think for the depth, it'd be good to have him there, especially if he's on a free. So I I would like us to try and put up a fight for him, but we'll have to see. And another tweet coming in, it's all going on now. For from Fabrizio Romano, Martin Dubravka is signing his MUFC contract in the next minute. So that's officially confirmed, which is nice. I mean, not not just putting out there. Second keepers don't really excite me that much. Not gonna lie, don't think they really do for anyone. But do you know what? It is something that was needed, and do you know what it shows? He clearly doesn't really see Tom Heaton as that second goalkeeper. I would say.
No, I think it's clear that I think Tom Heaton's taken up the mantle of just a very much a piece of furniture. Maybe just as a guy that's just going to be there, and obviously you try and motivate everyone and take over the Lee Grant role. But yeah, I imagine Dubravka's going to be brought in. Obviously, I mean, you never know. We obviously had this discussion on Twitter on the Twitter space we did, and I asked you and Adam the question of, what do we think about Dubravka, and can he challenge De Gea? And I mean, you've just got to look at the manager, right? He's dropped Maguire, he's dropped Ronaldo. Maybe if he sees if he sees what he wants to in Dubravka in training, and thinks that he's going to offer something better to the whole system and team than De Gea does, then you never know. Maybe he there might be a change. But personally, I can't see it.
Exactly, because you know what? It's one of them where you never know until it happens. I don't think it'll happen, but then again, I thought Maguire would be a mainstay in this team this season just because of the money he cost and the reputation he kind of has at Manchester United and the fact he's always been a starter. So yeah, you make a good point there, Charlie, to be fair, but I doubt he'll come in for De Gea. I'm not going to lie. Anthony's price has been revealed in FPL, 7.5 million, everyone, if you're looking to get him in. Not too bad if he starts doing well, to be fair. Not too bad at all. But we'll see on that one. I hope he makes a good start. I really do, and it'll be interesting to see if he gets them goals and assists, because obviously his stats for Ajax last year wasn't really the best, to be honest with you. But I think I just think this is a massive boost for him to come to Manchester United and play that role. And do you know what? With Martial's injuries, going back to Depay, would it be good? I'm trying to think of other positives to him now, because it seems to be like a name that's really, really prevalent in the final day of the transfer window. Would it be good to have kind of and he can play 9, he can play on the wing, someone in there that can do the pressing like a Martial would be able to do, rather than Ronaldo, who is, getting on a little bit? Would it be good to have the other option for games such as a Liverpool game, which is we obviously played tactically without Ronaldo? Would it be good to have that different option, obviously with Martial's injuries?
I mean, naturally, you want kind of options all over the pitch. I think different opposition will call for different players, and just because Casemiro's been brought in, and obviously Eriksen as well for that midfield, doesn't mean Scott McTominay and Fred will still feature against certain teams, because Ten Hag will think that they will be better suited to play against these teams, and it's a natural thing that probably that he obviously want. I mean, it's pretty clear that he wanted another forward option. I think that's clear. It's just obviously nothing kind of arose. Obviously, we wanted Nunez months ago, and that obviously didn't come to fruition. He chose Liverpool. So I mean, is it possibly a January option, as you say? As you said before, Manchester United aren't very active usually within the January transfer market. But is it something now that Ten Hag has had that discussion of, I know what I want, and we need another forward regardless of Ronaldo's situation, looking like he's going to stay? Is it something that we explore within January? I mean, again, it's something, and it's a shame about the Sesko deal, that I thought he would have been a great player to buy and then kind of have for this time next season. Buy and then just keep him at Salzburg on loan, and then take him the following season. It's the type of player. But then you don't know, does he see Rashford as that forward that's going to lead the line?
I think he does.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a worrying one, but I mean, either way, I see Ronaldo leaving next season anyway. I don't see him fulfilling that. Was it a 2-year contract with an extra option of an extra year or something? I don't see him having that extension or wanting that extension. I mean, weirder things have happened. We could go and win the league or something, yeah, and he'll be happy to stay. But I mean, I don't see it. So we'll need to bring someone in regardless.
Yeah, it's interesting the players that have gone that kind of Rangnick wanted us to get in. I mean, Sesko was someone that he was monitoring. Alvarez went to City, he was monitoring. That I can't say his name, but the striker that's just gone to Wolves.
Oh, his
How
name is Sasa Kaladzic.
Yeah, Sasa Kalajdzic. He looks like a good option. I mean, Isaac looks pretty good going to Newcastle. There was players out there that we could have gone and got. There was. There was no one really stand out, but there's someone that we could have took a chance on, and we've not done that. He wanted Anthony, he wanted the wing position, and honestly, I have faith in Eric Ten Hag. So, do you know what? If he sees Rashford as maybe that striker, and that's why he went for a winger, then that's what he sees, and we'll have to see how he develops in. But personally, at the moment, I don't agree with that. But he's a manager, and we have to kind of stick by what he wants to do because he's been good so far in the window with the players he's brought in. Rob Smooth says, "Can Anthony play the striker role if needed?" No, I don't think he can. He's a right winger, isn't he? I think if anyone played that role, it would be Rashford over anyone else. And we've got some news coming in from Mail Sport saying Phil Jones and Axel Tuanzebe are both waiting for late offers coming from Simon Jones. How good would it be to shift these players out, Charlie?
I honestly feel that Phil Jones is just gonna like somehow sign another like 7-year deal and just be like part of the furniture at United. I think he's just gonna be here forever and just never go away. But I mean, look, Twanzebe was it last season or the season before, whatever, was kind of tipped to be this, big centre back that Manchester United were going to bring through and it's obviously not come to fruition. So yeah, I mean, look, it's we wouldn't get much, if anything, for Phil Jones anyway. It would be what, a couple of million. We'd probably have to pay the other team to take him off our hands. Let's be real. And then Twanzebe isn't going to generate much, I'd say, again with his injury record. But it would be good, obviously, to kind of shift them out, as you say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be, and it's a shame about Tuanzebe because obviously I remember when he was captain for us in the Carabao Cup against Rochdale. He did a really good job. It looked like he was going to be the next big thing. I mean, I think Ollie came out and said he could be a future captain for United, and he just had that game against PSG and massively fell off. So, I mean, if these players aren't going to make it, then it's better to get them out now, to be honest with you. It really is. It's better just to get some money from them, get them out of the squad, and have people in that have got a chance, and maybe develop some of the youth setup as well. People in the chat saying Jones at this point must be the club mascot. I think Jones is Fred the Red. Honestly, the thing with Jones is he just doesn't want to give up the money he's on a week. Else he would have left. He would be able to find somewhere. But do you know what? He wants to take the money and we shouldn't have offered him the deal in the first place. If he wants to do that, then he wants to do that. It is what it is, isn't it? And we've got another deal coming in here. Lewin Kurzawa.
Yep.
Yeah, I said that right. Has just signed the contract as a new Fulham player. Done deal completed with PSG on loan. Fulham moving mad in the last day of the window.
Another one. Yeah, that's. I mean, we spoke about Fulham more times than we spoke about United, and they're doing some business. They're signing some players, and again, I'm repeating myself again because they're showing intent to stay within the Premier League. They want to stay up, and I mean, naturally, everyone wants to stay up, right? Like Forest have shown their intent, 19 signings. So maybe Fulham might look to even add more within the remaining hours.
Someone in the chat said, Charlie, are you ready to give me 10 quid or $10?
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Well, I mean, it is.
It's
It
looking
is
good
for
for
me.
you.
Yeah, it's great. But I mean, just imagine what's it on now? Do we know? It's got to be on. Let's have a look. It's on it's on 14,600 retweets. It's like 140.
You knew
grand.
what to do for the Twitter followers last night. I'm joking. Look, I've just seen this, which someone put on. This is Fabrizio today. With all the phones.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
He must have multiple people doing it for him. But do you know what? I respect to all the journalists who are getting the news out quickly on days like today, because obviously we're on here just kind of relaying the news to you guys, discussing it, giving our opinions on it. But it's deadline days can be crazy, and it's going to be even more crazy when later on we get a De Jong announcement just coming up on the bottom of the screen, and Charlie has to go and sell his soul somewhere to pay for everyone. A little bit of an update. Gilmour from Chelsea to Brighton is currently being described as 50-50. Many clubs have inquired about the possibility of loaning Billy Gilmour, but the player himself now favours a permanent transfer over a temporary deal. He had a bit of a nightmare with Norwich, Gilmore, didn't he? He was playing, but I don't think the fans really rated him that much. I've heard very good things about him come out of Chelsea. Clearly just can't manage to get into the team. Do you think it'd be good to see him go somewhere that he can play first team football? I think Brighton would be a good team for him to develop at, to be honest with you.
I think yeah, again it comes to that same thing that we were saying earlier, is if you're, when you get to a certain age, it's now or never, right? And I think Brighton probably would be a good club, but again, they've got Caicedo in their midfield. I'm not sure who else plays in their midfield, like Gross and that. Like, they've got a decent team. So he definitely needs to be careful in the sense of where he goes next, because he needs the game time, and he needs the guaranteed game time to develop, and obviously it will be crucial to how he develops and what he then offers later on in his career. But I think maybe now, yeah, especially with the amount of money that Chelsea are willing to throw around at signings, it doesn't look like they're that
Ooh,
bothered on bringing people through. Go on.
got a Depay update coming from Fabrizio Romano. I've just seen it pop up. Please be good news. I was just thinking then I don't want him to go to Chelsea. Like, I've been thinking about it as we've been talking. Romano, Memphis Depay update. No advanced talks with Chelsea as of now. The focus is on Aubameyang. Memphis closer to staying than leaving, but it is still a long day. Termination of contracts ready, but only in the case Depay will agree with another club. Otherwise, it won't happen. I actually want United to go in for him now. And I
I
think
can tell by your face. I can tell.
I think the only reason, which people are going to slate me for, but it's deadline day. Just have a bit of fun, guys. The only reason is because I want something exciting to happen on the street, and I want someone to be excited about tonight. And is an option. It could happen.
I just think you don't want anyone else to have him.
Yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is. To be fair.
Yeah.
How confident do you feel about us buying someone? I'd probably
Out of
say
10.
20% chance out of 100.
Okay, so 2 out of 10. Yeah, I'm probably a 3, just to not say 2, maybe a 3.
Depay flops, really don't want him at United. Get on the Depay train, everyone. Get on the Depay train. Jong 63 mil and deferred wages. Anthony 85 mil. Who do you get? The Jong didn't want to come, guys. Jong did not want to come, and Anthony gives something to the forward line, which is honestly we really do need that. So, I mean, I'm really happy about Anthony. I don't think you should compare players just because of price tags. Like I was saying before, if Anthony comes in and manages to do really well, no one will speak about his price tag soon. If he hits the ground running, if he comes in and does poorly, that's when people bring up his price tag. So we'll have to see. Short termism, Beth. Well, you know me.
Ever the
And
optimist, eh?
just an interesting one. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang will take Chelsea spending to a world record of 273.5 million this summer. I mean, Sterling 47.5, Koulibaly 34, Slovenia 12 million.
Go on, try again.
I feel bad. I feel really bad. Chukwuemeka, I think. Is that how you say it?
I ain't got a clue.
20 million. And then you've got Cucurella, who came in for 60 million.
Yeah, and Fofana. They're honestly
Fofana,
throwing cash
75
around.
million. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Do you
Yeah.
think they're getting the bang for the buck, Charlie, with what they've spent?
I mean, Cucurella looks like a half decent signing. Fofana, the only worry I have with him is that obviously I think he broke his leg last season or something, didn't he? He obviously had quite a big injury. But I mean, Koulibaly's a bit up and down, and then I'm not sure on the other guys. I think they're quite young, and I think the Slonina guy's a goalkeeper from the MLS. Actually, I think they signed him from.
Yeah.
So again, it's just a backup option. But I mean, they even the other day, Fabrizio was the one who tweeted it. I'm pretty sure they were trying to chuck 90 million at Gvardiol, the Leipzig. I think he's a fullback / centre back. They wanted to sign him next season, but I don't think that's come about. But they're chucking money around like it's nothing.
Honestly, I think their best signings are Sterling and Cucurella, to be honest with you. I think Cucurella looks good. Obviously Chilwell is now frozen out, and I think Chilwell's pretty decent as well. So it'll be interesting to see if Tuchel rotates. You're not going to spend 60 odd million on a left back and not play him, I suppose. So do you know what? It'll be interesting to see. I just don't see mass improvement for that money, but do you know what? It might take a little bit of time for all the players to adapt and the investment to pay off. But it's crazy the amount of money they've spent. And Aubameyang again, it's like it's another deal where you think out of all the strikers they could have got, I wondered why, with all the money they spent, why they've gone for him. But I suppose Tuchel knows the player, and Tuchel has worked with him before, so maybe he just wanted someone he can rely on as a little bit of a stopgap. It may seem is a little bit of a stopgap, but we'll have to wait and see. Do you see Chelsea getting top four after spending all that money? By the way,
probably I'd say. I think they might get like fourth at this rate. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a few more signings within the remaining time that we have left. Yeah, it'll be interesting, but I don't see them with the likes of City being so dominant, and no doubt Liverpool will. I mean, obviously they're not looking great right now, but you can't count them out. No doubt they're gonna kind of come back to the front line of the Premier League. But yeah, I mean, I think actually I've just been told that on Fabrizio Romano's Twitch stream, that Aubameyang to Chelsea is a here we go.
Oh really? Oh yeah, he's just done it. He's
Yes.
just tweeted it now.
Yeah. So there you go. Here we go. The Aubameyang deal is done.
Yeah, and 40 million euro fee to Barcelona. Aubameyang will fly to London at around 5 p.m. Hopefully his plane doesn't get delayed. 2-year deal and one more option. Alonso in Spain to undergo medical and sign a 3-year deal. Good swap. Good deal. It's an interesting deal from an outsider, a fan that isn't obviously a United fan, not a fan of Chelsea, but it's interesting to see that happen. Wonder if he'll be successful. I was just thinking then if Aubameyang's plane got delayed, it'd kind of remind me of, do you remember the De Gea and the fax machine not working? That kind of vibes going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it'll all go through. Here we go has been said. So yeah, first deal out of a top 6 team today. That's actually gone over the line and is going to happen. So we'll see if we get any more. And
Yeah.
Z. Sorry, did you want to say something?
No. Just mumbling away.
Z is the boss says the reason why United sold Garner must be because he refused to sign a new contract without being guaranteed his position in the team. Very sad. Yeah, I admire a player that wants to play football and not just doesn't want to see the money. And he should have signed a new contract and gone out on loan, is my opinion. But we move. Rob Smooth says, sorry, but seeing Henderson wave his McDonald's drive-through cap in the air every time he made a save against Spurs was hysterical. Oh God. Yeah, Henderson. I don't even want to get started on it because I'll just get automatic hate in the comments. He's had good and bad times for Forest so far. Yesterday wasn't his strongest game. I think he had some good moments. He had some very poor moments. I thought against Spurs he did really well. I've never said that I think Henderson should be our first choice keeper. I've just said we need a modern goalkeeper. I've said a lot of times I would love Sanchez. I would love Jose Sarr. Even that Raya at Brentford looks good. I've never gone out and said it should be Henderson. It should be Henderson. I just think we need a modern goalkeeper. But yeah, rant over because everyone thinks I'm part of this obsession for Henderson. I think he's a good goalkeeper. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I've never said it should massively be him. We just need a modern goalkeeper, and he is one, but we'd have to see how he does at Nottingham Forest. Well, anyway, Pierre Aubameyang, a broken jaw, out for 3 months, only back in November 5th. Yeah, that's a bit of an annoying one for Chelsea and Chelsea fans, isn't it? Like, they've obviously signed him out of desperation and the fact that this deal was already in place, but not being able to use him to November 5th, and then the World Cup's coming pretty soon after that. But you're not really going to see Aubameyang properly until after January, really.
Yeah, I mean, it happened when he unfortunately, the when he was like robbed or whatever happened there, I think was when he had like a fracture to his jaw or something like that. So I mean, look, maybe they think that they can put up with what they've got for now, and then obviously hopefully have Aubameyang kind of fit and ready to go as soon as possible.
Yeah, 100%. I think as soon as they can get him in, the better. They really need a striker at this point. But it'll be interesting to see how he kind of does and how he fits into the team. Robert Velcro says, "Remember when we wanted Griezmann and he chose Barca, and now he regrets it. Leave De Jong alone. In a few seasons from now, he will also regret not coming to Man United. We don't have to beg any player to come." Do you think he'll regret it, Charlie, De Jong, not coming to United at this point under Eric Ten Hag?
I think it depends how we do for very much this season. If we go on and show promise and reach the latter stages of competitions and show a fight for, even if it's top four, because a lot of people have written us out of it, or somehow put some form of challenge for anything really. I think maybe, but again, look, it depends on what his situation is like at or ends up being this season at Barcelona as well. He could end up not playing for them, or he could end up being their main guy this season. You never know. It'll all end up in hindsight, and it'll be another thing that probably gets forgotten about within by January anyway. So we'll see what happens, I guess, with Frankie De Jong's Barcelona career.
Yeah, and do you know what it is as well with Frankie? And obviously, I don't think he's very important to Barcelona at all. And I think next year he could be on the move potentially. I think there is a move there waiting to happen. So maybe it's not over. Maybe it will come about again. But it is disappointing that the player doesn't want to come. And to be honest, I understand people thinking, why do we want a player here that doesn't want to come? I get that. I really do understand it. It's just the quality of him that makes you want him, and the fact that Eric Ten Hag was really kind of wanted to get him over the line. Have we ever had this many Portuguese speakers in the United squad? We've had quite a few Portuguese before, but potentially not, with all the Brazilians we've got as well. What are both of your predictions for this season? We win in the league again, Beth. Honestly, I'm gonna say fifth. That is my prediction, and it's a high estimate, but I'm gonna go fifth just because of what I've seen with the new signings coming. It's only been 2 games, but we look a lot better. So I'm gonna go with fifth. What are you going for, Charlie?
I'm gonna say sixth or seventh, probably seventh. Let's go seventh, because then if it's better, then it's obviously one more or 2 more. But top 4 is obviously the aim. Like, it's got to be, and if it's
It has.
if it's not, I mean, obviously it's the aim, right? But I mean, if it's not achievable, we could get to February time, and it can be quite clear that top 4 is very much out of reach. So it's just whether or not we get to that point, and if it's not achievable, then focusing on other competitions. So we'll find out soon enough. But yeah, I'd say I'm gonna go with sixth. Actually, I'm up in it again.
Yeah, and that's why as well I said before that I don't think Chelsea will make top 4 despite them like breaking the record for the amount of money that they've spent. Because I look at it and I think City, I think they're winning the league. Spurs and Arsenal look good, Arsenal especially. And then even though Liverpool haven't looked the best, like they just do stuff like got that them 3 points last night that you wouldn't expect any team to do. They seem to have that luck on their side a little bit, and I wouldn't count them out. And then for me saying fifth is very, very generous for this team, even though I think we're starting to look good, even though we've made some good signings, definitely, and there's definitely development room for this team with Chelsea as well. It's a very hard race this summer, which is why it'd be nice in the final hours of the transfer window to maybe add a little bit of depth in that area. But we'll just have to wait and see. Like, do we really have enough depth to fight up there with the top teams at this point? I think we've signed well, but as we said, Rome wasn't built in the day. But do you know what, Charlie? If we're at the point where we're like hovering around that 5th or 6th spot, potentially could push into top 4, do you see United spending even more money in January to help Eric Ten Hag get into that top 4?
In total honesty, I mean, we spoke about it before about Man United not being very active within the January transfer market, but you never know with the World Cup obviously coming about. And again, we touched on it before, people's injuries and what kind of changes that way. Maybe you might see more desperation and more kind of panic buys that way. But I mean, I honestly would likely say that this squad that we have right now will be the squad that we have for the whole season.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got a new arrival on the chat and
Make my debut on the show. Yeah.
Mark, welcome to deadline day.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I've been playing Snakes and Ladders with Seb, so I'm not really up to date of it. I've just seen Aubameyang to Chelsea. Here we go, and Memphis to Chelsea potentially as well.
Yeah, well, Romano just did an update on that, and he was saying that at the moment it's not advanced. Chelsea are focusing on Aubameyang, but it is something that could develop. At the moment, it's closer that Depay will stay at Barca, but they will agree to terminate his contract if they find another club. And I wanted to just quickly ask you, actually, because we just spoke about it. Would you want to see United go in for Depay last minutes of the transfer window to add that depth?
It's the quintessential deadline day deal, isn't it? Really, we shouldn't be in a position going for a player like that. And I suppose I would take him because it's better than nothing. I don't think we've got enough depth, really. So I would take him. But on the other hand, I just think it's desperate. I don't really want Memphis Depay back at Man United. I like him, but I don't like the idea of him coming back, to be honest. But I'd take it over nothing. And obviously the option is probably going to be nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens if United do make a transfer. But as we've seen, Ronaldo in the squad for tonight, that's the Ronaldo saga over, Charlie.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to let you two get off anyway because you've been on for 2 hours, and I know you're back on again in a little bit. But
yeah,
I will pick it up from here. But big shout out to Charlie and Beth, and we'll see them in a couple of hours.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us on, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, enjoy.
Cheers to Beth and Charlie there. Yeah, Ronaldo is in the squad for today. Beth's been bigging up Henderson, apparently, says Rob Smooth. Right, well, they'll be back on at 4, so I'll have a word about that. But so look, Ronaldo in the team today, which is good. That really is it. I can get the hoodie out again and wear that tonight for the watch along, which is great news, of course. I wasn't convinced. I mean, I think I've always been quite convinced that Ronaldo would stay, but I've got to be honest, what I was hearing sort of the last few days from probably last Friday, I was 50-50, then I was 60-40 he was going to leave. I think I got as high as 70% he was going to leave because there was a lot of suggestion that something was going to happen, and I'm glad that we've got to the point where now he will stay. And yeah, I think that's a good thing for United. I don't care what any critic says about Cristiano Ronaldo, we're a better team with him. Anybody's a better team with Cristiano Ronaldo in it. Man City's a better team with Ronaldo in their squad. Obviously, for us, we don't have a Haaland, so we'll end up playing Ronaldo hopefully from the start, starting from tonight. So I'm very happy with that. It's interesting to monitor the transfer window. Actually, I'm not overly happily with James Garner, to be honest with you. That deal has now been confirmed by James Ducker. That deal is there is no buyback clause. There's no buyback clause in it. So I'm disappointed by that. £9 million for James Garner and no buyback clause with a 20% sell-on clause. I mean, what does that mean? Quick maths. It means that we've sold him for 9 million, which is crap. And it means if we sell him for 30 million, if Everton sell him for 30 million, we get 6 million. If they sell him for 100 million, we get 20 million. Well, that's not going to happen. So it's just very disappointing, as I said. I'm not happy about the Garner departure. And I do think as well, I mean, look, I purposely did a little bit of a lesson today. We're going to talk about De Jong and we're going to talk about Memphis. And I've got a lot I want to say about De Jong, by the way, and I've kept it back for transfer deadline. So hold on for that. Please do subscribe, by the way, bottom right-hand corner, only 50 away from 464,000. So make sure you subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Let's see if we can hit that. I do have a lot to say on the De Jong transfer, and I've got an interesting angle on it, which I think may have been mentioned by some of you in the past, but I've certainly not heard it, widely out there. So I want to delve into that. The first thing I want to say is I ran a little social experiment today, Remember over the last few weeks, last few days actually, I said somebody contacted me and said, instead of unfollowing Manchester United, just reply to their tweets with how you feel about the club, but don't be abusive. So today I ran a bit of an experiment. If you check my tweets and my replies, I replied to 3 Manchester United tweets this morning, all about Anthony. One of them was Glazers, please leave. One of them was a little bit longer, saying things like, you've only spent money because of Sir Jim Radcliffe. What's gone on with Frankie de Jong, etc. And then there was another tweet, and they got a fair few likes, and a few people liked it. But on the other hand, this is exactly why my social experiment proves the point that we will struggle to get the Glazers out because of this fan base. And any United fan who's trying to get the Glazers out will agree with me on this. They might not like the United stand or whatever like that, but they'd agree on this. We will struggle to get the Glazers out because a proportion of our fan base is flippant. And what I mean by that is you give them a piece of candy and they'll go and sit in the corner and eat it. They'll forget what the problem was before. They'll just go in the corner and eat the candy. And that's what I saw it today. I replied to 3 Manchester United tweets about Anthony today. I wasn't abusive. I just said, please leave the Glazers, and pointed out some of the things they've done this summer. I got people replying to me saying, stop being so negative. Just enjoy the signing. Stop moaning. United fans, I actually checked some of the replies and I checked their profiles. They weren't bot accounts. They've been United fans for years. They've, looked at their timeline. They talk about tactics. They're United fans on Twitter. They're slagging me off for putting under a United account that I'm not happy with the Glazers. This is why we'll fail. This is why we will fail, and this is what we are up against. This fan base has a proportion of fans who are flippant. A social experiment over 2 hours proves it. And I would consider the Glazer out movement to be quite big at the moment, and yet still, you reply about the Glazers under a tweet about Anthony. Oh my God, just enjoy it. Stop moaning. Somebody's got up on the wrong side of the bed. And I'm like, we can't win. They're probably giving me abuse whilst they're ordering their Anthony top. I mean, the most I've seen today is, what number's Anthony going to wear? Couldn't give a toss. What number's Anthony going to wear? They only want to know so they can order it off bloody Man United direct. We will fail because of people like that, I'm afraid. And it's a social experiment. And people always moan about what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. Well, lots of things are going on, but that's the real battle we face. The Glazers cannot beat this fan base. They can't. We've seen it with the Super League. We've seen it with protests. They cannot beat this fan base when it's unified. But unifying it is mission impossible because it takes, I can't believe how many of our fans have lapped up this Anthony and Casemiro signing. It's the most cynical move I've seen from Manchester United since hiding the truth about the Super League. It's so cynical. 2 weeks ago, we weren't going to buy Anthony. I don't care what anybody says. We were not going to buy Anthony. It was not going to happen. The money was not there to do it. They were going for Arnautovic. They were going for Rabiot. There was no way they were going to spend 100 million euros on Anthony. 2 weeks later, they do because of the pressure being put onto them by fans and Sir Jim Radcliffe. And that's why they've done it. And yet you've still got fans now today going, oh, stop moaning. Just enjoy it. Come on, we've got a good team now. Give them a chance. Which basically translates to, I've given up on the Glazers out movement. Not me personally, but our fans. So little bit of a social experiment there. I'm not explaining it to people on Twitter. They can jog on. I'm explaining it to you. I thought about it last night. And I thought, next 3 tweets tomorrow, Man United, I'm going to reply to. Let's see what happens. Well, we've run the social experiment, and this fan base has still got a proportion of fans who are effectively Glazers in. They're waiting for the number to buy the Anthony top. Oh, stop moaning. Let's just enjoy it. At the end of the day, feed them sweets, they'll eat it. We've got fans who you feed them sweets, they'll eat it. They're not really interested in Glazers out. They're hashtag Glazers out because they haven't had their toys to play with. That's what it is. You give them an Anthony, you give them a Casemiro, and they're gone. They're off. That's it. I'm fine. But they'll be back next year and the year after and the year after moaning. And they're the problem in this fan base because they cannot stay the distance. They can't. And I'm not saying, I still think there's a massive amount of our fans and there's a massive amount of you who are doing a lot of good work. But your battle is always going to be these flippant fans whose social media lap up anything Man United manipulate them with. No buyback on Ghana is madness. City have sold about 7 youth players for 40-ish million, all but with 1 buyback clause in case they become a player, says Luke Jones. It's a disgrace. It's a great point, Luke. Welcome to the Members Club, Ryder. Bunch of prats, Mark. I want to gym. I'm fed up with them messing our club up, says Coins. Why don't we go and try him for Edison Alvarez? He's already stopped training to try and move to Chelsea, says Ryder. Carrie, welcome to the members club as well. I mean, I think just going back to what was said, I think it was Sean who said it, absolutely spot on. The contrast between Manchester United and Manchester City is huge. Look, I watch a lot of football, speak to a lot of people in football. To be honest with you, some of the best contacts I've got are away from Manchester United. So, you know, the Raheem Sterling deal, I knew that was going to happen way before it did. Man City have got players in that youth setup that teams like, I don't know, let's just say, well, Southampton have done it. West Ham would probably do it. Everton would probably do it. There are players in Man City's youth setup that those sort of teams will pay quite happily 15, 20 million tomorrow. If Pep says they can go, they'll sell them for 15, 20 million. They've never even played championship football. They've probably never played first team football. That's how highly regarded Man City's youth setup is. They will get 15, 20 million for a youth player, and City will put a buyback clause in. United have loaned James Garner, who is one of our best young players. He's one of our best youth candidates. We've loaned him to the Championship. He's proved he can play first team football, and we sold him for 9 million without a buyback clause. The truth will never come out about that. But I've got absolutely no idea what it's all about. It doesn't make any sense to me on the James Garner thing at all. I'm absolutely shocked by it. And United are pretty incompetent. So being shocked by their incompetence isn't hard. But they have shocked me with that. That 9 million is going into the pockets of the Glazers, says Supper. It's a shocking deal. And I know for a fact James Garner was shocked by it as well. And I know for a fact Everton are stunned that they've got a deal like that done. Do you think Ronaldo should start today and on Sunday, says Mark? Well, yeah, look, I would start Ronaldo. But look, let's bring you up to date with what's going on in the transfer window at the moment. We're going to talk about this in a minute, United signings and the values, etc. We'll go through the spend and everything like that in a bit. But I want to talk about Jong. I want to talk about that deal and a little bit of insight into that. But we have got some transfer news going on. There's a lot of things going on. LaCroix, Southampton have been linked to him. They've been linked to Gakpo as well. Lots going on there. Chelsea and Barcelona have reached an agreement in principle for Aubameyang, 14 million euros, couple of years. Marcos Alonso goes to Barcelona in the other way. I mean, I've got to say, I do think that Chelsea are desperate. I really do think that Chelsea are desperate, and they are making desperation signings. So I'm not knocking it at all. But Memphis, Aubameyang. I think Chelsea fans will take anything they can get at the moment because they can't score goals. But realistically, Chelsea, not that long ago, won a Champions League and wanted to challenge for the title by spending £100 million on Lukaku. A year later, they ain't challenging for the title this year, are they? Let's be honest. And they're getting in Aubameyang and maybe Memphis to play up front. So things are changing at Chelsea, and it's effectively a big rebuild at Chelsea. I mean, really, Chelsea would like to be buying a Haaland or a Lewandowski or a Nunez or a Leao or someone like that. They're getting Aubameyang and maybe Memphis. So massive risk attached to that for Chelsea. I don't blame them for doing it on the last day of the window. You've got to do something, but I'm not terrified by those deals for Chelsea. They've got to do them, but they are a little bit desperate. I still think Chelsea will do something significant in this transfer window, by the way. I do think they'll do something significant. Ronaldo's travelling with the squad tonight, says Majek. Yes, he is. Thank you very much for the super chat. Let me talk to you about Frenkie de Jong. So Memphis Depay at the moment is up in the air. And I don't mean he's flying somewhere. I mean, he could go anywhere. Maybe Man United would go in. Maybe Eric Ten Hag would sanction that. Remember, we've got a game tonight, so it's very difficult for Man United to do any business anyway, because effectively, to do business on the final day, as we've seen in the past, you can go from Rondon to Josh King to Ighalo. I remember that happening a couple of years ago, and that was happening by the hour, and that was conversations with Solskjaer and Woodward, etc. You can't have those conversations with Ten Hag today. He's preparing for a game he needs to win. He can't have his phone going, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? It doesn't mean United can't do a bit of business tonight or this afternoon, but to do a bit of business, it would have to be somebody that they know 100% that Ten Hag wants. They can't be going, oh, look, this has fell into our lap. We can't do that. And those deals do happen on final day. You will get agents going, look, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I don't think United can get involved in that. So I'd probably say our business is over, unless a miracle happened with Frankie de Jong, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, or unless Memphis is a player that Ten Hag wants and has said to the club, look, if you can do that deal, great, I'm off to Leicester. So maybe that could happen. What happened to Barca having to lower their wages? They've sold Aubameyang but added Alonso, says Mal. Now, I want to talk about this. This is the one I want to talk about. So the update from Fabrizio Romano on Frankie de Jong today is Frankie de Jong has got no intention of leaving Barcelona, and he's got no intention of taking a pay cut either. He wants to be paid the wages on his current deal. Now, his current deal at Barcelona puts him at around 350 grand a week. Barcelona need to get that wage down because he is the best paid player in that squad by a very long way. My issue here is we've never had resolvement on Frankie de Jong and Barcelona. It's worth doing this because it's transfer deadline day. Let's just pick the bones out of what the Frankie de Jong saga's been, because Man United aren't going to bother, are they? They're going to just hide behind Anthony and Casemiro and pretend that they didn't fly to Barcelona and waste all summer on Frankie de Jong. So we're never going to get a statement from Man United on what happened with Frankie de Jong. So these next few minutes are going to be, I've taken some notes. For the last hour, I've been looking at stuff, really analysing stuff from people with really good reputations in football. Many journalists have commented on the Frankie de Jong saga, from Simon Stone to James Ducker to Fabrizio Romano. So what we're about to talk about here isn't speculation. This is coming from very good journalists and others. So effectively, the story of Frankie de Jong started publicly in May, early May, when Gerard Romero said something along the lines, Gerard Romero is a Barcelona journalist, by the way. He said something along the lines, out of nowhere, that Frankie de Jong will 95% or 90% be a Manchester United player by the end of May. And it sent the footballing world into shock. What's all this about? So that's where it started, right at the start of May. Now, the backstory to that is, if you listen to what others have said, is that effectively Barcelona knew this was a massive summer for them. And it's been a massive summer for Barcelona, as we know. But they also knew that they had financial issues. So they knew they needed to sell players. And Frankie de Jong became the player that they knew that they could sell for good money. He became the sacrificial lamb, really. Xavi, the manager, didn't really want to sell Frankie de Jong, but basically said and agreed with the club that if he's the one who's going to bring the most money in and he's the best paid player and we can get by without him, it's logical that we let him go. So Barcelona put the feelers out to Manchester United, and Manchester United and Eric Ten Hag said, yes, please. So basically, Barcelona decided they wanted to sell Frankie de Jong. Manchester United said, yes, please. And Gerard Romero got hold of it. The press got hold of it. And it ran for 3 months. The question we all have now is, why was he not sold then? Why was he not sold? We agreed a fee with Barcelona at the end of June, which was 70 million euros or something like that, or 70 million pounds. We even had a broad agreement with Frankie de Jong's agent that we would pay him 350 grand a week or around that. So we'd agreed a fee and we'd agreed a broad agreement with the player. And it all started to be about, as Barcelona pulled more levers, it always came down to the fact that Frankie de Jong wanted to stay at Barcelona, but wouldn't leave Barcelona until they paid him the money he was owed, which was about 17 million euros. And he refused to take a pay cut on his current wages, which are about 350 grand a week. But we're still there now. All the stories we've had, Man United are in Barcelona. Frankie de Jong's had private conversations with Eric Ten Hag. Once he's got an agreement with Barcelona on the money he's owed, he'll leave. All these things have come from blue ticks and everywhere. From Spain, from England, from Italy. Everybody has always said, in a nutshell, Barcelona want to sell Frankie de Jong. Manchester United want to buy Frankie de Jong. Barcelona will not pay Frankie de Jong what he is owed. Frankie de Jong will not take a pay cut. And we're still there now. On the last day of the transfer window, Frankie de Jong has not been paid the money he owes, and he is refusing to take a pay cut. And the transfer window closes in a few hours. Man United made an offer that Barcelona accepted, and Barcelona want to sell him. This transfer window is about to close. Frankie de Jong has not taken a pay cut, and has not been paid the money he's owed by Barcelona. So Man United are out. We're out. We're not involved in this conversation anymore. We can't be, because, you know, he doesn't want to come to us. The interesting thing for me is, what is Frenkie de Jong's future at Barcelona? He refuses to take a pay cut, and he hasn't had the money he's wanted. And he didn't start their first league game of the season, as I understand. And it's a World Cup year. I'm just like, I don't actually understand how it's just come to this situation. One, I don't know why Man United got involved in this. I mean, he's never wanted to leave, obviously. We never should have got involved in it. But two, and this is the big thing for me, Louis van Gaal, Jurrien Timber. Oh, I haven't forgotten. Jurrien Timber was coming to Man United. Before the international break, at the end of May, Jurrien Timber was the centre-back that Erik ten Hag wanted, and we had conversations with his representatives. And the belief at that time, at the end of May, was that Timber was going to be a United player. He goes on to the international duty with Van Gaal. Van Gaal does his whatever about you won't get game time. Well, you were wrong there, because Martinez has played every bloody game. And Timber decides that it's best for his future to stay at Ajax. Unlucky, Timber. You've absolutely messed that up, haven't you? Because everybody is trying to get out of Ajax apart from you. So well done. Stability. It's a club that's not the club you were at a year ago. But that's his problem. Van Gaal says to Timber, don't go to Man United because it's World Cup year and you might not play. Timber doesn't do it. Frenkie de Jong could be sat on the bench for Barcelona for the next few weeks. I tell you what, I bet Van Gaal will pick him for the World Cup. Explain that one to me then. Don't go to Man United because you might be sat on the bench and I won't take you to the World Cup. Frenkie de Jong, you can sit on the bench at Barcelona because you didn't sack me. You know, I just think it's very odd that Frenkie de Jong is risking playing for Barcelona to dig his heels in. And some people will agree with it and some people won't. I haven't got a problem with Frenkie de Jong taking Barcelona on. I think he'll lose. I think he'll end up taking a pay cut. And I think he'll spend a lot of time on the bench. That's his problem. That's up to him. I don't understand why Manchester United went for him in the first place. Marcelo is closing in on a signing for Leicester City, apparently. There we go. Piers Morgan in the mud. He was adamant Ronaldo was leaving on TalkSport, making out their best mates. Maybe Ronaldo's interview with Morgan on Talk TV, says Majek. Hey, mate, do you think that the Glazers have made amends with the recent signings? I think they have, and I'm starting to like them a lot. Neddy, can we block Neddy from the chats? He's a wind-up merchant. He thinks he's funny. Daryl says, Mark, can you please create a nice Adidas gold and green Glazers Out football top? Can make them on their site. All proceeds go to free Glazers Out banners, scarves, hats, etc. Says Daryl Lindup. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Problem is, that's not for the United Stand or any other YouTube channel to create, because people will go, oh, they'll find a way to make money. That's got to be done by Must. That's got to be done by, you know, a fan group. Because it's got to be I would happily do it, but I don't want any negativity attached to it. Ronaldo staying is one of the biggest things this transfer window, says Lee Berman. Get your comments in. Thanks everybody. Make sure you subscribe, bottom right hand corner. The plan for United Stand today is we're basically having a chat about the transfer window. We're going to summarize what's gone on. There's lots of topics to talk about. So get your comments in, etc. And please do subscribe, bottom right hand corner. We're live right the way through till 6 o'clock tonight, so we'll be reacting to everything that's going on. And then obviously we've got the watch along at we're live just before 7, so going to take a break at 6 to have a bit of food and stuff, and then we'll be back at 7. So get involved. I had a message there. I don't think it's anything. Let me just have a look. We're 10 subscribers away from 464,000. So please subscribe, bottom right-hand corner, and share the video. Let's be the biggest watched YouTube transfer deadline day show. Share the video, subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Frenkie de Jong will be sitting on the bench for Javi and Kessie. Don't know why he's staying, says Vanille. You know what? Before we move on from Frenkie de Jong, and we might come back in, cheers for all the hard work, Mark, says I just want to say thank you to everybody on this transfer window, whether it's the people who work for the United Stand or whether it's you lot who watch the show. It's been a ridiculous summer, and we're going to analyse that in a minute and go through where you'd rank this summer transfer window. I want to do a few polls on it as well. Just to clarify, you think we get Gakpo? No, Ryder, no. PSV apparently aren't even selling him at the moment. Aubameyang to Chelsea, yes. Just finally on Frankie de Jong, I will say this. I feel as mugged off as anybody on this one. I will never hide this. I will never hide this. It's here. I don't know what to do with it because we only ever got one printed. It was a prototype. And I don't know whether to burn it or frame it. Maybe it'll happen one day. But I actually wore it on a show, you know, and I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not ashamed of that because I feel mugged off. And I think Man United have been mugged off. And I think as a fan of Manchester United, we have to own up to that. We have been mugged off. We have. I've been mugged off. You've been mugged off. The club's been mugged off. They can't argue about that. I'll get Frankie de Jong to sign it one day. I'll keep it and then we'll do a raffle or something. We have been mugged off. Mark, have you ever thought about putting the videos on Spotify so people can listen to them on walks? Yes, Tommy, we have. It's been very busy this summer and we've got a lot of projects ongoing at the moment, but it is something we're working on. Genuinely still think the midfield isn't good enough, says Ollie. Yeah, well, I agree with that. But we have been mugged off. And the reason we've been mugged off is because we didn't get Frankie de Jong. Ten Hag's been mugged off. Obviously, Richard Arnold and John Murta and the Glazers, they're used to being mugged off. De Jong is the modern day Schneider deal. I don't think it is White. I wouldn't attach the Frankie de Jong failure to anything we've ever done before. I think it's completely unique. And I think it's the worst deal we've ever worked on. Because I remember in June speaking to people close to the club and they were like, we're relaxed, we're confident, we'll get the business done that we want to get done. As we know, a couple of weeks after that, you've got Arnold and Murta in Barcelona flying over there. And I just sit here and go, did I read it wrong? Did you read it wrong? Were we wrong to get a prototype T-shirt ready in case he signed? And I don't think we were. You've got blue tick journalists talking about United's obsession to get Frankie de Jong and they believe they'll get it done. The club letting that come out, that they're confident that they're going to get the deal done. Murta and Arnold, director of football and CEO in Barcelona, doing a deal for Frankie de Jong. We've been mugged off. Whether you blame the club about being mugged off or not, we ultimately have been mugged off. And I don't understand what role we were playing because Barcelona haven't won. And I don't think there's a winner here. I think we're stupid for getting involved in it and we've mugged ourselves off. But Barcelona haven't won yet. They haven't got him to take a pay cut. And Frankie de Jong's going to be on the bench. So I don't really understand what happened with this. But we've definitely been mugged off because we were led to believe this was going to happen and it hasn't happened. Glazers run United awfully. Appointments bad and need to leave, but damned if they do and damned if they don't. Unhappy if they make signings or not, says Casual Gamer. Mate, they're not damned if they do and they're not damned if they're not. They're shit owners. Oh, the Glazers have bought players with the billions of pounds that Manchester United generate. Oh my God, let's build a fucking statue. Come on, mate, wake up. The Glazers are not damned if they do and damned if they don't. They're terrible owners. They take dividends, mate. They've already took nearly 30 million quid this year. They're the only owners that do that. They've got us in 500 million pounds worth of debt. They've took between 1 and 2 billion out of the club in debt repayments as well. They're not damned if they do and damned if they don't. They've damned the club, mate. It's rotting. Have you seen Old Trafford? They're not damned if they do and damned if they're not. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Applaud them for spending bloody money? They've took billions out of this football club. We were never a club in debt. We never had billions going out of the club. They bought the club. They took billions out of it. They're not damned. Don't ever come on here and say that Glazers are damned if they do and damned if they don't. They're terrible owners. It wouldn't matter if they'd spent 600 million this summer. They're still in debt with our club. They still run the club badly. I've got no sympathy for them. They are a poison to this football club, 100%. If you think they're not, that's your opinion. But the evidence is there. They are terrible owners. And we have not been near a Premier League title in a decade. And we've not touched silver in 5. Why Aaron Wan-Bissaka hasn't been sold? If sold for 15 million, what would result in a 35 million realised loss, which would hit the P&L? You can only pay dividends from profit. A 35 million loss would reduce or eliminate Glazers' ability to pay dividend, says Ben Talks Football. Now, that's the sort of thing we need to delve into. I don't know whether that's true from Ben or not, but does registering a loss against an asset affect the ability of the Glazers to get dividends? I don't know. But these are the things that no one ever bloody writes about. I love the show, by the way. Just think there needs to be a fair standard for owners. Think they failed a fair standard and need to go, but no owner can be held to account for every transfer, says Casual Gamer. Was De Jong legitimately telling us he wasn't coming all summer and we still hung on thinking something would change? We're bloody idiots. Well, it feels like that, Ryan. I mean, that's the thing. That's where I'm critical of United on the De Jong thing. He's going to stay at Barcelona, put himself on the bench, rather than come to United and get the same wage and play first team football. I mean, that is a great point, an absolutely brilliant point from Carl. Carl, no, that was someone else. Carl says, I'm absolutely livid with this James Garner sale. The figures being talked about are a joke and show how incompetent the United transfer department really are. I'd sack John Murtagh, Carl. I'd sack John Murtagh. I don't think anybody said that. And I will talk about it because I said last night I'd sack Steven Gerrard and he's a Villa manager. I'm not a Villa fan. I'm a Man United fan. I'd sack John Murtagh. I'd sack Richard Arnold as well. I don't understand how you wouldn't. They will stay in the job because it's friends reunited, as we know, but I would sack them, and I'll tell you why. Although it's been a chaotic and frustrating window, I'm glad we're sat here on deadline day awaiting Dembele and Agala deals, Glazers out, says Matt Rowlands. I just want to take some notes here because we're getting some good topics that I want to talk about. Although it's been a chaotic, I've done that one from Matt. Glazers buy players and expect us to be grateful for doing their job. That's what I'd expect anyway, says Matty Ross. Do you think we sold Garner to pay De Jong's wages off, says Brad? Well, we're not getting De Jong. Compare this. Old Trafford has a lick of paint and Spurs Real Madrid will have state-of-the-art stadiums, all because of the Glazers, says Naylor. Print one of the T-shirts and send them to Richard and Arnold to wear on their next Barcelona outing, says Jay Piggott. Yes, I just want to finish about De Jong and then I'll go back to why I would sack the director of football. Marcelo to Leicester, what the hell is going on this summer, says Ben. Look, I think that just to close this De Jong thing down, Tozif says, United and Frankie saga is a joke, but had you asked me for one midfielder before the window had started, it would have been Casemiro. As fans, we just got lucky, says Tozif. Well, did we get lucky, though? Because Frankie de Jong's a very different player to Casemiro. Does Ten Hag get his team to play the way he wants it to play now? You've got to get the players that the manager wants. I would have took Casemiro over De Jong. I said that 2 weeks ago, but it's not the player that the manager wanted. Glazers bowled 5 ball at once after a gutter game and expect praise for getting a strike. Just on De Jong, finally, I just want to say this. I blame Manchester United, and some people don't want to blame Man United. Some fans are saying, well, what more could United do? They bid for the player, it's been accepted, and he won't come. And it's almost like I'm like banging a head against the brick wall. You've just explained why it's Man United's fault. Why are we bidding for a player that doesn't want to come? I've heard some United fans go, you can't blame United. They went to Barcelona, they've agreed a fee, and he won't come. Hello. Why are we flying to Barcelona to agree a fee for a player that doesn't want to come? It's the ultimate example of stupidity. And that's why I blame Man United, because Frankie de Jong would rather stay at Barcelona and potentially sit on the bench than come to Manchester United. He never bloody wanted to come, did he? It's so obvious. All these rumours about private conversations and he's only saying it because he wants the money out of Barcelona was clearly bullshit. It was clearly nonsense. I mean, look, maybe a miracle happens in the last few hours, but we never should have been in this deal. We never should have been in it. And I'll tell you what, I won't apologise, but I'll say a few of you were right. You said it in May. You were saying we shouldn't be in for De Jong. You said we shouldn't be in for De Jong because we shouldn't be in for marquee signings. We've got a limited budget and we need about 8 players. And instead of buying De Jong for 70, we should be getting a Lema and a Basuma. We should be getting 2 decent players in their mid-20s instead of one player that doesn't want to come. And many of you said that back in May. Now, I said, I agree with you, but I'm not going to agree with you because it's what the manager wants. And you've got to get what the manager wants. So I can't lie. I said get De Jong because you've got to get what the manager wants. But many of you, to be fair, said we shouldn't be in for De Jong. We should be getting 2 midfielders instead of 1, and 2 midfielders that want to come and make the step up. So well done to you. You were right. Whatever, we're not directors of football. We're not the CEO. The club never should have been in for De Jong. Never. Bottom line, we never should have wasted our time because the bottom line is this. He's staying at Barcelona who want to sell him and he'll probably be sat on the bench. That's how much he wanted to come to United. He could sign for United right now We'd pay the money to Barcelona. We'd give him 350 grand a week, and he still won't do it. He'd still rather sit on the bench at Barcelona. That, to me, completely shows he never wanted to come. And I've waited for this moment. I've waited for the end of the window, because when the window closes, that is the fact. He did not want to come. He'd rather sit on the bench at Barcelona than come to United. So why did we waste so long on it? It's a complete and utter embarrassment, and United are to blame. There is a problem between Barcelona and Frankie de Jong, which will be interesting to observe, but that's their problem. Our problem is we never should have been involved in the first place. Sandeep, welcome to the members club. Sack dumb and dumber, says David. Erling Haaland for 54 million. How is Man City making way better deals, says PC. And Barca de Jong now, and convinced him because Barca has a tough Champions League draw and Barca cannot afford to exit in group stages. This is Kartik. Either way, we've been played and we're stupid. But you can't compare Manchester United to Manchester City, by the way. You can't compare Manchester United to Manchester City, because if you do that, you're a fool. They sell players for good money. They buy players for good money. We do neither. We don't sell players for good money, and we don't sell players for good money, and we don't buy players for good money either. So, you know, it's as simple as that, isn't it? We're just crap in the transfer window, pure and simple every time. I'm just having a quick look on socials here just to see if anything's going on in general. I'm sure we'll get something surprising, and I still think Chelsea might do something surprising as well. I'm surprised Arsenal haven't. I know they're trying to sign the Villa lad, aren't they? Luis Diaz. Barcelona apparently still got something big going on. I'd be very surprised if it's Bernardo Silva, although they do want him. I tell you what, imagine that. Bernardo Silva to Man City and Frankie de Jong. Sorry, Bernardo Silva to Barcelona and Frankie de Jong to Man City. That would just be the ultimate stab in the back, wouldn't it, I suppose? But Man United have agreed a fee for Birmingham for Tahith Chong. I don't know. I don't think we'll get much money for that, to be fair. I really don't. Make sure you subscribe, by the way, bottom right-hand corner. I'm sure we're going to get some interesting stuff. Hector Bellerin's apparently going to Barcelona. Apparently, Dean Henderson's conceded more goals than any goalkeeper in the top 5 leagues. I don't want to talk about Dean Henderson. You know what I'll say about Dean Henderson? I said it on Matt's Football last night. I'll tell you this about Dean Henderson. I don't mind if we replace David De Gea. What I do mind is replacing him with Dean Henderson. That's what bothers me. Like, there are so many better goalkeepers out there. He is not the answer. Whether he thinks it is or you think he is, he's not. I watched a lot of that Man City game last night. He ain't that level. He's good, but he ain't that level. You're right to say you can't compare City to United. They've made 250 million in sales this calendar year, more than United in nearly 6 years, which is hopeless, says Luke Jones. Hi, Mark. One more thing you said, there must be some agreement between Ten Hag and De Jong. And also, what about La Liga asking Barcelona to reduce fees, says Mohit. How much were we quoted for Akanji, says BOM. And welcome to the Members Club, Leon Rowley. Now, the next thing I want to say is Akash is saying Marcelo to Leicester. I mean, he's a bit past it, mate. How old is Marcelo now? Let's have a look. 34. Could do a job. Haaland and Alvarez went off yesterday. 2 players we thought we were going to get, says EG. So the next thing I want to say is this, and I'd sort of hinted it before. I would sack John Murtagh if I was Manchester United. Now, I don't like talking about sacking people because ultimately, there'll be good compensation. Football, you get well compensated if you get sacked anyway. And you can't sit here and say Solskjaer needs to be sacked, Mourinho needs to be sacked, Van Gaal needs to be sacked, all of which you've said over the years, and many Man United fans have said. You can't feel guilty about saying, let's sack the director of football. And I would. And I'll tell you why. I think there's a raft of evidence. I think Chelsea, Man City and Liverpool would have sacked this director of football. And probably the CEO as well. But let me go through why. The Frankie de Jong thing we've spoken about. I'm like a broken record, I agree. It's been going on for 3 months. It's a massive, massive embarrassment. you've actually been pictured in Barcelona as well. So the Frenkie de Jong thing is sackable in itself. 100 million euros for Antony is terrible negotiating. It's the right player. And some people just can't get their head around this because they think you're criticising the player. I love Antony. I can't wait to see him play for United. But the deal is a joke. 100 million euros for Antony is a joke. He's an Eredivisie winger. So that's another reason. Terrible negotiating. Martinez, not so much so, but we still overpaid. So that's two players. I mean, we've paid, get your head around this. We have paid around £140 million for two Ajax players. That's abysmal. Absolutely abysmal negotiation. So that's another reason, okay? The James Garner sales, and you can look, I can point off so many reasons here, but the James Garner deal is disgusting. £9 million with no buyback for a player that got promoted in the Championship last year and is a youth product. Disgusting deal. Absolutely disgusting. Phil Jones, Eric Bailly, Tellez, Henderson, Brandon Williams, Aaron Wan-Bissaka. There are more. Still Man United players on the payroll. Our sales of players have been disgraceful. Our signings have been overpriced. The negotiations of this Manchester United recruitment team have been an utter shambles. We've got good players in, but we've paid a very high premium and we've not got players out. And then you've got the De Jong as the icing on the cake. It's been terrible. It's been absolutely terrible. And I cannot for the life of me understand how any United fan with a brain would not sack Murta and Arnold. I don't know what they've done. I don't know what it is they've done that people think they've done well at. I could do their job. You could do their job. Go to Real Madrid and give Real Madrid £60 million for Casemiro and give him 350 grand a week. You're coming back with Casemiro. You are. I could send Ricky to do it. Ricky would be a good director of football, actually. He's a bad example. But, you know, you could send bloody, I don't know, Ian Beale. Is he still on EastEnders? Rita Fairclough, Coronation Street. You know, think of a big Pratt, basically. Think of a really big Pratt. Homer Simpson. He could go and do that deal. Homer, go to Madrid, offer Real Madrid £60 million plus 10 in add-ons for Casemiro, who's 31 this year, and give him 350 grand a week. He's coming back with Casemiro. 100%. Now go to Ajax and give them 100 million euros for Antony. You're coming back with Antony. So, look, I'm very happy with Casemiro, and I'm very happy with Antony, and I'm very happy with Martinez, and I'm very happy with Eriksen, and I'm very happy with Malacia. And I'm happy that, in the main, Ten Hag has got players that he wants. But let's not pretend that because we've got the players that Ten Hag wants, those deals were hard. None of those deals were hard. They were all very, very easy because we didn't negotiate. We did not negotiate. We didn't negotiate on any of those deals. We've overpaid on 3 of them. One of them was free, and the other one we swooped in and beat Lyon. So, again, explain to me why our director of football and CEO is still in a job. Because I think they've conducted an absolute shambles of a transfer window, not in relation to the players, but in the relation to what we've paid, what we've sold, and how it's been conducted. Glazers running Man United is like watching a monster truck working as a midwife. Keep up the awesome work, Mark. Thank you very much, says from Murphy there. Mark, Ricky will bring back Mata and Matic as well, says Mikael Roach. Buying players does not hit P&L, so Glazers can spend as much as they want on players without it affecting short-term dividend payments. That's why buying and selling is different. Wife is an accountant, says Ben Talks Football. Ben Talks Sense. Garner was sold for dividends. When you sell a player, it is then hits the profit and loss as a gain or loss and affects profit, which affects dividends, says Ben. I tell you what, Ben Talks Football. Ben Talks Football should be talking to Laurie Whitwell or Samuel Luckhurst or James Ducker or one of the good journalists who are close to Man United who can get this into a proper article because it would bang. I've been on about this for ages. There's an article out there that would bang amongst Man United fans and basically explains why we won't sell certain players and why we will sell certain players and why there's something going on with Sinister with United. What are the chances of Ronaldo starting tonight, says Huz. I tell you what, I am just looking forward to the game tonight, aren't you? I really am. I actually think Ronaldo will be I think Ronaldo will be on the bench tonight. I think we'll see Elanga play, to be honest, but I would start Ronaldo. He's staying now, so I would start him. Would you think there'll be any more signings after Anthony? No, I don't. I really don't. Rabiot is valued more than Garner to Murta, says Major. Well, there's another one. He was pictured in Turin and he came back with a stick of rock. Like, and I'm glad he didn't get Rabiot, but God knows what he was offering. I mean, I don't know. I didn't get any information on that, but was to sign Rabiot, where would we be now? Would we have bothered getting Casemiro? I don't think so. So there are so many evidential chains of a terrible summer transfer window. And also remember as well, was it Michael Keane's brother who Michael Keane plays for Everton? His brother was brought in as a transfer specialist lawyer in late June. That's worked out well. Gakpo is the best example. I saw him linked to Southampton and Leeds for 25 million. We would have paid 50, says James. Exactly. You're absolutely spot on, James. We were definitely being touted a price of 40 million quid for Gakpo, and yet PSV nearly accepted 22 from Southampton. Can't wait until the transfer window is closed and the focus can be on the football. No more signings till next summer, I bet, says OB. No. And I don't want to scaremonger at all, but remember what Richard Arnold said in that pub. He lied a lot, so hopefully he's lying about this, but he did say that we're all right this summer, but next summer it's going to be difficult. Well, I think next summer is going to be very difficult because I think the Glazers have spent way more money than they wanted to. I mean, I think they've spent way more money than they wanted to spend. So therefore, I think that next summer is going to be very challenging for Manchester United. One thing, Anthony's not playing today. He's not even registered for the squad yet. One thing I would say is that I guarantee you now, you will be saying Glazers out every summer for the next however many years they're at this club. Nothing will change. We aren't winning the league. Like, we're nowhere near winning the league. And I think people need to remember this. We spoke about this numerous times from probably last Christmas to now. Is it true that BBC Sport called you an amateur soccer Saturday, says Jane? I've got no idea. Absolutely no idea. I've been called a lot worse, Jane, so I wouldn't really be bothered if they did. I'll tell you what, BBC would love to have the viewing figures we've got. We need to keep the Glazers out, movement go past their transfer window. Then they can't keep signing players to try and shut the fans up, says Emily Derry. Take me back to my original point, please. We were talking about this back from Christmas until now. How many hundreds of millions of pounds do you think it would take for Manchester United to win the league? Most of you said that it would be somewhere between 500 million and $1 billion to build a squad capable of winning the league. We've spent 200 million. That might be it. We might not spend money like that again. Remember, the Glazers have probably just paid you off. Anthony and Casemiro, where that money came from, God knows. It wasn't going to get spent until they shit themselves. So you've probably just been bought off with Casemiro and Anthony. There's no guarantee they're going to be a success either. We're not going to follow this up. My point is that the spend we've done this summer needs to happen in January and next summer and the summer after that. That is phase one. I get the feeling United are acting like it's Christmas. We've just given the fans what they want. We need that next summer. We need another 200 million next summer and the summer after that. I don't think we will. So I think some of our fans are excited about Anthony and Casemiro and Martinez, and you've got every right to be excited. They're good signings, but they're not going to win us the league in the next 3 years. We won't. Man City are miles ahead. I think Arsenal are miles ahead at the moment. So for all these good players that we're bringing in, I think we are still going to be fighting for fourth every year. I don't see us being anywhere near the league. even if Anthony's a success, even if Casemiro's a success, I just don't see it. I think we're miles away. So, yeah, that's just my opinion. Fabrizio confirmed on Twitter that there is a buyback clause in the Ghana deal and that it was 15 million plus bonuses. Yeah, but Konzi, Laurie Whitwell and James Ducker said that there isn't. I like Fabrizio. I hope he's right, but I probably suspect Whitwell and Ducker are more right because there's two of them and they're very close to the club. Sir Joy says that at Swiss Ramble on Twitter writes about everything finance related to football. He was one of the first people to expose the Glazers and prove they're the only owners who take out dividends, says Sir Joy. Thank you, mate. I know what Twitter account you're on about. It's very good, actually. At Swiss Ramble, you get a lot of good information on there. Sig says, hi, Mark. Do you know that the Glazers pay for United to be part of the World Economic Forum? I don't think many fans know the club is part of that. And, well, look, you know what? I would admit this, and I think many of you would admit it. And I think in general, as a fan base, we have to admit this. We are like mushrooms. We're kept in the dark by the club, and most of us are happy to be in the dark. We don't go digging. And this is what I was on about a few weeks ago when the Sir Jim Ratcliffe thing was mentioned. I think if we want to get the Glazers out, there has to be a panel. There has to be, a panel that represents the fans and is dedicated to getting the Glazers out. It's like an election campaign where everybody knows that if they contribute, whether it's just giving or not, it's all every pound going in. You've got almost people employed to do it. It's like an election campaign, but it's a removal campaign. We haven't got that. We've got a lot of people who in their own spare time are giving up time to try and organise protests and share schemes with the Glazers, etc. And I know I've described two different groups there, but there are things going on, but there's nothing going on that unites everybody in one place. I believe Anthony's signing was purposely delayed. An asset worth Pogba walking out disrupts asset value within United for finances. So here is a 90 million signing to balance that out, says Mojo. Next summer they have to spend. They need to replace Ronaldo, says Yadriff. And who do you think will get top four and where do you think the normal top six will finish, says Charlie. And Mark, we have already spent next year's budget. I think we have, Drub. I think we have spent next year's budget. I think that's exactly what they've done. You have to analyse how the Glazers work. And we've got 17 years of evidence, not 17 months, 17 years of evidence of how the Glazers work. I think basically they are bidding for Arnautovic and Rabiot on the cheap. Suddenly, Sir Jim Ratcliffe says, I'd like to buy the club. And they go, we are screwed. I'll explain this in a very simple way, right? I've got a pub. I've got a pub, right? And I've run it badly, but I love it because every month I make good money out of it. Yeah, people complain about the food. Yeah, they complain because, sometimes I've got Foster's and sometimes I've got, Peroni. But they come back. They love the pub. This pub's been here for years. There's happy memories in this pub. I've got my customers by the balls because they're not going to go anywhere. This pub is full of memories. Their grandparents came here. They came here as kids. This pub, no one's going to walk away from it. From the outside, it looks a bit old. From the inside, nothing great happens. All the good TripAdvisor reviews are from years ago, but people keep coming and I keep getting away with it. And every month I'm making profit, right? Someone walks into that pub one Friday night when it's busy and says, this pub's been run into the ground. I will buy this pub and get it back to how it was before. And everyone in the pub hears it and they go, yeah, get that Goldbridge out. He's run this pub into the ground. We want a proper pub. We want it back how it was, right? That night, I'm like, I'm really in trouble here because this person wants to buy the pub and everyone in the pub knows it. And they want him to buy the pub. But I don't want to sell the pub because I like making profit out of it. And I know I can keep making profit for years. Ping! I know what to do. We'll get a new jukebox in, liquor paint, we'll get a new pool table in, and I'll give everyone a free drink tomorrow night. And I did it. And then everyone was happy again. And they forgot about the guy who wants to buy it. And gradually, that jukebox, I'll take it out. The pool table, secondhand. I'll never give them a free drink again. And that paint will flake. And I'll be back where I've been for years. And that's what the Glazers have done. That's what they've done. They knew that if they didn't buy players, and you know this as well, if they didn't buy Casemiro and Antony, and they persisted with Rabiot and Arnautovic types, that Sir Jim Radcliffe thing was going to become a huge problem. They needed to start winning games and they needed to start exciting the fans. And that's what that Casemiro and Antony thing was about. And I think they found that money by going, we don't really want to spend it, but we'll just take next year's money now. Chelsea and Spurs, shaky, sign a striker for top four, says Joseph. Mark, we've already spent next year's budget, says Drub. Yeah, we've done that one as well. Thanks everyone who's tuning in, by the way. I do want to come back and say that brilliant analogy, says enough. Thank you very much. Well, but it's true, isn't it? I know it's a long analogy, and don't clip that up because it will be lost on Twitter. But for you, 21,000 people watching, you might go and tell that story to people because it really encapsulates what's happened. That pub story really encapsulates what happened. It's we're never going to leave that pub, are we, Manchester United? We're never going to leave it, and they know it. But they had to buy some things to make us stay and not go on about the new owner, and that's what they've done. Hi, Mark. I think you are too harsh on Murta and Arnold. Here we go, Lav. The Malacia sweep was class, and they managed to pull a prestige player like Casemiro. Don't forget that our last Champions League title came under the Glazers. Yeah, Lav, you'll get blocked, mate. You're actually sticking your head in a beehive, and you'll get stung. It's not funny. You're probably a Liverpool fan, aren't you? Anyway, will Man United get top four? I'm not forgetting the questions that are coming in here. So, will Man United get top four? It's a good question, It is a good question. Will Manchester United get top four? Let's do a poll. I want to also rank the transfer window on a poll as well. So let's do a poll. There was a poll running about Ronaldo. That's gone. Okay, so it's a good one to start off with. Will United get top four? Yes or no? There you go. And we had a super chat come in. Absolutely no excuses not to make top four, says Robert. Good to see you, Robert. Didn't know you were in. Brody says the reason that Glazers won't sell players for a loss and instead sell Garner on the cheap is because the bank loans have covenants in them, and if the balance sheet assets drop, they can pull the dollars, says Brody. JJ, welcome to the members club. Right. So, do I think Man United will get top four? Well, there's the league table. I think we can. I'm going to start off with that. I think we can get top four. If you'd asked me before the start of the season, I would have said no. But based on the fact that Antony gives us more up front and Casemiro means no McFred, that makes us a better team. That back five is playing well as well. So I think we can get, and Ronaldo staying, if we play him, is 20 goals. We can get top four. And I am expecting a big improvement. I am not expecting us to have a season like last season. So we can get top four. And I would say this, with this team and this manager last year, I think we would have got top four. So I expect an improvement of somewhere between 10 and 20 points. What did we get? 59 points. So I think we'll get around 70, somewhere between 70 and 80 points. Probably I'm being a bit ambitious saying 80, but I think we'll be somewhere between 70 and 75 points. And I think that will get you top four last year. The problem we've got this year is it's not last year. Slow Sports News. It's not last year. It's this year. So do I think we'll get top four? Mikael says, remember I said if Ronaldo stays, we get top four. If he doesn't, we don't. Fair point. You did. And Majek says, I think if Man United get Champions League football, then Ronaldo will stay another year to play in it. And Sebastian, welcome to the members club. So Man City will get top four and finish above us. We know that. I suppose that's the way to work it, isn't it? Who's going to finish above us? So Man City will finish above us and get top four. And then it's uncertain. I would imagine Liverpool will finish above us and get top four. I know that isn't set in stone yet, but I would imagine Liverpool will get better. So I think they will finish above us. So those two are gone. So third and fourth is up for grabs. Arsenal are the big unknown for me. They look good, but I still think there's a slip there. And if we beat them on Sunday, maybe they start to slip. So I think Arsenal will get top four, though. So that's another spot, third. So it's Man United, Chelsea or Spurs for fourth. And Spurs under Conte look very good. So I think we can get top four, but I've got to say I'm still leaning towards no. Because I just think we've probably... Yeah, I think no. But not because we're crap, no. But because I just don't think we're ready to do it. Mark, there are still some of us on social media fighting the good fight. We want the Glazers out. Say we want Glazers out, says David. Mate, I'm doing it all the time. Hi, Mark. Love what you're doing. Thanks for all the hard work. Sorry if it's been asked, but what would you rate United's transfer window as it stands? We're going to do that, Phoenix, in a minute. I'm seriously impressed with how the team and yourself have managed to keep the show going today with no news at all. Well played, says Ben. There's always loads to talk about, Ben. And we're also talking about the transfer window in general. We've said that the De Jong thing is a disgrace. The sale of Ghana is a disgrace. That we've explained why the Glazers have spent the money on Casemiro and on Anthony within a fantastic pub analogy. And we've also said that and explained why Murta and Arnold should be sacked. So we've got through quite a lot in the last hour, to be fair. Under the Glazers, the only aim will be hope of getting top four. Title, forget it, says Aki. Oh, yeah. I mean, will Man United win a title? God, no. We're just 1 or 2 injuries away from last season's team. That's a great point from Drub. That is a great point. And I was going to mention it, and it sounds like I wasn't, but I was. The squad is still weak. If Casemiro picks up an injury or a couple of forwards pick up an injury, we are weak. If Varane gets injured, we're back to Maguire. So there are weaknesses there. Do the Glazers operate out of Tampa? Does the Glazers out movement have a presence locally to apply pressure? The NFL fan base is also fed up, says Andrew. Overall, welcome to the Members Club. I don't think we've blown next year's budget because of the eventual minority buyout by the end of the season, says Nick. Well, look, there's also as well, just before we move on, the pub analogy was bang on, says Coin. So that will go down in history, the pub analogy. Razzler, welcome to the Members Club. Just to mention this as well, I don't know what's happening, and maybe we'll get announcements from the Manchester United Supporters Trust soon. But if you go back to the start of August, Manchester United Supporters Trust put a tweet out saying that they were going to vote on the shares that the Glazers were apparently going to offer. That's gone very quiet now. I suggest that I don't know why it's gone quiet. It might have gone quiet because of all the noise around the Glazer out movement, but those conversations have been going on for a very long time. And, maybe something will still happen with that. I don't know. Anthony's been registered by Manchester United and will be available for selection versus Arsenal. This is breaking news from the Manchester Evening News. So that's good news there. Anthony available for the game at the weekend. I did say on Monday, Anthony will be on the bench for the Arsenal game. So it looks like that will happen. Anthony will make his debut against Arsenal on Sunday. If we win tonight, he'll be on the bench, won't he? So, let's see what happens with that. But, good player and very happy to have him. Let's have a look what the chat's saying. I agree, top four will be a struggle, but we can win the Europa League, says Ben. Transfer window, 3 out of 10. What an awful window. How haven't we got a striker in? And another midfielder, absolute joke, says Sean Turner. Did Fabrizio just tweet a Frankie de Jong update and mention your Frankie goes to Manchester top, says Dustin. I doubt it. Very concerned with the future finances of the club. If the Glazers have spent so much this summer, especially if they're selling off future earnings, says Corbs. I'm quite optimistic now, given the change in our back five's personnel and attitude. What will prevent us from getting top four squad depth? Yeah, I think injuries, Patrick, as Drubb said, injuries could be the issue. If 5th or 6th is probably where we finish, no signing next summer, does that mean that's the highest we reach in the next 2 or 3 years? Says Himanshu. Look, Ten Hag's got to be very careful that he doesn't fall into the same trap that everybody else has done. You buy some players, you have a good first season, and then it starts to drift. That could be a problem. We've all been down this road before. Some fans just seem to want to keep going down the road. Some don't. And I certainly would like to see change at the top of Manchester United. I hope we do. July 2024, United bid 85 million for James Garner. And Himanshu says, yeah, but you know what? With Garner, right? I've just got to hit this, and then we're going to rate the transfer window. With Garner, this is interesting. Okay, with Garner, somebody said to me today, we don't need a buyback clause because we've got 20%. We get 20% of his future sale. So if he gets sold for 40 million, we get 8 million. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But if we try and sign James Garner for 40 million, Everton will just add 20% on and say we want 48 because we've got to give you 8 anyway. So we'll never win. We never win on that Garner deal. It's crap. It's so crap. Like, you can moan about De Jong. You can moan about how much we paid for Anthony Martinez and Casemiro. You can moan about the bids for Arnautovic. You can moan about how late these deals have happened. You can moan about the Glazers and why they've done it. And all those points are valid. But the James Garner deal, I'm not saying it's the worst thing we've done this summer, but it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Absolutely none. If he's a success at Everton, we get 20% of his sell-on fee. Well, where's he going to go? For us to get a sell-on fee, he's going to go from Everton to Arsenal, Spurs, Man City, Liverpool. So if he's a success, he goes to a rival and we get 10 million. If he's a success and we try and buy him back, we pay 5 times what we sold him for. We're basically saying that James Garner's not good enough to be a footballer. That's what United have done with that 9 million. Because people might not want to hear that, and I don't want to hear that because I think he can be a really good footballer. I would have kept him. I would have loaned him out to a Premier League club. But Man United are basically saying and praying that James Garner is shit, because if he goes from Everton, he's going to go to a better club. And all right, it could be a Villa, it could be a Newcastle, but effectively, he goes from Everton to a bigger club. That means he's done well at Everton and he's a good player, and we've made a mistake. And if we buy him back, we're going to pay more than way more than we got for selling him. So we made a massive mistake. So basically, by selling him for 9 million, United are basically saying he's no good. And I hope he proves them wrong. I really do. Have you heard about the Ajax player Alvarez, who's going on strike, says Brad? Yeah, I don't blame him, really, to be honest. Transfer window, we've done that one. What's your opinion on United's central defence with all the centre-backs being very different? Dennis, they're very different. You look at Liverpool, Matic, Van Dijk, Gomez and Canate, they're all very similar because they want to play a certain way. We can play a certain way with Varane and Martinez, but we can't play the same way with Martinez and Maguire. Where?
Down the road
Don't cross the road then.
there. No,
Yeah, okay, all right.
by the roundabout bit.
Anthony says, window rating, players in 8 out of 10, players out of 10, 1 out of 10, fees paid 3 out of 10, overall 5 out of 10. That's a very good explanation, Anthony. Very good. I like that. Thank you. He's analysed it and broken it down in a well-constructed and easy-to-consume way. I know we will never have another class of 92, but the heart and soul of this club is the academy, and we've forgotten about that, says Nick. How takes the captain and vice captain's armbands for the rest of the take? Who takes the captain's arms band this year, says Hannibal? Well, it will stay with Barry Maguire. Right, we're going to rank this transfer window now. Will United get top 4? 52% of you say yes, and 48% say no. I can't disagree with that. I think it is hard to say. I've got a feeling Donny will start tonight, says Majek. Yeah, you're wrong. Hi, Mark. Loving the show. Do you think selling Garner for 9 million was a bigger mistake than paying 30 million extra for Anthony? I just think the Garner deal is disgusting, Farhan. I'm not saying that James Garner is going to be a success. I just think it's all kinds of wrong for us to do that with a player that's clearly talented, to sell him so cheap. I think it's wrong. I think we should have loaned him for a year and made sure that we knew he wasn't the right player for us. But I think we've just tried. What I was told about James Garner 2 weeks ago was that the only reason United is selling him is because they can't sell Brandon Williams, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Eric Bailly, Dean Henderson. They can't get any money in, and they need to get some money in. So James Garner is the only player they can get money for. And even then, it was shit money. Right, rate the transfer window. Now, I'm going to be a bit fair here. I'm going to be a bit intelligent here. I'm going to say, look, it can't be a 1 or a 2 or a 3. I'm going to say it can be a 4, a 5, a 6, or a 7, because logically it can't be a 1, 2, or 3 because we have got some good players in, but it can't be an 8, 9, or 10 because of the fees we've paid, how late we've done it, the Frankie de Jong saga, and the fact that we haven't sold players. So I think logically it can only be a 4, a 5, a 6, or a 7 out of 10. And obviously 5 is middle of the road, isn't it? So there you go for it. What would I rank it? If Glazers go, then my transfer rating would be 10. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Jong. Also, don't know why we haven't sold McTominay yet, says Rasler. And I think selling Garner is a good move by us. I've seen him play and he's not better than McTominay. So, Lav, you're gone. I'm sorry, you're gone. You're a troll. I remember you from the first one and you're gone. So you're bringing nothing to the conversation and nobody's even laughing about it. So you're gone. They're laughing about me getting rid of you. So how would I rank this transfer window? Well, there's the signings. So we've spent what, 140, 150, 200. Net spends about 200 million quid, isn't it? And there are add-ons, but net spends about 200 million quid. So I'm going to do it like Ryan did. Andrew's just gifted 5 United Stand memberships. You're a legend, Andrew. Thanks very much for doing that. The 5 players we bought. What have we got? A winger, a midfielder, a left back, a centre back, and another attacking midfielder. I think we needed another midfielder and a striker. So I would say the players we brought in 7.5. The players we brought out took out 1, and that's generous. And the money we've spent, it's got to be 4. We've way overspent. So I'm going to give it. I'm going to vote. I can't vote. I would give it a 4 out of 10. This transfer window. Yeah. And winning at the moment is 6. So this is what it's all about. It's all about a democracy. The chat at the moment is saying that we've had a better than average transfer window. I have to disagree. I think it's below average. I think the sale of Garner is a disgrace. The fact that Jones, Wan-Bissaka, Williams, Twansebi, and there are others, I can't even come to mind now. Yeah, Bailly, Tellez. The fact that we've not sold any of those lot is disgraceful. To sell Garner is a disgrace. So sales have been a joke. That is part of a transfer window. The Frankie de Jong saga is a complete and utter embarrassment, and we wasted most of the summer on that. That's a massive negative. Buying Casemiro and Anthony for overprice in the last 2 weeks of the window is an embarrassment, even though they're good players, and probably cost us 6 points at the start of the season. We overpaid on Martinez. We took 1 new signing on pre-season tour. Not to forget the Ronaldo debacle. For me, it's easy. It's a 4. I can't give it a 5. I can't give it a 6. It's a 4 for me. I think it's been a crap transfer window. I think the players are good, but how we got to that, shambolic. Do you think the club's going for top 4 with the least players going to the World Cup will have the best chance of making it? How many United players will go? Says AJ. I don't, AJ. I think most of the Arsenal, Spurs, Man United, Liverpool, Man City, and Chelsea players will be involved in the World Cup, won't they? Your window is over, says Michelle. Don, don't get conned on the amount spent. Comes out of January budget, say 67 million means about 120 million. Yeah, SK, great. Well done, SK. Probably the comment of the day. Remember, he's right. It's a great point. People will forget about this. It's probably the best comment we've had of the day. Man United let it be known in January that their January transfer budget was not being spent to help the new manager in the summer. So that spend of this summer is also last January's as well, which, to be fair, is normally about 50 million. I rate it. Glazers out. And thanks for all the hard work, everyone on the United Stand. Love the show, says Carbon. Hi, Mark. If we could buy a future replacement or backup for Varane, who would you like to be? Go for, says Envim. I think most of the decent centre-backs have been bought this summer, haven't they? I mean, there are still a few out there, but I don't know that United are looking for one. I mean, I would say this now. I don't think it's a massive problem, but centre-back is a problem for United. Maguire's 29. I don't think he's ever going to be good enough. Lindelof's a decent backup centre-back, but I don't think he's ever going to be good enough for a first-team role. And Varane has injury problems. We're very focused on Varane and Martinez, but I do think and also the profile of centre-back that we've got. If Varane got injured, you're using slow Maguire and slow Lindelof next to Martinez, who's not massively fast. We haven't got the right profile of centre-back as well. Hi, Mark. You should do a show with Phil Brown and talk about the ownership and help more fans to understand what the Glazers are doing to the club, says Michael. I like Phil. So let's have a look what's going on. It's been a good show. And we've got a watch along tonight. Make sure you subscribe, by the way, bottom right-hand corner. I don't know whether we've hit 564,000 yet, but you're all very welcome. Apparently, I think the squad number for Anthony could be number 21, by the way. There's talk of him getting number 21. Which was previously Dan James, I believe. Anthony spins a piece of piss, by the way. I'm going to record myself doing it. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd get dizzy. I can do it with my feet, but I'd just get dizzy. Memphis Depay joining Chelsea today is a very real option now. They have made an important offer to him. That's coming from managing Barcelona's Twitter account. Memphis has received an offer from a Premier League club and has asked Barcelona to let him leave. We believe that is Chelsea. Barcelona plan on making 5 departures and 3 signings official today. Don't know whether they're going to get a new signing. Hector Bellerin is about to join, apparently. But obviously they wanted Bernardo Silva. You wouldn't be surprised if Barcelona went and did something ridiculous on the last day of the window. It is the Barcelona summer transfer window. Weigl apparently going to Borussia Mönchengladbach. I'm very surprised Arsenal haven't done anything, you know. I know they probably will get that Luis Diaz deal done, but Aubameyang's going to Chelsea. Dest, as we know, has gone to Milan. United playing tonight. And as Ten Hag said yesterday, probably going with the squad that he's got. Sean Turner says, can we not forget Ollie and the board got a £37 million winger who was meant to be the next big thing in Italy and he's ended up at Sunderland. That's a joke and not spoken about enough, says Sean Turner. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on Ahmad. Mark, do you think Timber wished he'd join us now, says Tim Jones? I don't really care what Timber thinks because I think none of us would swap Timber for Martinez now, would we? I don't even think Ten Hag would, and he wanted Timber as his first choice. So I think it's interesting. Dipanshu and John, welcome to the Members Club. I think it's Ziyech, I've seen your chat. He says, do you think we'll sign anyone today? I don't think so, Nate. I don't think so. I think for me this morning, the most likely one was going to be Memphis. And if he's going to Chelsea, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, the thing in my head is, any update on Ronaldo, says Moha? He's staying. He's part of the squad tonight, so he's staying. Could Jong still happen? No. But even in my head, I'm thinking, well, you have to have the medical done before, don't you? So, yeah, it can't happen. But it can happen because Douglas Luiz won't get a medical done before in the next 8 hours, surely. So I think you can sign the documents pending a medical on a transfer deadline day. Where can you buy the top I've got on? You can't. We used to sell them. This is old school. This is when we had a football team. So used to be able to get it all through Kit Locker, but they don't sell it anymore. And the hoodies. What was the question to which I was going to answer? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, Timber. So not Frankie de Jong, Eric Ten Hag wanted Timber as his number 1 centre-back. Timber turned us down and we went to Martinez. And I would not swap Timber for Martinez now. None of you would. And I don't know that Eric Ten Hag would now. Be surprised if he would. So Timber can regret it all he likes, but you had your chance. And look, I said this about Antony, and funnily enough, it's now happening with other players at Ajax like Alvarez. They're going on strike to get a move. And I don't like players going on strike, and I do like Ajax, but I do have sympathy for their manager, and I do have sympathy for Edwin van der Sar, who's a top guy. They needed to take the stance they're taking now in May, and they wanted the cake and eat it. They decided to sell half the team, and then they wanted to keep half the team. But the problem is, if you're Antony or Martinez or Alvarez, you're going to sit there and go, right, the manager's left, so it's a rebuild, and half the team's left, so it's a rebuild. Why should I stay as part of a rebuild when I can go to another club, which is effectively a rebuild? Like, you know what I mean? If you're Alvarez, you're like, well, over 75% of the team and the manager's gone and you've sold them, but you won't sell me. Sorry, that's not fair. I'm going on strike. And that, I'm not saying it's right, but you can understand why Antony and Alvarez have done it, because they're like, well, you've sold Gravenberch, you've sold the keeper, you've sold the centre-back, you've sold the right-back, you've sold this player, you've sold that player. You're asking me to be part of another new rebuild Ajax team. Well, I may as well leave, and I want to leave. So let me leave, because you've let everyone else leave. I hope Ten Hag gives Garnacho enough chances for him to grow. I hope he has a growth arc similar to Foden, says Path. We should think, thanks to Jim Radcliffe for this transfer window, says Drub. I agree. I don't think we sign Antony and Casemiro if Sir Jim Radcliffe doesn't express an interest in buying the club. Back to that pub analogy. Hello, Mark. At Ajax, some more players are in strike. I mean, go back to the pub analogy. You know, I'm running the pub down into the ground, but people keep coming in and they say, when are you going to get a new jukebox? I'm not. Tim says, hello, Mark. At Ajax, some more players are in strike. Edison Alvarez, Chelsea bid 50 million for him, and Mohamed Kudus has a contract agreement with Everton. Both players have long-term contracts. Thank you, Anthony, says Timbala. Are the De Jong t-shirts half price now, says Sean. Mark Goatbridge says, it's your boy, Carl. Thank you very much. And can Ronaldo play in the Champions League if he moves in January? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. That happened to us with Mkhitaryan and Alexis Sanchez, didn't it? I think they both swapped tournaments. Sanchez has been in the Champions League with Arsenal and then played with us in the Europa, I think, or maybe it was the way around. In relation to Ajax, South American players come from humble backgrounds. They will become millionaires in the Premier League. Also, United could look into a loan, says Gog. The one thing I would say is that if Chelsea are going to buy Alvarez, good signing, but the problem that Ajax has got is that I think their transfer window is closed, so they can't replace anybody. So they're going to have to dig their feet in there, because you know it took. I don't know that Alvarez will get out of Ajax actually, because Antony was on strike for a good few days, wasn't he? Alvarez is going to try and be on strike for one day and get a move. It's difficult. Arsenal going for Douglas Luiz. We should go with a 25 million bid for Yuri Tillemans, says Talai. I don't know why that's, you know, it's a very good point, and I'm not hiding away from it. I don't know why Arsenal haven't gone for Yuri Tillemans. I was told 2 months ago that Arsenal want Tillemans, but they'll wait till the end of the transfer window. And I've kept saying it. And ultimately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, because I think Tillemans is going to play tonight, so he won't be moving. So Leicester either need Tillemans on a new contract, which he won't sign, or he leaves for free. So Leicester have clearly decided, well, I don't think they have decided. Some teams have decided they don't want to pay 25 million for Tillemans, which to me is a surprise, because he's definitely worth that. So unless there's a really quick deal there to be done, which would massively disrupt Leicester tonight, maybe Leicester have just said, look, we're not selling now. Hi, Mark. What is brand red T-shirt with the leaves in the middle you wore the other day? Thank you. Fred Perry, the chill spot. I doubt they're available anymore, but it's a nice T-shirt. TKH says, hi, Mark, chartered accountant here. Listen to this then. Listen to this. TKH is a chartered accountant. He says, selling Aaron Wan-Bissaka at a loss impacts ability to pay future dividends. Garner deal is desperation to bring funds in due to declining financial performance over the past 5 or 6 years. Now, that's the second time today on the show somebody has said that. They have said that selling Aaron Wan-Bissaka at a loss impacts ability to pay future dividends. Garner deal helps them pay dividends. So, look, I'm not that into finance or knowledgeable on finance, but it's the second time today we've heard in the chat that by selling Aaron Wan-Bissaka at a loss, it will impact the balance sheet and impact the ability to pay dividends. Now, we know that Manchester United were offered around £15 million for Aaron Wan-Bissaka, and they refused to do the deal. They will never get an offer like that for Wan-Bissaka again. They might get a similar one, but they're never going to get 30. They're never going to get 25. So why would you not take the money for a player that Ten Hag doesn't want? The club is still making financial decisions. I don't know why, but I still think Frenkie de Jong is on the cards, says Neil. Hi, Mark. Have you seen United's Instagram reel with all our transfers? Horrible video by our apparent legendary social media team. Also a sign we won't make any more transfers, says Glazers out, says Benny. Look, I think there's a lot of good people who work at Manchester United. But I know some of them, and the wages are crap, and they don't have the best resources either. The head of social media for Manchester United stands behind the goal with his phone, and they do quite well. But he's the head of social media, stood behind the phone waiting for Ronaldo to go. Shoo! Real Madrid have got a pitch that moves along in fractions, goes under the ground, and then they put another pitch up. Hi, Mark. Stuck in school, sick of it, but it is what it is. Can't believe the Ghana deal it's a disgrace. It's Barry. Thanks, Barry. Lots of people tuning in, by the way. Make sure you subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. We are live tonight as well for the watch-along. So we're going to be live with this transfer deadline day show until 6 o'clock. Then we're all going to have a bit of a break and have a bit of tea. And then we're back for the watch-along at 7 o'clock, right the way through until past 11 o'clock. So we've basically got transfer deadline day covered for you. That's where we're at. Let's have a look here. Have I got any messages? Okay. Welcome to the Members Club, Scott. Why do people not like Wan-Bissaka? To me, has been so hard done by. It's the same for Donny, says Kaylin. I like that. I like that comment. I like that comment from Kaylin. Why do people dislike Aaron Wan-Bissaka? I don't dislike the Aaron Wan-Bissaka. In fact, this time last year, I'll own it. I said two players who were going to prove people wrong this last season: Anthony Martial and Aaron Wan-Bissaka. I couldn't have been more wrong. I like Wan-Bissaka, and I think he gets a lot of stick. But where I'll be honest about Wan-Bissaka is, and I've been honest about Martial and every other player I like Rashford and Bruno. These are players that I like, but I'm honest. Wan-Bissaka had a terrible season last year. An absolutely terrible season last year. And the minute we brought Ten Hag in, it was very clear to me that he would not suit Ten Hag's system. Aaron Wan-Bissaka is a little bit like Harry Maguire. They don't suit Ten Hag's system. They suit a defensive side. Aaron Wan-Bissaka for West Ham would be perfect. They do not suit Ten Hag and Manchester United. Now, unless Ten Hag is going to turn them into players they're not going to work. That's why we should have sold Wan-Bissaka. Not because he's useless, but because he doesn't suit what Eric Ten Hag wants. Do you think Wan-Bissaka is an inverted fullback who's going to bomb forward and put crosses into the box? He's not. He's not. But we're going to have to try and find a way for him to work. And look, maybe this is where coaching comes in. But I know for a fact that Ten Hag was happy to sell Wan-Bissaka and bring in somebody else who was more suitable. Mark, I have a theory that there's a group or an individual who's been working with the board trying to sabotage us since 2013, and the Ghana deal proves it, says Ames. Welcome to Members Club, Jeff. And Joel could have easily got his 9 million without selling Ghana because we make so much. Someone convinced him it's best to sell, and that 9 million is a good return on in the investment, says Ames. It's horrible. Unless James Garner is carrying some really weird injury that we don't know about, I'll never, ever understand that deal. Dubravka is a Man United player. They'll probably announce it at some point. couldn't give a shit about Dubravka. I've got nothing against him. I even had Newcastle fans getting on my back when I tweeted the other night. I'm not doing a reaction video for Dubravka. He's a backup goalkeeper. I ain't getting excited about backup goalkeepers. I didn't get excited about Tom Heaton, and he's a nice guy. I didn't get excited about Lee Grant. He's a nice guy. I'm not excited about Dubravka. Not players' fault in Wan-Bissaka and Maguire because they are players for Ollie's team. Hit him on the break. Love the guy, but that's the board again. No strategy, says SK. Yeah, and this is the problem. We've mentioned this time and time again. That United team is still full of different jigsaw pieces. Eric Bailly was a Mourinho signing. Lindelof was a Mourinho signing. Maguire's an Ollie signing. Wan-Bissaka is an Ollie signing. These are different coaches with different ideas to Eric Ten Hag. And, you know, you're having to work with players that may not suit your style of football. And unfortunately, Man United are terrible at moving players on. Man City are good at moving players on. Man City will let Pep Guardiola buy 3 right-backs before he gets to the one he wants. United will make you use a right-back that a previous manager wanted in a counter-attacking side. Tidy Brown says, I know this is off topic, but have you seen Shrewsbury Town's social media video set to Eminem? Bloody brilliant and well worth a watch and very funny, says Tidy Brown. I will check it out in a bit. There you go. There was a bit of a rumour that Charlie Savage was going to go on loan to Bolton for the season. I don't know whether that's going to happen. I don't know whether that's resonated with anybody either. But yeah, but apparently that is going to happen. I don't know. No, well, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know whether it's going to happen, but yes. Got a bit of an update for you from Ajax if you're interested. Ajax is saying that Alvarez to Chelsea is not negotiable and he will stay with Ajax. And I think that was always going to happen because the Dutch transfer window is closed. So how does he get out? How does he get out? Romano has just tweeted out that Arsenal are going back. Sorry, no. Romano has tweeted out the potential agreement between Douglas Luiz and Arsenal on personal terms would be a 5-year deal. It's ready on the players' side, but not yet between the clubs. Aston Villa insists they don't want to sell, but player pushing. And Ornstein says that Arsenal going back in with a second offer for Douglas Luiz, opening approach for Brazil international unsuccessful, but they aren't giving up. Villa insists that he will not be leaving. Player believed to be keen on the move. So there we go. I mean, it's a bit of a look. Arsenal need depth, so you can't argue with Arsenal doing that. But I don't massively rate him. I support Glazer out and stop by Man United merchandise, says Stephen Tan. Path says, listen, mate, with all the crap going on in the club, the craziness around transfers, I wanted to give you and the United Stand team a shout out. The programming has been brilliant and consistent, and it's not an easy thing to do. It's not. Cheers. It's not, Path. Thank you very much. And thanks everyone for all their support through the summer. And I'll be very, very glad when this transfer window is closed. I really will. I think I really want to say that. Surprised Wan-Bissaka hasn't forced a move, to be honest, says Brad. When do United players force a move? Does that not give you a little bit of a hint as well? When do Manchester United players ever force a move? They're on such good money that they won't get elsewhere. No one wants to go and play football. They don't want to go and play football. Hi, Mark. What do you think has who do you think has a more difficult rebuild? Says technically gifted, Arteta or Ten Hag? I think they're both difficult in their own ways. Hash says, when you loss of value of an asset, it affects the profit and loss accounts via depreciation, reducing profit. Therefore, in theory, a loss of £30 million for Wan-Bissaka, says Hash. Ravel, welcome to the Members Club. And one thing I noticed with Ten Hag signings is that they are all technically good players, says Ak. Yeah, but that's because that goes back to what we were just talking about there. You're giving him the Maguires and the Wan-Bissakas who suit a certain style of football. They're not technical footballers. Of course, Ten Hag's going to buy technical players because we don't have enough of them, and also because he's a technical manager. That's he has to do that, but he will do that because that's the way he wants to play football. You know. just retweet that for him. There we go. There are still people talking about Frankie de Jong. I'll tell you what Man United are going to do. Man United are going to milk the Antony deal. I think they put about 20 tweets out today, and they'll probably milk the Pravka deal as well. Don't think it's fair to compare us to City. City literally has a country with a GDP of 700 billion and 500 clubs to help with financial fair play regulations backing them, says Nick. I think it's fair. I do think it's fair to compare us to City because we're Manchester United. I'm not just using Gary Neville's quote, but the Glazers have taken billions out of this club and we're still in debt. No matter who they sign, United left a bitter taste with Frenkie de Jong. Transfer window will be remembered with that saga, says Rahul. And from being linked to Tielemans and Danilo to signing Douglas Luiz, I think we just screwed up our top 4 chances at Arsenal, says Addy. But you know what? What I would say in defence of Arsenal, and it's very similar to what Chelsea are doing, is Douglas Luiz a player that I think Arsenal should be signing? No. But is Douglas Luiz better than nothing? Yes. You can't make the mistake of getting nobody. So maybe that's what they've been left with. Maybe that's the only deal they can do for whatever reason. So I don't think Douglas Luiz is fantastic, but at least it's somebody who maybe gets better at Arsenal under Arteta, 24 years of age, and it's another body in the team that you need. And it's the same for Chelsea. They need strikers. They haven't got any. They can't really get anybody. Aubameyang and Memphis, I mean, it's not Haaland, it's not Nunez, but they're in that position where it's better than nobody, isn't it? So we've been in that position with United before, where you end up with a Cavani or an Ighalo. They're not, I mean, Ighalo was not ideal, but everybody at the time was like, well, if it's Ighalo or nothing, you've got to do it. You want better, you query the board and say, why are they so crap? But, you know, it's better than nothing. And if Arsenal want to be competitive this year, they've got to get players in. Hi, Mark. This transfer window was a joke, even though we got good players. Enough is enough. The Glazers must go, says Michael. But yeah, just going back to what I said a few minutes ago, I really do think that, there's a stretch out in the back. I really do think that with, I can't wait. I can't wait for the game tonight. I'm so pleased. I mean, in fact, I'm absolutely ecstatic that Man United are playing a game tonight, because the thoughts of going through till 11 o'clock, waiting for something that's probably not going to happen, and then going into an international break, which is what normally happens, makes me want to cry. So the fact that we've got a match tonight, and then we've got a match on Sunday, and then we've got a match on Thursday, we can just wrap ourselves up in football for the next month. There's so much football over the next month, and we just get on with the season. So I'm looking forward to just watching football games, because the one positive at Manchester United is Erik ten Hag. So I'm really looking forward to that. Ultimately, I think this transfer window will be hard to judge. I think there'll be ups and downs. And as Robert McCormack said, I will quote him, he's right. With the money that's been spent, you've got to get top 4. That's the question. Will we get top 4? I'm 50-50. Should we get top 4? Yeah, I think we should. Mark, don't you think Pellistri could be gradually integrated into our forward line this season? He will increase our depth. No, I don't, Tabish. I think he's only here because of an injury. With the flop of the transfer market, De Jong saga, says Lig. Right, let's just close this down. Quite interesting. Very, very close. Rate the transfer window. We've had 16,300 votes. It can still change, so vote. But effectively, we wanted you to rate the transfer window. We didn't put 1, 2, or 3 in there because, to be honest, it probably isn't that low. But we didn't put 8, 9, or 10 in there because it's definitely not that high. So you could rate the transfer window 4, below average, 5, average, 6, above average, and 7, good. As it stands at the moment, above average has 28%, but so does average on 28%, and below average is on 25%. So those are the 3 differentials there. And effectively, I think you could say it's been an average transfer window according to the chat. I gave it a 4. I gave it a 4 because the players are good, but how we got to buying those players is embarrassing. The fees we paid are embarrassing. The fact that we bought some of them because someone was trying to buy the club is embarrassing. The Frankie de Jong saga has been a complete and utter embarrassment. The Ghana sales a joke. The lack of sales have been a joke. And bidding for people like Arnautovic was a joke. So I think the transfer window has been below average for me because I just think it's been a circus, an absolute circus. And whilst there are some aspects of the circus I like the trapeze, I can't stand clowns. And United's run by clowns. Would be funny if we got absolutely battered tonight if Glazers panicked by a striker, so SK or Frankie de Jong. Well, no, we wouldn't have time to do that, SK. Mark, we're all with Glazers out, but the squad we do have little character. We do have a little chance for top four. Says Josh. Yeah, but Josh, I've said this before, and I don't really understand why people don't understand it. You can want the team to win and want the Glazers out. In fact, that's the way you should be. It should not be all or nothing. You shouldn't want the Glazers out and want the team to do badly. Or you shouldn't want the team to do well and be Glazers in. Like, really, I like Ten Hag. He's the big positive. And I like some of those players. And I want them to do well. And I really, really do like that back five. And I want it to do well. And I want us to win games. Because ultimately, that's the thing that we're constantly going to watch, the team. But if we want to win league titles and Champions Leagues, we're never going to do it with the Glazers. So I want the Glazers out and I want the team to do well. And they're two very separate things to me. I hope the fans don't hold Anthony's price tag against him. That was Glazers' incompetence as path. Well, it will be. It'll be the media path. It'll be the media that go for that, to be fair. Are you confident that you're going to beat Arsenal, says Dylan? One game at a time. But I said before the Southampton game, we need to beat Southampton, Leicester and Arsenal to get this season back on track. I think we'll beat Leicester tonight, and I do think we'll beat Arsenal. Because I suppose the way I would look at it is this. If we win tonight, and I know it's a big if, but I need to win it. I need to show a point. So if we win tonight, we've got 9 points from 15, yeah? If we beat Arsenal, we've got 12 points from 18. It's not great, but it's not bad having lost your first 2 games, yeah? If we win tonight, we've got 9 points from 15, and we draw with Arsenal, we've got 10 from 18. That's not good. 10 points from 18 is not good. So we need to beat Leicester and we need to beat Arsenal. A draw for Arsenal ain't bad. They'd have, 16 points out of 18? We'd have 10 out of 18. That's not good. So we need to win the next 2 games. We lost our first 2. That's going to hurt us unless we keep winning. And we need to win our next 2. But I've watched Arsenal this season. They're good. Obviously, we'll do the previews, etc. tomorrow. I think Arsenal have been very good. I'm very impressed with them. I think Arteta's doing a great job. But they don't look like a team that's going to not give you a chance. I think Man City can batter you. Arsenal, I think they'll give you a chance. And at home, I fancy Man United. You've got to fancy Man United. Guys, can we get a round of applause for the whole United team? United Stand team, says Drub. Great job keeping us updated throughout the transfer window and many more, says Drub. Yeah, it's been a fantastic effort by everybody, and I include the community in that. You're watching the shows every morning when we're going live, etc. We've got a great community, so well done to everyone. It's, I won't lie. When the transfer window closes after the summer, it can be disappointing. We've had some disappointing ones. But from an energy point of view, my body just says, great. And it's not that we're going to stop doing videos. It's just that it's a different type of content when the transfer window's closed. Selling James Garner is a crap show. We will have to buy him back for 50 million. Joke of a club. We are stuck with the rest of the crap, says Marcus. What are we rating, though? The way it was done or the end result? One is much better than the other, says Scottish Hov. Well, you rate it the way you want to do it. I rate the transfer window as a whole. Sales, how we've done it, what we got, whether we got option A, option B, option C, the money that we've spent. You mark it as a whole. Mark, the Sun reports that Ronaldo can still go to AC Milan, says Ema. I don't know how that's going to work when he's playing tonight. I mean, how? And why would Man United? No, it's not going to happen. Hi, Mark. Studying finance and Glazers' most likely record players as fixed. Sorry, let me read this properly. Durag says, I'm studying finance and the Glazers' most likely record players as fixed assets on the balance sheet. meaning if they don't sell, they retain their value. Well, I suspect that's probably true, Durag. So if they buy Harry Maguire for £80 million, he's an £80 million asset. If they sell him for £30 million, then suddenly there's £50 million that needs accounting for there, isn't there? And that can probably affect profit and loss and dividends. So Wan-Bissaka's worth £50 million as an asset. They sell him for 15 million. They get 15 million into the club, but the 35 million goes on the books. Does that impact profit and loss and the ability to pay dividends? These are the things that people need to look into. They can't be hard to look into because Manchester United isn't a closed book. There's an article there. Man United don't sell Wan-Bissaka because it means Glazers can't pay dividends. That's not helping Ten Hag, is it? We need to get to the bottom of this and find out if it's true, because those sort of things are massively powerful for a Glazers out movement. I know it's early. How do we stack defence, midfield and attack versus the other 5 teams for the top 4 race? Says Addy. Hidri makes a good point, though. Pogba has just walked out the door. Surely he was a fixed asset. He's gone out for nothing. How does that work? We paid 89 million for Pogba. Matic, again, we paid 40 million for. Mata a long time ago, but it was about 40 million. Cavani, I don't think we paid anything for. Lingard was a youth player. So how does it work with those players? Mark, I've noticed with Varane in defence how every great challenge is praised, high fives, etc. They seem in high spirits. Never saw that with Maguire, says Mike. Music group. I mean, look, just talking about the team tonight. Austin's just mentioned it there. He says, I know it's deadline day, but what's today's lineup prediction? I'm flipping tables if I see McFred. I think the team news tonight is going to be really interesting. Harry Maguire came to my mind because he quote tweeted Anthony saying, welcome to the club. And I just think that Harry Maguire's social media team is about as good at reading the room as Harry Maguire is leading the team at the moment. I mean, I know you want to welcome a player to the club as the captain, but the abuse he gets, I just wouldn't bother tweeting, to be honest. But, maybe they have to do so many tweets a month as a Man United. But I don't know. But I looked at the replies and I was just like, oh, my God, why did you bother replying? But then it got me thinking, has he tweeted because he's going to play today? You never know how to read things, do you? At some point, Harry Maguire is going to start a game of football. I wouldn't be surprised if Harry Maguire starts tonight. He shouldn't start tonight. We need to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if he starts tonight. Especially if Varane is incapable of playing 2 games in 3 days. Maybe he starts Maguire tonight and then plays Varane against Arsenal. So I think the team news tonight could be quite interesting. Maybe Maguire will start. Maybe Casemiro will be on the bench with Ronaldo again. But I'll repeat what I said in the preview. Ahmad to Sunderland on loan thought, says Wizard. I will talk about that. Don't let me forget. Welcome to the Members Club, Angad. Yes, I'll repeat what I said in the preview. Some people seem to think don't change a winning team. Do change a winning team. We weren't very good against Southampton. The defence was very good at Southampton. The midfield was mediocre. The attack was poor. You don't just go, I'm not changing winning team, when there's context to every result. What if you win a game where you play absolutely rubbish? The opposition have 3 goals chalked off offside, hit the post 10 times, then you get a dodgy penalty and win. Where are these people saying you don't change a winning team then? Nothing's ever, set in stone, is it? That's what I'm trying to say. You don't not change a team just because you won. The attack was poor against Southampton, and the tactics to get the attack into the game were poor. It was generally long ball. The midfield, I felt that they all did okay, but it wouldn't be enough not to change it. So if he picks McTominay, Bruno and Fred and Eriksen and then goes with Elanga, Sancho and Rashford, I think that's a mistake. But he's the manager and he has to manage. But I personally think Ronaldo's got to start. Casemiro's got to start because I would change a winning team, because I don't think as an attack-minded side we played that well. And we're going to probably need more against Leicester tonight. Ahmad to Sunderland on loan thoughts. That was from Wizza. And Logan says, Maguire might show up if he starts, probably missing that first team spot, says Logan. Look, Luke Shaw will start a game soon. Fred will start a game. Donny will start a game. Wan-Bissaka will start a game. I hope they do well. We need competition for places. Ahmad on loan to Sunderland. I mean, Ahmad's an odd one. I think he's a really exciting player. He's left-footed. I remember him playing as a false nine against Wolves. He played really well. He scored that goal against AC Milan in the Europa League. And it looked like we had a really good player. And he was tearing it up in training. And then he got injured. He didn't go to, was it Feyenoord? He went to Rangers. It didn't do well. Didn't really get a look in pre-season. And now he's on loan at Sunderland. At Atalanta, he came with a great reputation. He's just not... He's not fulfilling the talent at the moment. And therefore, I think that Ahmad needs to go to Sunderland and tear it up, basically. And even if he does that, we may end up selling him for 15 million. Like, I think it's a long, long way back for Ahmad now. And I think if Ten Hag saw anything in him, he would have kept him. Now he's keeping Alanga and Garnacho. So that shows you where Ahmad is at the moment. So Ahmad's got a long, long way back to get back into being a potential United player for the future. He's got the talent, but as of now, I think it's a very long way back. Maguire is a dead man walking. He has one bad performance from being eaten alive by fans and pundits. He may have a few good games until he makes mistakes, says Matteo Red Devil. And Marcy says, if this conspiracy of retaining asset value is true, then don't you think the board is pushing for some players to start in order to preserve their value, says Marky. Well, their value will not be improved by being on the pitch. It will be registered on a spreadsheet, won't it? Harry Maguire, 80 million. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, 50 million. Fred, 50 million. It's a duck. Off topic, but can't wait to play Fulham to see Martinez versus Mitrovic. According to the media, Mitrovic will bully him. Looking forward to the humble pie, says it's a duck. Yeah, but, you know, it's a nonsense. I like that little emoji, Burner. He's got Goatbridge and then he's got Goldbridge with a Santa's hat. Nobody ever uses them anymore. I don't even know how you do use them. Oh, yes, I do. There we go. Pink boots. Angry Bridge. Santa Bridge. God, that's an old one. Jurassic Park. That was our defending. What was that Luke Shaw one about? Lube Shaw. Oh, there we go. I've just figured it out. Accounting for assets depreciation. This window's costs won't go down as this year's expenses, says the Sheikh of England. There's a Bruno one in shades. There we go. You can only do them if you're a member. Papadom and bowling ball. Oh, that must be Ollie's at the wheel. Hey, we've got one for Anthony. One double left foot. One double left foot, look. We've got one for Wan-Bissaka as well, Spider. Pink gloves, David De Gea. There we go. Timberland boots. McMayo. There's a few in there. There you go. You should use them more. If you remember, you should use them more. So, yeah, going back to what the Sheikh of England says, the accounting for assets depreciation this window, costs won't go down as the year's expenses they spread, e.g. 80 million X, Y, R equals 16 million. Okay, thank you very much for that. And Douglas Luis to Arsenal thoughts says, Bad Bob, we've spoken about it. I think at the end of the day, they need to bring players in, don't they? Might not be the ideal player, but they do need some squad depth. And G Music says Pogba, etc. completed their contract, so the entire value of what was spent on them has been realised. Aaron Wan-Bissaka has got years left, so selling for less is an asset loss. Thank you for that. And Andrew's been a member for 28 months. What a legend. He says, I work in a hedge fund and I've seen specialist debt lenders which lend against players' contracts and their book value. There is a story here. There is, mate. Look, there is. And it might be a boring story for some, but I'll keep banging this lid because there is definitely a story here that the way the Glazers operate this football club means that they will not take £15 million for Aaron Wan-Bissaka when they bought him for 50 million, because it will cost them in some way, whether it's assets, whether it's dividends. There's a story there and no one wants to write it. And I don't know why. I don't know why the Athletic or the Manchester Evening News or the BBC or the Telegraph or the Times, I don't know why they won't write this story or get someone to write the story or get somebody to research the story. Because right here, right now, there's a lot of financial things going on at United that make no sense. And there is a movement to get the Glazers out, and there is somebody who wants to buy the club. The time is perfect for a proper, in-depth analysis of how the Glazers run Manchester United and why they will not sell Wan-Bissaka for 15 million when Ten Hag wants him to go. They won't sell him. And it's got to be to do something with that he's a £50 million asset with loads of years left on his contract. And if they take the loss, it hurts them somewhere. Majek, Italy and Germany transfer window closes at 4 p.m. Yeah, don't think anyone's looking for any players from there, but it would mean that AC Milan can't get Ronaldo. Good point. Your percentage on De Jong, Mark? I still think there's another signing, him or Depay, says Hazib. You know what, mate? I think it's over. I genuinely do think it's over because United are playing a game tonight, a football game, and I just do not think... I wouldn't say it's impossible because John Murta and Ed Woodward don't pick the team, so they could still be doing a deal, but it would have to be a deal that Eric Ten Hag has signed off on. So, you know, in the last couple of hours, Frankie de Jong says, I'll go to Man United, and so we do the deal. But one thing that's never been said is that even if Frankie de Jong suddenly said, I'll come to Man United, do you think the Glazers would still do the deal? Maybe the De Jong money got spent on Casemiro 2 weeks ago. So I don't know. That's something that nobody's ever said. I don't think De Jong's going to happen now. I think it's been a massive embarrassment, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I'll explain what I said a while ago. Frankie de Jong would rather sit on Barcelona's bench and stay than come to Man United. So why did we spend all summer trying to get a player that clearly didn't want to come? There are sympathists out there saying United have done everything they can. They've offered the money to Barcelona and he won't come. Yeah, why did we offer the money? Why did we stay in the deal all summer? He clearly doesn't want to come. You cannot defend the Glazers, Arnold or Murta on this deal. He clearly didn't want to come because he'd rather sit on Barcelona's bench than come to Manchester United. So we've mugged ourselves off. Hi, Mark. United have bought good players, but I'm not sure if they will make top four. It looks very difficult, and Garner leaving is regrettable, says Mohammed. Thank you for the super chat. Love the show, and thanks for everyone, says Gary. Players only have a definable value when they are bought or sold. It's the same reason we pick up the options on players who don't play, then let them walk. Looks good now. Kick the can down the road, says Scott. I think if they have a chance, they will do it to get rid of the Glazers out movement, says Desmond Short. Thank you very much. Okay. I think we've got Beth and Charlie coming back on as well. Remember, we are going to stop the transfer deadline show at 6. And we will be back live just before 7 for the watch along, right the way through till close. But I don't know whether we're just passing straight over onto them or not. But make sure you subscribe, bottom right hand corner, and keep the chat going. Great. Okay. Can I hear them now as well? Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
So, hi, Charlie. Hi, Beth. You all right?
Hi, guys.
Good. Thank you.
Good. I'd love to say that we're passing on some riveting transfer story, but ultimately it's just been 2 hours of me talking about why I'd sack Murta, why I'd sack Arnold, rating the transfer window, doing an analogy about the Glazers in a pub, and basically saying that we got mugged off big time by Frankie de Jong, who would rather sit on the bench for Barcelona than come to Manchester United. So why did we spend all summer on it? Memphis, still the chat think that Frankie de Jong might come, and still the chat think that we might do a deal for Memphis. So there is still hope and lots to talk about. But I will pass you over to Beth and Charlie, who are going to carry on.
Let's do this.
See you later, Mark.
See you later. Thanks.
See ya. Cool.
Charlie, are you not? Hello everyone, we are back. It's Beth and Charlie. I think we were just mixed up there whether we were on the live or not, but we are back from the 4 till 6 slot. Charlie, how are we feeling?
I'd like to say excited. I feel like it's deja vu, right? We've been here before 2 hours ago. But yeah, it's as Mark was saying, it's nothing riveting going on Manchester United news front. But yeah, I think there's obviously some transfers that hopefully will be happening that, well, I mean, not Manchester United, as I say, but you know, within the Premier League that maybe we can discuss and talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've heard that nothing's really happened and we don't expect anything to happen, but just to reiterate what we were talking about earlier, do you still think that nothing is going to happen for Manchester United before the end of tonight?
No, I think the obviously the fact of, and Mark was saying when we were watching earlier about that it's looking like Ronaldo's going to be in the squad for tonight's game, so that obviously rules out, or 99% rules out a move away for him. So that's obviously good news, and probably the most news we're going to get in terms of, you know, incomings and outgoings. I really think. Obviously, we discussed earlier about Tahith Chong, so I guess we can get into Chong. It's looking like he's getting a permanent move, a 5-year deal to Birmingham. When it comes to the fee, we don't actually know the ins and outs. It's pretty much just getting the paperwork and everything signed. But obviously, Beth, you had your thoughts on Tahith Chong, didn't you? So maybe you want to go into a little bit more about him.
Yeah, to think on Tahith Chong, it was just like I thought at the time when we came live earlier, and I thought it was a loan deal with an option to buy, but obviously it's not. I think it's a full 5-year deal now, which I'm really happy about, because it's like when it comes to the likes of Chong and players that have been in the academy, been on these loan spells, but not necessarily done particularly well, it's just so much better to see them leave and go off and actually play first team football and have a career elsewhere than just stick around at Manchester United and not really have a career, and just someone who's going to be in the squad, but as we've called him, I don't want to be disrespectful, but is a little bit like deadwood players. Like, they're never going to play for us, so it's better to just get rid of him. So yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm happy that he's gone, and yeah, we can focus on players, bringing players up through the youth and helping the academy develop that way, instead of just having someone there who's taking up a space.
Yeah, I think that's obviously what we've been discussing as well. The fact of, obviously, you've got Ahmad going on loan, or on loan at Southampton, at Sunderland now. So I mean, these guys are you know, hopefully on the rise of, you know, their careers improving, and you know, it's only hopefully a good thing, right? And we obviously, before we went on air, I heard Mark talking about Ahmad, and you know, he was a very young prospect, and he's someone that can be brought in, and you know, well, I think we were discussing the fee as well. We couldn't remember exactly, but it was around like between 30 and 40 million for him, right? Like that Ollie obviously brought him in for. So it's a substantial amount of money. So to not see him involved for the most part of since he's joined is obviously a little bit disheartening. But again, he is a young player. This is something that we need to consider. And yeah, I mean, it's a long road ahead for him, I guess. But Zane is saying Douglas Luiz going to join the Brazilian Revolution at Arsenal. Jesus Saka all primed for Sunday and top of the league. Zane, my friend, you are in for a tough ride on Sunday, my friend. It's going to be my first game this season, and if we don't win, then I don't think I'll be going back this season. Players only have a definable value when they are bought or sold. It's the same reason we pick up the options on players who don't play, then let them walk. Looks good now. Kick kick the can down the road, says Scottish OV. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, as Mark has obviously said, and we're reiterating, there isn't anything going on Manchester United wise incomings, but this is one thing that I saw on Twitter while me and Beth were off air, and it's on, if you look on basically Transfermarkt's website, Anthony is down as number 21 for Manchester United. Now, this isn't confirmed or anything, but Beth, do you think, I mean, 21's obviously available now, so due to Cavani leaving, I guess it makes sense, right, that he would then go and get the 21 shirt. Obviously, I don't know off the top of my head all the numbers that are available, but you know, there's 21 make the most sense, I guess.
It definitely could happen because obviously we've seen that Dan James had the 21, he left, and then Cavani got it because Ronaldo got the number 7. So 21's available. And to be honest, with what's happened so far in the transfer window, obviously Lingard with the 14 left, Eriksen got the 14, Pogba with the 6 left, Martinez got the 6. I feel like they just want to kind of cleanse the old numbers of the players that wore them and just give them to new signings. So yeah, I completely wouldn't be surprised if he did get the number 21, but honestly, I'd give him the number 11, and I actually would, just because that was his number at Ajax anyway. I think it's a number that he likes, so I would give him that. But I wouldn't be surprised if he got the 21. No, it would make a lot of sense, to be honest with you, because off the top of my head too, I can't think of any other numbers that are necessarily prevalent that he would want to take up. So yeah, I could see it. But people in the chat are saying, I thought we were holding the 21 for De Jong. I don't know if that's going to happen at this point, guys. I really don't. So I could see him getting that. Maybe that's why they've not announced it yet, just in case.
Yeah. Top job, the United stand. Always interesting, says Cal. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's obviously a lot more difficult talking about talking about the lack of transfers happening at Manchester United, rather than I wish we were sat here talking about this player's coming in, this player's leaving, all that. I wish, but unfortunately it's not like that, and it seems that we're pretty much done on the transfer front. But you know who isn't done is Forest. Nottingham Forest seem to have made their 20th signing of the window. Josh Bowler, his name, moving from Blackpool. And this is actually one thing I wanted to I was trying to Google, but I couldn't actually find a definitive answer. But surely Forest signing 20 players in one window has got to be like close, if not the record, for the most amount of signings in one window.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I was like, it's actually crazy. And it sounds really bad for me to say this. I still think they could go down. Like, even though they've signed that many players, I like Forest. I really wanted them to do well this season. I really did. And the promotion up to the Premier League was a brilliant promotion. That what happened and how it happened. And I watched it. But they had a lot of players obviously that were loanees, so they had to reinvest in the squad and reinvest into the team so they could get in stay in the Premier League is what I'm trying to say. So they could stay in the Premier League, but they have done that. So no one can say they haven't tried to throw money at it. I think they're in the top spenders in the whole of Europe, Nottingham Forest. So they've spent the money from promotion very well. They've tried to trying to stay up, but unfortunately, I do think that team it's one of the weaker ones still in the league. But I hope that they end up doing well. It's just that so many of the teams this year are strong. Like every team in the Premier League, bar Bournemouth, is a tough game, I think. Watch us get beaten to Bournemouth now.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. I think realistically, and this is, I guess, one thing that not just Ten Hag, but when you get a foreign manager that hasn't managed within the Premier League yet, it's something that they need to adapt to, because when you play against 10th in the Premier League, that's not comparable to when you play 10th in the Eredivisie or the Serie A or the La Liga. Like, it's just not on the same kind of metric and scale. So it obviously makes it a little bit more difficult. And maybe in those 2 games that we obviously did lose, and it wasn't even just a loss, right? Like we lost in some fashion, some awful fashion. So maybe that was just some teething issues. Maybe it was just naivety on Ten Hag's part, coming up against these lesser teams, shall we say, and the system that he put in place, obviously with Eriksen as a false nine, etc. But I'm not too sure. You're killing it, guys. Thanks for all your hard work over the transfer period. Also, Martinez, player of the month. You love to see it, says Sizo. Yes, I actually do want to get into a little bit about Lisandro Martinez as well. Garnacho, Savage, and Iqbal under a proper coach like Eric Ten Hag will only get better, says Mojo. That's also another topic we can actually go into as well. A little bit about the youth, because there was a few rumours. I think it was, I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, that me and Beth were talking about, which I saw tweets of the possibility of Charlie Savage going out on loan. But again, he's what, 18? He's very young, isn't he? So it's an interesting thing that, I mean, look, you can't expect. I know Savage and Iqbal were highly sought after within the preseason squad, and they played a lot of minutes. But Beth, I pose you the question of, do you think these guys see any first team football, whether it is, cup football or Europa League or something like that?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I would send them out on loan. I'd at least send one of them out on loan, probably Savage, to be honest with you, because I think there's no use just kind of playing in the under 23s now. Like, they've done that. They need to get some really proper experience in competitive football, and I think the Championship would be a great place for them to go and get that experience. As we were talking about before, playing tough games week in, week out. It's a really tough league. It's physical. I think that'd be the best thing for them. I just think in pre-season they got a chance because, one, it's a really good time to give youth players a chance, and I respect it. But two, as well, we didn't have Eriksen or Casemiro in the squad at that point. Do you know what I mean? We didn't have we didn't have the depth that we have now in that sense. And it was kind of Fred and McTominay's the first teamers then. They were playing like the first half of the games. And now with Casemiro and Eriksen, they're probably going to be dropped to the second teamers, like the squad players. And then where does that really leave Savage and Iqbal? So I do think because they're young, and it should be the fact that if you're good enough, you're old enough. A lot of them times in them preseason games, they were looking better than when we had McTominay and Fred on the pitch, like they actually were in the midfield. So I definitely think as a partnership and as individuals, there is a lot more to them. And there's a lot to come from them, but I would like to see them get that experience. If they did stay, though, I think you could definitely see them maybe get some minutes in the likes of the Europa League group stages if we manage to win like the first couple of games, so we know we're going through. I could see them getting some time then potentially. But then you've got to give game time to the likes of Donny, and he'll want to give Fred game time. He'll want to give the more senior players game time, I assume. But it'd be nice to see them get some game time if they don't go out on loan. But my preference would be for them to go out on loan.
There's a lot more players ahead of them in the pecking order just naturally that have, been brought in and stuff. So yeah, it'll obviously be a little bit difficult, but again, they're still so young, right? Like it's not something that necessarily they have to worry about. But Consi has actually said Everton held the record for most signings in 2017 with 15 players. So apparently Nottingham Forest have beaten the record, which is interesting. And not just beaten it, right? They've smashed it for 20 signings with a possibility of bringing in more. But Mojo is kind of reiterating it on a I think this was a Mark discussion because we haven't discussed this, but he's saying on the assets discussion, Pogba 89 million walked out for free. So to maintain books, Anthony was bought for 95. No wonder we paid crazy for him. I mean, Mo is something that obviously Mark was talking about, so I don't have the full context, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but appreciate the super chats nonetheless. But yeah, we can talk about Lisandro Martinez actually, because someone did bring that up, but about him obviously winning Player of the Month for August. And he actually, I've got some stats here in the Premier League. He had the most passes completed, most ball recoveries, most clearances, most shots blocked, and the joint most interceptions. Beth, how vital from just those stats, does he seem to Manchester United if he's gonna put them numbers up?
Honestly, I'm so excited about this player. I stated my concerns a little bit when he started playing with Maguire in the first couple of games. It wasn't him really that I had my concerns with. Like, I had some concerns about him, but it was the whole back line that was the issue with him, to be honest with you, and it just wasn't working. But since he's been partnered with Varane, I know it's only been 2 games, but it looks like such a good centre-back partnership. The full-backs have even been better. They've been more confident. I just think they look like a really cohesive back line that will put the bodies on the line for each other. He's brought that grit and that attitude to the back four, and not only has he got the winning mentality and the winning attitude, and he's going to be a fan favorite. We all know that. He is called, his nickname is the Butcher for a reason, but he also has the stats and the ability to back it up, like how good he is on the ball, the fact that he won all of his headers in the last game, and even before that, everyone was complaining about his height, but his aerial duels have been great. I think it was just one time, but I think it was in the Brighton game, or was it the Brentford game, where he kind of got beat 2-1 and they ended up scoring a goal. But since then, he's been very, very good. And honestly, I think there's so much potential for him there. And it just really makes me happy that Erik ten Hag's signings that he's recommended and brought in are doing very well for us. And I think the reason it's happening is because they've already got that relationship as well. So he knows how he likes to play.
Yeah, it's obviously what we're hoping to see with Anthony as well. That straight away hit the ground running. Looking fresh, guys. 4-0 tonight. Glazers out, says Gary. 4-0 tonight. Yeah, that would be an unreal result. I'll take a 4-0 any day of the week. I actually did see a comment as well, just while you were speaking, saying, why is Tom Huddleston listed in our under 21s on Google? And that is actually because he is a player coach, right? He is a player coach for our under 21s. I remember when that came out, and a lot of people were a little bit skeptical. But we do have a tweet coming in from Samuel Luckhurst on the United Stand. If you want to head over to the United Stand Twitter page and drop it a follow, that would be really appreciated. But Will Fish could leave on loan before the deadline. Hibernian are keen. So obviously, I think it came out that the possibility of some youth players exiting on loan before the deadline. It's looking like, along the likes with Ahmad and Tahith Chong, that Will Fish is looking like he's going to go out on loan. I mean, he did actually get flown out to the preseason tour, didn't he? When who was it got injured? Someone got injured, and he got flown out, didn't he? As a replacement. Yeah, one of them. I think it might have been Lindelof. I'm not sure. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, I can't say I know too much about Will Fish in all honesty. But again, I think Ten Hag's looking at these youth players that have maybe the potential of moving, or showing potential of moving within the first team very, very shortly. Maybe not this season, but possibly next season. He's obviously wanting them to go out and gain this experience. And again, I can't stress kind of how I can't stress it enough, really, the importance of regular football. And with regular football comes, being in that environment, changing room environment, dealing with various trials and tribulations that come with bad performances and good performances, etc. So yeah, in my opinion, it's good that all these guys are going out on loan. I'm not sure what you think, Beth.
No, yeah, it is. I think if they're not going to see first team football this season, I think it's just best to loan them out and give them that experience. I think it really does help a lot of players. I mean, you get some players like the likes of Phil Foden that haven't been loaned out and end up breaking through and be that special talent, but a lot of players do have to go out on loan to kind of get that experience and understand the game, and especially like with the physicality of the Premier League and everything like that, it's good for players to go out on loan. I mean, Smith Rowe did it, and he looks better for it. Mason Mount did it. He's not having a great form at the moment, but he looks way better for it. I do think, James Garner did it, and I thought he was going to be something at United, clearly not. But I do think it's an important thing for players to do, young players especially.
Yeah, definitely. And it's something that you see more and more now being used, the loan option, especially. Even when it's not young players. I remember growing up, it was very rare that Manchester United actually got anyone in on loan, and the top clubs, or it didn't, or it wasn't very well documented that that we were getting anyone on loan. And now loans are very much used as probably as much as when you pay for a transfer. But interesting one from Fabrizio Romano. Actually, we were speaking about Forest a little bit earlier, and they're actually on course to buy their 21st, or make their 21st signing of the summer. So Fabrizio is saying Nottingham Forest are set to sign Loic Bade on loan with a buy option from Rennes. The buy option clause will be worth 12 million. That's that's 21 signings. It's actually a joke. If they make 3 more, I think is it a 24-man squad you have in the Premier League, or 25? Like, surely they've literally. At what point do they have to start getting people out? I know they obviously had a lot of loanees last season, but surely got to be a lot of outgoing soon.
Honestly, it's crazy the amount of players that they've signed, and I respect it highly because they're obviously doing everything they can for the manager to try and keep them up and give him what he wants and give him more depth. And it had to be done. I think they knew that coming into the Premier League, but it's like Bournemouth, they haven't really spent any money, and you can see the repercussions of that. Like, you have got to invest when you come into the Premier League. You just have to. So I'm glad they're at least trying to do that for Steve Cooper, 100%.
Yeah. Dylan says, I could get those stats as a Man United defender, under fire for 95% of the game. Couldn't even pocket Salah. Bournemouth even had him locked up. I'm not sure who you're on about there, Dylan, because Man United haven't played Bournemouth yet, so I'm not too sure. But the World of Louis says, hey, thanks for all the content. Mark rated this transfer market, I guess you mean window, a 4. What's your rating? What other positions or player would you fill or bring in? So, Louis, we did actually do this earlier on when me and Beth were on, but I guess we can quickly run over it again a little bit. But I did say I'd rate it a 7.
Charlie, quickly, a second. We've got some. I've just sent you that tweet from Romano.
Okay, let me have a gander.
It's gonna break a lot of hearts. He's gonna help you out a bit.
Okay, so Fabrizio Romano has tweeted literally 2 minutes ago. For Frankie de Jong stays at Barcelona, no doubts. He never changed his mind. Yeah, boo. Come on.
Never
man.
wanted him anyway.
Let's have some fun here. What's your thoughts on that, Beth? I need to gather mine.
Honestly, I never wanted him anyway. I don't even think he's that good. I'm not being funny. If you'd rather stay at Barcelona, then you do you and sit on the bench and yeah, you'll probably try and get sold off next year anyway because they disrespected you. So I'm not bothered. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all. I'm really not.
The thing is, and I think I caught Mark saying it at the end of his segment, that he probably is happier to sit on the bench at Barcelona than come to us.
I don't want that mentality at my club. I really don't.
No.
If you're not happy to put in the graft to get this team where it needs to be, then don't bother coming. And he clearly wasn't. So do you know what I mean? It's like that team genuinely, and I slate United a lot of the time, but I'm gonna give him a bit of praise right now. He's got potential in it, especially with Eric Ten Hag as manager and the signings we've made. You can see that team has areas to progress. You can see it's on this journey going upwards. And honestly, I would, if I was Frankie de Jong, I'd so much rather be at the core of that project with a manager that really rated me, playing in the best league in the world, playing football week in, week out, than staying at Barcelona, sitting on the bench to a club that's nearly going to go bankrupt. And to be honest with you, no one's people. La Liga, I feel like, is a sinking ship. If I'm honest with you, I don't think it's anywhere near one of up there with the Premier League at all anymore. So I would prefer to go to the Prem. So do you know what? It's his decision. He wants to do, but clearly doesn't have that big club mentality. You see, I'm joking. Honestly, it is what it is. If he'd rather stay there, his life's probably better there. His girlfriend probably wants to stay there, and he obviously doesn't want to play at Man United. And if I was Eric Ten Hag, I'd be a bit peed off because obviously they had conversations over the summer, and it's just not ended up happening.
Yeah, De Jong was never coming to Man United. Deluded fans thinking he was ever coming. He said no chance, August 3rd. That's why we got Casemiro. Martinez says, an American goalkeeper in London. But, mate, we can always dream. There's always a dream. It's no fun without a bit of drama here and there. And
someone just said La Liga wins the UCL more. Yeah, but have you seen La Liga as a league? And no, they don't. They have done in the past, but I don't think so anymore. Yeah, Real Madrid won it last year, but we've had Liverpool, we've had City, we've and United, Chelsea. We've had loads of different teams win it in the Premier League.
City haven't won the Champions League, not yet.
No, not City, but not City.
Yet.
They've not won it, but come on, this year they probably will. Like
Little City.
if someone actually says La Liga is as good as the Premier League, and that's just like deluded.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I just think ultimately the Frankie de Jong saga, because it was a saga, right? It went on. What did you say? May 3rd, was it the start? Like
The 12th, I think it was.
May. Okay, it was in May anyway. Think about how many. That's like my birthday month. That's how long ago it was, and we're in blooming September now. It's a long old time. So I guess to finally have clarity is closure. Closure is a good thing.
I'm sorry. Can I just say that, guys in the chat, take a bit of a joke. When I said I never wanted him anyway, like, I'm joking. Read the room, everyone. Read the room. And obviously, I know that like Real Madrid has won the Champions League multiple times. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that Premier League clubs have also won the Champions League as well. It's not just all La Liga.
Indeed. What if Xavi has told Frankie de Jong if he is here after the transfer window is closed, you're a starter? Xavi will be a fool not to use him for sure, says Sankadeep. Now, I look, and I agree with you in the sense that Xavi would be a fool, and I think you can't have a player of de Jong's stature and quality and have him sat on the bench. I mean, whether you're Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, it's silly to have his quality proven as well. Like he's hands down probably their best midfielder, right? Like he's incredible, and that's one of the reasons why Manchester United wanted him so bad was, because he is not the only, but he is one of the positions and talents that we need or needed to bolster this current crop of players that we have. Frankie de Jong staying on the bench in Barca just so his girlfriend can keep eating paella on the beach. Definition of under the thumb, says Joshua. God, Jesus. Hunter says we do need a striker. We do need a striker, my friend. You are indeed correct. We have been saying this for months. In fact, we need a striker, and now that hopefully, and the thing is, I actually don't want to say too much just in case like the opposite happens. I don't just want to go, oh well, now that Ronaldo's staying, that we don't need to go and get a striker or something like that, and then all of a sudden he goes. Like, I don't want to do that, because then it's just people are clipping it and it's all gone Pete Tong. But I just really go on.
I was going to say, on a serious level, just going back to de Jong just for a second. I obviously was joking before, and I did obviously want him, and he is a very, very good player. And I agree with you; he shouldn't be sitting on the bench at Barcelona. But from what they played him at centre back, and they played him in midfield, and then they've put him on the bench a few times as well. All I'm saying is, at Manchester United, he would have been like the first name on the team sheet, probably under.
He'd have been the guy, like the man, right? He would have been the go-to. I guess, I don't know. Maybe he just. I genuinely think Champions League football was a
it's
big
like that. It's the
as
Champions
well.
League football that they've got, isn't it?
Yeah, but we have a tweet from Gerard Romero. Just in, a club offered more than 100 million euros to sign Frankie de Jong today. Now, who is this club? Why can't he just say? Why can't he just be like, this club offered 100 million? I mean, there's probably a reason, but it's yeah. I mean, he always tweets some fancy stuff, doesn't he? So I mean, that's no. I mean, you can take it with a pinch of salt, I guess. He does have some questionable tweets, but I mean, I guess that's the Frankie de Jong saga overdone, wrapped up until next time, until January, Till January.
Yeah, it turns out that Murto and Arnold just wanted a little trip to Barcelona, sit on the beach, drink some sangria. They weren't even there for de Jong. We never wanted him.
It's crazy to think, like, what have these guys actually? What have they gone out there? Like, I'd love to know this thing. Like, what are they doing out there? Like, and we
probably
were
begging on the knees for de Jong to come, turning at the house like, please, Frankie, please.
It's honestly baffling. Like I honestly feel like that should be like my catchphrase since being here, is that this is baffling, because I feel like I say it every time that when something happens, and it's always Manchester United that are at the heart of it, it just doesn't make sense. When something pans out, it really doesn't make sense. And I guess that's just the way Manchester United goes. Question for you two: do you think we go in the winter transfer for De Jong? Says David. No, I don't think so. Short and sweet. So our entire summer was all about Murta and Arnold sunning themselves in Spain. It says Sizo. Beth's put it brilliantly. They're just sipping on sangria, loving it, living life out there.
Having a little break from the 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. schedule they've got going on.
Yeah. Deluded fans blaming Frankie for staying. Blame your club / Fabrizio for stringing you along. Shake my damn head, I guess that is. Fan base is hilarious. I mean, we are having a bit of a joke, trying to make light of a situation here. So we're not blaming anyone. There's no one to blame. It's Manchester United to blame, right? Why he doesn't want to come to us. We're not good enough, I guess.
Yeah, you put it right there.
Yeah, there will be no players coming through the door. Time to focus on the bigger picture again. Now Glazers trying to divert the attention away from them. From Gaz. I agree. There is a bigger picture to this. Even if Frankie de Jong was to have come through the door, I do think, as Gaz is saying here, there is the bigger picture of the Glazers out, and it's not something that just because. And Mark was touching on it as well. That the amount of people that are taking the Casemiro and the Anthony signings and completely forgetting the whole Glazers out movement and protests that are happening. This isn't something that it should easily be forgotten about. We should sign Frankie de Jong and stick him in the ice cream van outside Old Trafford instead of putting him in the team, says Weasel. Interesting. Daniel Lee, member for 4 months. They went out there for drinks and discussions for when the next attempt at Super League comes forward. I hope that doesn't come forward, I'll be honest with you. It's actually good if Frankie de Jong isn't coming to United. We need players with passion to join our club, not those individuals only looking for a higher payday. Well, I mean, he's on enough blooming money as it is at Barcelona, isn't he? So it would take some doing to pay him more than what he's on, but I guarantee we were offering him somehow more. I'm actually looking forward to this season with cautious optimism. Great to see Beth and you today, sir. And you. I appreciate the super chat. If the Glazers would have shown ambition from the start, Ronaldo would be happy and de Jong may have come. That's from Hunter. Beth, what's your thoughts on this in the sense of we'll take it the Ronaldo direction? Because I don't agree with what he's saying in the sense of, if the Glazers showed ambition that de Jong may have come. I genuinely think, regardless of what ambition the Glazers was going to show, I think it does come down to various reasons. Obviously, him being owed a significant sum of money, us not being in the Champions League, etc. But in terms of Ronaldo, when if we did kind of put a statement of intent out there of straight away going to sign the best players, do you think Ronaldo would be more happy and likely to stay?
I do think if we would have gone in for Casemiro and Anthony a lot earlier, it would have boded better with the Ronaldo situation. I don't think we would have had as big of a saga as we did. I think he wanted to play in the Champions League. That's no surprise to anyone. So he probably still on the low key would have been looking for other clubs just to see what's out there. But I think he would have been a lot more contented and happy knowing that we were being ambitious and trying to go for it. Like he stated when he came into the club that the facilities weren't up to standard. Nothing's really changed in the past 20 years. Like he made stuff happen in that respect. And then on top of that, he gets to the January transfer window, they do nothing. He must have been fuming. And then you get to the summer transfer window and again, we're doing nothing at the start. He must have been annoyed again because obviously Liverpool had signed Nunes, City had signed Haaland, Alvarez, like Spurs had signed, like everyone was signing and we weren't. And so, yeah, I think it would have been a better situation, but I still think he would have been annoyed that it wasn't in the Champions League. But what it is, it's over now. And I agree with you on the fact that de Jong, even if we would have gone and bought like all the players we did in like the first week of the window, I still don't think he would have changed his mind. At the end of the day, I think him and his family are happy in Barcelona and he probably just wants to play for Barcelona. And that's what it is.
Yeah, it probably is.
And they're in the Champions League as well. So
yeah, exactly that. I appreciate that De Jong is Ten Hag's first choice, but Casemiro on paper is much more proven than him and successful. Let's keep that in perspective. I mean, I don't know if I don't know if Casemiro and De Jong are comparable, really. I think they both play in midfield, but I just don't think they play the same midfield role. Casemiro is very much that six and very much the, destroyer, whereas Frankie de Jong is very much a ball progressor and someone that, progresses the ball through the pitch, has a wide passing range. And they just offer up different things. And who knows, they might have worked, really well together. But we'll never know.
That's the
We'll
one
never
thing
know
I'm
now.
surprised about. I'm like, if Frankie ever really in his head was like, maybe I should go to to United. Maybe I should go. Surely that sign of Casemiro would have like pushed him over the edge to come, because like if you're like a box to box like he is, playing with him next year, and then Bruno just in front of you, I think that's a brilliant midfield. So I don't think anything was ever really going to get him to come, really.
Yeah, I mean, it was always an uphill battle, I feel, going in for Frankie de Jong, but as we've said, it's good to at least have some clarity. Never thought Frankie de Jong was coming to United. The minute Mark mentioned he was in the 90% club. By the way, can I get the Frankie T-shirt? the old 90% club, eh? It's a cursed place. Kenny, thank you for being a member for 11 months. He says, would be good if we got Frankie de Jong before the window closes. Depay would be a good signing also. I'm not sure, Kenny, if you've seen or heard, but Frankie de Jong is 100% staying. Fabrizio has put it out there, and Fabrizio's word goes pretty much. He's the man. What do you and Beth think about Garner leaving? Doesn't sit right with me. Long term, I want to see Ten Hag bringing youth. We'll come back to this one, Beth. I do want to bring up. You know that he's going to be leaving us. We should have never been for De Jong in the first place. He never wanted to come. Murta and Arnold will always be ridiculed for travelling to Barca pointlessly. The club lied about him wanting to come. I think that's I mean, they just look like idiots, really. In all honesty, Nathan, they do look like idiots. Off topic, but guys, what is it like to walk in and watch a game at Old Trafford? I'm thinking of flying out with my sons and catch a game. Also, what's the best time of year? Thanks. That's from the world of Louis. Interesting. We could touch on this, right? There's no
Let's touch on it.
transfer news. This is good. What's it like to walk in? I mean, it's as much as the stadium and everything does need work in comparison to the various stadiums in the Premier League. And I very much stand by this. There's nothing quite like the Old Trafford atmosphere. It is truly like unreal. And obviously before I moved to Manchester and I didn't get the opportunity as much to go and watch Manchester United, it was very much kind of a once a year type thing that I did get to watch us play. So and it is honestly unbelievable, and I wouldn't. It's something that I'd very highly recommend that you come and do. Honestly, Beth, I don't know what your thoughts are. Maybe you can put it into better words.
Well, I was just going to say I agree with you, and I'm glad that you get to you live here now, obviously, so you get to see a lot more games. But obviously, I've been watching United since I was little, like Old Trafford, and I feel like because I've been like a lot over the years, like you do take it not for granted sometimes, but like you do like forget what it's like. But when the season ends and then you come back, like even though we had such a bad season last season, I was so excited for like weeks before the season was starting again, because I was like, oh, I can't wait to go back. Like I can't wait to go back to Old Trafford and watch a game. And it is honestly the best. There's a reason why I go every single year, despite how poor we've been recently. Like there is a reason, and it's because like it's just like when you have a game, especially like the Liverpool game, the best Old Trafford atmosphere I've seen in such a long time. It is like one of the best days ever. Like it honestly is. And some of the games I've seen in my time there are like in my memory forever. So I definitely think you should come. And even if we don't get the result, you still get to see the atmosphere, you get to see the players, and it's still a good experience. So yeah, I definitely recommend coming. And Charlie, hopefully you're a good luck omen, because Charlie's coming on Sunday to watch Arsenal. And I get wary when new people come, because I don't know if it's going to throw the luck off. We're on a winning streak right now.
Yeah, everyone can blame me if it all goes well downhill. Finally, the Frankie de Jong saga is over. If a player is not keen, no point having him. Look at Lissandro and Anthony, who fought to come here. That is who we want, says Anthony. Thanks for being a member for 8 months. I mean, I do agree with you in some sense, but I think on the Anthony front, it's more that he wanted out of Ajax for me, rather than just he wanted Manchester United, and he's going to be here for 10 years and like finish his career here. I very much think that if he's going to do what he did to Ajax, he could quite easily do it to us, if that makes sense as well. Like, when he's on a contract till 2027 or something, I think. So if it does come to that time and Real Madrid come knocking when he's played really well, then it could be another situation like that.
You're forgetting so much, Charlie. You're forgetting that Erik ten Hag, he's turning this team into the best team in the world, so we won't even want to leave.
Well, we were the, if not one of the best teams in the world when Real Madrid came knocking for Cristiano Ronaldo, and he still went. So
that's true. That's true.
These things happen. We were discussing it off air. Players, Real Madrid and Barcelona, just have that pull of these foreign talents, don't they? It's who they grew up watching, and the likes of Ronaldinho, especially Anthony's Brazilian, right? Ronaldinho, the likes of Ronaldo, the original Ronaldo, and even Cristiano Ronaldo. Like they watch these guys playing. So yeah, it's something that people just people just watch growing up.
To be honest, though, with what Anthony said, like, I saw a quote on Twitter before, like, God knows if I can actually find it. Like, what he said about Manchester United and, like, wearing the badge and stuff. And obviously he's going to come in saying all the right things, like, you are going to do that. But he said, I put my body on the line, blood, sweat and tears. If I need to leave the pitch really hurting, no problem. It's my life. It's my job. I will give everything for this badge, etc., etc., etc. So I do think he was talking about how happy his mum and dad were, how they were crying, etc., etc. I do think he's really happy to come to this club. So I'm excited for him. And you know what? As long as he gives us the best when he's here, I'm happy about that.
I never actually trust players these days when it comes to like statements. And I remember back in the day when a player kissed the badge, it meant something. Whereas now it very much just
Lukaku.
It doesn't. I think there's a picture of Lukaku kissing every badge of club he's been at. So it means sweet F all, in all honesty. Hopefully Rashford will perform his best now, with Anthony providing solid competition. Want to see Van der Beek also getting his chance in midfield. We've all been saying about Van der Beek for a long time, hopefully to get his chance. But yeah, I mean, hopefully with Anthony arriving, it does bring in more competition for the likes of Sancho, Rashford, and gives him a kick up the backside. But come along, you might even get to see Arnold and Murta banging in the janitor's closet. Brilliant. Nice one. Yeah, I do want to come back to I can't find the super chat now, but the point of Garner leaving. Obviously our kind of thoughts and long term, Ten Hag, do you think he is the manager to bring youth through? Do you think he is we saw it in pre-season, so I guess that gives off good signs, but obviously he wants the players to be ready and he wants them to have that first team experience. So hopefully when he is our manager, I'm saying when, not if, when he is our manager for a lengthy period of time, he does get the joy of bringing the likes of, Ahmad and Will Fish and Charlie McNeil and all these, Joe Hugel, the likes of the younger players and the younger talent, they get to play in the first team under him. Beth, I think basically, do you think that he is a youth-driven manager?
Erik ten Hag, youth-driven manager. I do think, yeah, he's brought through some youth at Ajax in his time, and I think he likes to work with players that he can bring on and develop. Like, you got to remember, even though Anthony didn't come through the youth setup at Ajax, like, he is a young player. Sandro Martinez is only 24. Like, these are young players that he's working with and done very, very well with as well to develop their game. So I have high hopes for the youth team. And what you've got to realise now, people saying, I don't like the fact Garner's been sold. I don't like the fact there's not many youth players in the team. Garnacho's on the bench every game, near enough. So he definitely sees something in him. And plus, he gives you give Iqbal and Savage time at the preseason. Yes, they've not had time yet, but he's not just going to throw someone in who's not ready. Like, that's just not going to happen. So I'm happy about that. When the Europa League and League Cups comes around, you might see more youth players getting played. Alanga's still getting played, which was someone who came through the youth setup. So he's still continuing that, but also it's like he's not really had much time to like even have a look at the youth players, in my opinion. Like, when you think about Erik ten Hag, the amount he's got on his plate since he's come in and the amount he's had to do probably with the first team to get everyone ready and get everything sorted, like, when this team has improved and we're more in the rhythm of things, then he might take a look at the youth setup and start trying to develop players and bring players through. But in his first couple of months in the job, I wouldn't worry about it. I do definitely think he will start to bring youth through at some point, for sure.
Yeah, I imagine it's definitely an aim of his that he wants to bring these guys through, and I think that's why you're seeing them go out on loan. But I mean, I guess a segue, which I was meant to bring up during our first segment of the show, and it's actually about the Dutch FA era, where they agreed to close their transfer window like 24 hours early, because I think it was obviously a while ago that our window obviously closes tonight, but theirs closed yesterday. And obviously we were hearing reports earlier of I think it's Edson Alvarez, obviously Chelsea wanting him. But
yeah,
one of the reasons that they're obviously not wanting to let him go is they wouldn't be able to sign a replacement. So I mean, thank God we got this Anthony deal done, right? Like, it's a blessing, because I'm not sure how they can kind of mess up and agree to close their window early in comparison to other European leagues, and that it's an interesting topic. And I mean, Alvarez, and I think someone even put a super chat in saying with Mark's segment about should we be going for Alvarez, and a young centre defensive midfielder. And I mean, I think they'd want a ridiculous amount of money for him just purely now, because they genuinely wouldn't be able to sign a replacement. And I'm not sure how much you know about Alvarez, Beth, but a lot of people in the chat, I know they'll know. Sorry, I'm just reading the super chat. Always great to see the Goldbridge children on the show. Cheers, Beth and Charlie. That's great. I love that.
the Blonde Squad.
Cheers, Ethan.
New movie coming near you soon.
Ethan, member for 2 months. I appreciate that. I rate it. I'm here for it. I'm here for the banner. I can't even remember what I was saying now. Edson Alvarez or something.
You were saying, do I rate him, basically?
Yeah. What do you make of him? Is he something that United could be maybe going in for in next summer or something?
I honestly, we're just like raiding Alex's full team.
Oh, it's bad.
But no, I rate him. I honestly do. When we first started getting linked to Timber, the first player we were linked to, and Martinez, I was thinking in my head, I was like, I really do like the Alvarez in midfield. He's a really good up and coming player, centre defensive midfielder. I like him a lot, but is he someone I'd go for right now? No. To be honest with you, now we've got Casemiro in. I don't think he's massively needed, but do I think he's a very good player? Yeah, I definitely do. I do. I like him. I like him a lot, and I think there'll definitely be teams in for him next summer. I'm surprised it took this long for like a team to come in for him, to be honest with you, because I think he's really good, and I think Ajax have got their team that they've had in the last couple of years, and like the fact they keep redeveloping this team to bring new players through. It's really good what they do. It honestly is, and I appreciate them because they just keep bringing them out, and we just keep buying them. But do you know what I wanted to ask you quickly, Charlie? Obviously, with the Timber thing, that's who Erik ten Hag did actually want before Martinez. I'm so happy we got Martinez now and not Timber. I think things work out in a way. I did want Timber at the time, I did. But people are saying we might go for Timber next summer. But can you see him going for Timber as well as Martinez? I don't, because you can only have one that's lacking the height really in the Prem, surely.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have obviously picked up on Martinez's height, and then if you have, I do think it would be a problem if you add someone else who is the same, or he's not much taller. If he is taller than
agree.
Martinez, then it probably would become an issue, and you would genuinely have to figure out some sort of incredible way of playing football that Ivan Toney couldn't just go and stand on both of them and pin them and stuff. It would be very hard, but. Oliver Hawley says, happy with our signings. Passion over quality is what we need until we're back on top. Both is a bonus. Interesting. Yeah, no. It's a good thing that passion is a big thing within football, right? Like it's something that needs to be bred within Manchester United players. Do you what? Beth, I want to get your thoughts on kind of the winning mentality within, or that needs to be installed back within Manchester United. Obviously, when I'm growing up, and I expect you're the same too. That I constantly saw Manchester United win, and it was a thing that if we didn't win, and I'm not necessarily talking about the league here all the time, and FA Cups, Champions Leagues, just like games in general. That it wasn't a normal thing. And it's very much how I imagine how Man City fans feel now. Almost, it's like when they lose a game of football, it's an odd feeling. But now for us, for the most part, it's
an odd feeling to win.
It's become a normal thing to sometimes not even lose, but just not play well, right? Like our players have this innate thing where they're just not. It's not even that they're not good. We know they're good, right? We know they're good players and they have the ability to be good players, but they're just not. They can't perform to the level that when we've bought them, the likes of Sancho. He hasn't, and I know there's a lot of adaptation within leagues, etc. But I'd actually go out there and say we haven't seen 10%, 15% of the Sancho that was playing for. Okay, I think we lost Beth.
Sorry, you lost me for a second. I'm back now, I think. You said I went at the part where you said 10-15% Sancho.
Right. Yeah. I was just saying I don't think we've seen 10 or 15% of the Dortmund Sancho. I just don't think he's produced what we know he's capable of for us.
Yeah. I definitely think with Sancho, it's one of them where you've got to take into consideration the Bundesliga is different to the Premier League. It's going to be harder to adapt 100%. And he's used to playing with a striker like Haaland. He's not really got that number 9 that he can target. And I've seen these compilation clips actually, and I've thought it myself in games before. It's like Sancho has put so many great passes into the box that either our strikers have just completely fluffed the shots or they've not got on the end of them. And it's like, I do think there is a player there that is very, very good. And I think he's still got a bit of developing to do. And I think he's kind of a player that once the team gets on this, I feel like winning streak and he's forming a better bond and better chemistry within the front line, I definitely think you can see the best of Sancho. I definitely think there's more to come from him. But at the same time, I do think sometimes the players around him let him down a bit too.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, and this is what I hope when Anthony comes in and plays, that it is a natural thing of boosting each other and helping each other out and not having this divide again. Like it's not what we want at all. But we do actually have a tweet, obviously unrelated to Manchester United, but it is confirmed that Idrissa Gana Gueye joins Everton on a 2-year deal until June 2024. That is from Fabrizio Romano. So he was at Everton before, right? A few years ago. So
yeah.
Before moving, I'm not sure. Did he go directly to PSG and then has done he's done a U-turn? He's gone straight back. So yeah, I mean, it's another midfielder. It seems that Everton are. I mean, I can actually get up who they've signed this window. Where are we? So they've signed Onana, Dwight McNeil, Neil Maupay, Tarkowski, Connor Cody, and Ruben Vinagre, and now Idrissa Garner Guy again. So they're showing they had to improve on last season, right? They had a shocking season. They were really poor, so they needed to obviously improve. But I mean, they haven't shown much signs of life thus far. Beth, do you agree?
Yeah. Do you know what? It's like Everton and Villa, and they're both in the same boat, in my opinion. I think the managers are a bit
Ooh,
struggling
don't
with them
say it.
types of teams. Like they've got a lot of they've got problems, and more so Everton than Villa. I think for Gerrard, I think there's even less of an excuse because I feel like they've actually got some decent players in that team. They just look like they have no style of football, and they're just the teams that he's putting out just isn't working, and it just isn't. He needs to change it, and in some way, and kind of get some. I don't know, get some energy into it and kind of build that style of play. Whereas with Everton, I do think they had major problems in the fact that that team isn't good. Facts. It just isn't. The players there, a lot of them are poor. Calvert-Lewin's had injury problems. We've lost Richarlison, who was like their best player last season. So I do feel for Everton a bit. I feel like the team is really like, and I looked at it at the start of the window. I was like, wow, that's poor. They've signed a striker in Neil Maupay, which is he the best striker in the league? No, but he'll definitely do a job for them and he can score goals. So I think it's a good signing. Everton need to realise where they actually are at, and I think that's the position they're in, where they're going to be signing players like that. And I've had Neil Maupay in my fantasy team a few times. I don't think he's a brilliant striker, but you know what? He does score some goals. So they brought him in, which I think was massively needed. And I think the other signings have actually done all right so far as well, to be honest with you. They're playing a back five, aren't they? So Tarkowski and Connor Cody can play together in that back five. If it's a back four, they'd be screwed for pace. But yeah, I think they've signed well-ish in the realms of what they can do as a club. But I do think them teams, both of them, could potentially be in trouble. So hopefully the signings settle in for them. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not looking good for them, is it? The fact of it's Lampard and Gerrard as well, but hopefully
Crying
in all
out for an
honesty,
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
I mean
I'm joking.
I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter and that who are concerned for Gerrard being the next managerial sacking, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. You don't want to see that. But Ricky25 says, I feel like Sancho has performed as well as possible in a team that has been below par. I don't agree, in all honesty. I think Ronaldo has performed as well as possible in a team that has been below par, right? Like he scored goals. Like, I think before the goal he scored against Liverpool, Sancho had played under more managers at Man United than he'd scored goals for us. Like it's not, he's not put the numbers up, is what I'm saying, and he just doesn't look that confident on the ball, in my opinion. I'm not sure what you think, Beth, in the sense of his performances, but I mean it's something that hopefully he's put in half decent performances in the last two games that he can build off. Our strikers tend to just be athletes. If you watch, they mostly don't even make runs into the box. It's really weird to watch, says SK. I mean, Ronaldo is definitely an athlete, but he definitely gets in the box and scores goals.
I do think,
100%.
like watching City against Forest, it was like the movement that Haaland was doing was crazy. Like their whole team just moves constantly, and that is one thing we have been lacking. But I'm hoping under Ten Hag we can improve on that.
I mean, Haaland scored with his first touch of the ball yesterday. It's nuts, honestly. The geezer's a robot.
He's just like a
genuinely...
goal scoring machine, isn't he? He does nothing. He doesn't really bring much else, but he's a goal scoring machine.
I think Elon Musk has put one of those chips in the back of his head that just has it programmed to only score goals, like literally nothing else. Doesn't do anything else, just score goals. And he scored 9 goals in 5 games. It's a joke. It is honestly ridiculous. But yeah, I actually want to spin this round to talk a little bit about Newcastle. Are you surprised? Basically, the kind of roundabout question, and this is to the chat as well. Are we surprised that they haven't spent more this summer. Obviously, I'd say in the signings that they have made, they're good signings. Obviously, Isaac and Sven Botman. Obviously, they've signed Nick Pope and Matt Targett as well. Nick Pope's been a good signing for them. Matt Targett was obviously a loan last year, which then they had to buy this year. So I mean, Beth, yeah, are you surprised that they haven't gone out and just kind of, obviously, it looks like they're going down a different strategy, I guess, but they haven't gone out and just thrown cash at kind of here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, do you know what? With Newcastle, I did expect them maybe to spend a bit more, but I actually think they've gone a good way about the window. I think Chris Wood was a dodgy signing back in January, but do you know it was they were just trying to kind of stay up and they needed a striker desperately, so they just went for it. And you know what? They had the money there to do it, so it is what it is. But now at least what they've done is now Wilson's injured because I think Wilson's a brilliant player. They've gone and got Isaac, someone that can play there, and they could also play together in the front too. Really good young talent. And yeah, I think obviously Pope, brilliant signing. Watching him against City, I thought it was brilliant. Even yesterday against Liverpool, he was very, very good. And yeah, they've signed well. That Botman as well looks good, and I've heard promising things about him. So I think with Newcastle, it's one of them where I've said it so many times on the show that Rome isn't built in a day. Sometimes you have to build the foundations, then you start building, the structure, and then you start painting it. So like it takes different steps to start to get to the point where they want to be at. And at the moment, they're just laying the foundations down to build a team that's strong enough to kind of make its way into top half of the table, potentially break into the top 8, and then season after season, I can see them just gathering more and more momentum and attracting better players as well. Because you've got to attract players. Like could get into the Europa League, then and it will keep building from there. I have no doubts that within the next 5 or 6 years, you'll see Newcastle potentially breaking into them Champions League spots with the money they've got in dispose.
Yeah. Oh, some actual interesting news here. Martin Dubravka has just signed the contract as a new Manchester United player.
Yes! Oh
Get
my God, I'm so excited.
Can't wait. But I mean, that's actually
Signing
all I
of
have
the
to say on that
summer.
topic. That is literally all I have to say on that topic. Yeah, I tweeted that out actually, saying he was signing in the summer, and I don't know if sarcasm's just like dying out.
Yeah,
but
no,
honestly,
some people don't get it.
people were honestly coming for me. But again, back on the Newcastle topic, I think do you think that because when Eddie Howe obviously came in and they turned it around from, I think they were 19th when he joined, and then they obviously went to like 11th. Do you think because the board saw such a good fight back and saw what these players are capable of, do you think that if it was the opposite and let's say they just let's say 17th, 16th, and didn't show much fight, etc., do you think they then would have gone out and kind of flaunted their money and tried to obviously attract a lot more better players, let's say?
Potentially, but do you know what? Like, there's still room for them to improve. Like, they could have gone and got Lingard. I think it's good that they didn't do that. I think that's going in the wrong direction. They've gone for like up and
It would
coming
have been
players.
better for us, though.
Pardon? Yeah, they've
It would
gone
have
for
been
up
better
and
for
coming
us.
players that are going to grow with them. I feel like they've not just gone and bought all like loads of players that are coming towards the end of the careers but have been at big clubs. Like they've gone and bought well. I mean, Trippier was a good. I know he's an older player that's coming for them, but he's a brilliant leader there. He's come straight in as captain, someone that you need. I think Bruno Guimaraes, brilliant signing. Like they've signed some good players. They have signed some good players. Would they have potentially done more? Probably. But at the same time, I think Eddie Howe's a good manager that, to be fair, I always knew Eddie Howe was a good manager, but he's actually surprised me with how well he's done in such a short amount of time with Newcastle. I think that Joe Linton moving him into the midfield was a brilliant move. He was a poor striker, really poor striker, but I always saw something in him. But moving him into midfield was a great decision. I think he's definitely worked out what players work best with other players. The chemistry is so much better. The team spirit is better. And it just shows what a good coach coming into a really dull, darkened dressing room can actually do. So I'm hoping that's the same thing that Ten Hag can do, but obviously on a larger scale with Manchester United. So Yeah, potentially would have spent more money, but like, as again I said, they can't just get new owners and be like, right, I want the best players out of all the best leagues. It's just not going to work like that with where they are on the table. So again, I think it's just going to be a gradual thing, but they can speed it up definitely. And I think they've got the right manager there to do that. I'm just thinking about, I just remembering the time when, do you remember when the new owners got announced and Steve Bruce was like, of course I'd love to keep this job. It feels like
Yeah.
it feels like yesterday now, but they've done the turnaround's been crazy.
I agree with you. They've definitely done it in the right way. I think they've obviously gone out there and, you know, Botman's young, Isaac's young. They've brought in a stable, you know, Premier League proven goalkeeper in Nick Pope. And Target's just, you know, Matt Target. I guess he's not a world beater, but he's, you know, again another
Better
Premier
than what
League.
they had though.
Exactly, a Premier League proven, you know, fullback. So I'm surprised that they haven't done more business, not necessarily gone out there, and obviously they put in money for Maddison as well and tried to get him, but that obviously got rejected, I think 2 or 3 times. But I'm surprised that they haven't done lots of like 20-30 million pound deals rather than going out there and going, here's 80, 50, 60. Do you know what I mean? I'm surprised they haven't necessarily brought in more players, but maybe again that shows what stage they think they are in when it comes to their, you know, overall arc. When it comes to eventually they've put it out there, right, that they want to eventually challenge for titles and want to make it into Europe and Champions League, etc. So that obviously shows, you know, they don't just want to make this big leap. They do want to climb the table nice and gradually, hopefully get a few higher places than this year. And naturally the league evolves year on year, right? Like it's, you do have to spend year on year now, especially with the spending power that City's had over the years. And I know Newcastle's is literally, oh God, like it's not even comparable to, I think it's like Newcastle's owners are worth more than every single owner in the Premier League, every other owner in the Premier League combined, right? Like
Yeah,
times
it's crazy money they've
10
got.
or something.
But
It's nuts.
do you know what as well with that Newcastle team, which I think is really important, is that when they're looking around for players, it seems like they're just not going out for anyone and everyone, like anyone and everyone that they can improve. Like they've not been really silly with the signings. The only one I don't really agree with is Chris Wood, because I just think it's not really a longevity signing, but they had to do it for a bit of a pit stop. But the other signings, they've got like meaning in them, and they're going to help them in the long term. But the one player I think they should have gone for, I know they tried to go for Maddison and got rejected. That would have been a brilliant signing. Why aren't they trying to get Tielemans 25 mil?
I mean, we obviously touched on Tielemans earlier in our first segment about why Man United aren't going for him. But I think honestly, every Premier League club, maybe not, you know, City and even Liverpool, like, you know, Liverpool need a midfielder. That it is surprising that they've obviously gone for this Mello guy and not Tielemans for like 25 million. I mean, maybe it shows how tight their budget is. But yeah, honestly, I think Tielemans probably gets in 90% of the Premier League's midfields, I reckon, you know, comfortably.
The amount of times I've seen people in the chat say, "Whoa, it's the Targaryens, the Targaryens." Charlie doesn't even know who they are because
It's Game of Thrones, right? It's something.
Yeah, but he's not even watched it because
not a
he
fan.
obviously just has no taste in TV, really.
Not a fan. With the addition of Anthony, who is under more pressure, Rashford or Sancho? Love the channel, says Max Thorpe. Honestly, probably Sancho, but it shouldn't be that way. It should, you know, it should be all parties collaborate to get the best out of each other. But I think we've seen over the past couple of games, right, Beth, like where the Sancho has been taken off a little bit early, and obviously Rashford's been playing up front, and I don't know. I honestly don't. I just can't tell you what Ten Hag's thinking. Whether, you know, Anthony's going to come in and who, but someone's got to go. Someone's got not go, but someone's got to be out of the team, right? Can't have too many players. 11 is how many you're allowed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's. What are you laughing at?
I think I'm losing my head. I think I'm losing my head. On Newcastle, the staying up clause we demanded for the signing of Lingard in January and not managing to sell him was a sign of things to come this summer, says Michael T, member for 4 months as well. Appreciate it. I did see a super chat actually as well from Kwan. Is the FDJ saga over? It is indeed, my friend. I don't want to talk about it anymore because I might cry. It is fully done and dusted, I'm afraid. We've spoke about it all summer long, and I thought that Manchester United were going to pull something out the bag, but it's not happened. But moving on from Newcastle, Beth, I want to talk about West Ham Irons.
Yep.
Irons. I want to talk about their intent this window. They've obviously gone out and signed Paqueta, Scamacca, Cornet or Cornet, however you say his name, Emerson, Tilo Kerher, Alfonso Areola, a couple of others. I'm not going to attempt to say their name, but they've gone out there and they spent half decent money, but they are struggling still. They're yet to pick up a win, if I am right. I'd best check that before I get shouted at in the chat. But yeah, Beth, what do you think about West Ham? About their obviously, they have won a game of football. I was lying there. Sorry, chat.
Did they beat? Was it Villa they beat?
Maybe, but they obviously they picked up a good draw against Spurs yesterday. I did actually predict that. I did predict a little 1-1 there.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they're in comparison to the West Ham last season, they don't look the same.
No, they don't. They've had a bit of a fall off. They have, and yeah, it was Villa who they beat. I was right, buzzing. But yeah, do you know what? I feel like West Ham are a team where they've gone through a very, very good spell, and David Moyes, former United manager, actually did a very, very good job with them and has done a good job with them. But I feel like it's gone a bit stale. Like they need to be bringing in more signings and like freshening it up a little bit. And I think that's where it's gone wrong a tad. Like you had all these players that were on form, like Bowen was on form. He's not really seemed to do much so far this season. Obviously, they had Lingard at the time that was doing well for them. He's not there anymore. Declan Rice is a good player, but do I think he's a bit overrated? Yes. I think he's good, but I do also think he's a little overrated. And yeah, the back line is decent. It's just nothing's wow. Do you know what I mean? Wow about it. And I think Scamacca, obviously, he's not really had time to settle in yet. I think he will be a good player for them eventually. And yeah, I think they're just a team that's been playing a bit out of the skin, for a bit, for a couple of years. And I do think they're a good team. And I think this season they will do well. Like, I still think they'll be mid-table. Like, I don't think the start defines the rest of the season, but I just think they need a little bit more. They just need to freshen it up a bit more, in my opinion.
Talking about wow signings, what do you think about Paqueta? I think he could be a wow signing. I think he could be a nice addition. Obviously, I don't think he's played a game for him yet, but I think he's he's the other main midfielder in that Brazil midfield with Fred and Casemiro, right? So he was the final piece to our midfield puzzle that we should have brought in.
I forgot about Paqueta. That's a brilliant signing. Very good signing for West Ham. And that's the type of thing I mean when I say that they need freshness. That is a fresh midfield signing who plays, from what I've seen of him. I've seen him play for Brazil quite a lot. He looks like a very good player. Yeah,
he's I think he's quite an exciting player to watch, and hopefully for West Ham fans, he's a good signing. Just got off work. Can you please give me a quick update? Why is Frankie de Jong off? Says Omar. Beth, take it away.
Frankie de Jong is off because simply he wants to stay at Barcelona and he wants to stay on the beach in the sun with his girlfriend, drinking sangria, eating paella. And yeah, he wants to play in Champions League. He doesn't want to come to us, unfortunately. It's absolutely no way. Romano has said it's off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, guys. I'll be honest with you. In
the back of my head, waking up this morning, I was low key. I don't know about you. I was like, what if it does happen though?
Yeah, it's always that what if. There's always what ifs, isn't there? There's always that glimmer of hope that just brings you back. Not even just transfers, but as I said earlier on in the first segment, the winning matches. It just always brings you back. But another glimmer of hope, which has dwindled out for Leicester fans, was while Mark's segment was going on, Marcelo to join Leicester. What was that about? Where did that come from?
That was a
It's now
deadline
actually
day random one.
it's now come out that it's now off or was never happening or something. But like Marcelo to Leicester, I'm not sure. I mean, I'd love to see him play in the Premier League. He's obviously, I don't know how old he is. He must be like 36 or something.
I'll check. He's
He must
definitely.
be.
Marcelo was one of them players when I was watching the Champions League growing up. I used to think he was just unbelievable.
He was incredible. Him and
34.
Ronaldo, 34. Wow. Yeah, him and Ronaldo had an incredible link up when Ronaldo was in his early years at Madrid. So yeah, it's unfortunate to not see that come to fruition. It
I
would
know.
have been
I would have liked to see him come because it just would have been like weird.
it would have been
but also
it
gone.
would have been quite cool. But a big topic I want to talk about now, and I think we could talk about this for ages. But from what we have seen so far from the transfer window within the Premier League, who do you think has had the best window? I mean, this is obviously a lot can happen within the remaining. I'm not sure how long's left. Nearly 6 hours, just under 6 hours. Obviously, a lot can change, a lot can happen. But so far, if the window was to close right now, who would be the team that's had the best window for you, Beth?
Honestly, I hate to say it, and I'd love to give it to a club like a club that's not in the top six and a club like that. But honestly, it would be between Arsenal and City, two teams that I dislike. But I'd have to say Man City because the way that Haaland has influenced that team, like I wasn't unsure because I knew he would score goals, but I was just wondering how it would affect the system and their play, and I was interested to see how it would work. But I mean, just look at Alvarez and Haaland last night for City. They look brilliant, and yeah, even Calvin Phillips. I think I don't know when he's going to play, but I think he's a good player when he eventually gets fit. And yeah, I just think that them additions to their team, they didn't really need much because of how good they already were. But I think definitely got to be them, especially for the price that they got them at. But to be fair, Arsenal getting Jesus, Zinchenko, Vieira in as well, and potentially even getting Douglas Luiz. I also think that is quite a good window for them too. But I think City just because it's just Haaland for 50 odd million is just crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's honestly nuts. And there's there was loads obviously before Haaland actually played a game for City in the Premier League, loads of discussion of Haaland versus Nunes, who was going to score more goals. Was Haaland going to be a flop? And I think he's 5 games in, and he's shut everyone up. I don't even think it's a debate anymore, like whether Haaland's going to be able to do it in the Premier League. I don't think it's comparable. But I mean, in my honest opinion, in terms of when it comes to the best window, I think Spurs have had a very good window.
Spurs have had a good window.
I think you look at Richarlison, obviously making Christian Romero a permanent signing, Basuma, Jed Spence, Perisic, Clement Longley as well from Barcelona on loan. So I think they've improved in areas that they needed to, and they're obviously reaping the rewards of that. They're doing well, and some would say that Spurs, what are they on? 12? No, how many points are they on right now? They're on. I mean, they've obviously drew 2 games and then won the rest. Some would say that the points they've gained are better points than what Arsenal have gained. I've seen that debate going around. Just
11 points they're on.
Yeah, okay, 11 points compared to Arsenal's 15 then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, hands down, you'd rather have the 15 points. But what I'm trying to say here is that Arsenal, I mean, they can't pick who they come up against, right? It's not you play who you're up against. It's just a natural thing. But the fact is that a lot of people are saying that they've had a very easy start to the season, and it's only natural that you should be beating these types of teams. But and again, I mean, Spurs, I think as much as I did have them to draw against West Ham, I think that was only because they were away really, and going to West Ham is it's not a fun environment. I can say that from first hand experience, going to watch West Ham play in the home end. It wasn't great, but yeah, I mean it's a I think they've had a good window, and I'd actually say that if you would have said, obviously Aston Villa are having a stinker, but you look at the likes of Diego Carlos, Coutinho, and Kamara. Forget Robin Olsen and this other guy Ludwig. I don't even know how to say his name, but I think they're actually really good signings. And you look at, obviously, Diego Carlos is now injured for a long time, but Coutinho is obviously a very influential player, and Kamara was someone that a lot of United fans were screaming at, a player we should be going and getting, because he was going to be available on a free. So I think they've had a half decent window. Obviously, Arsenal, as you say, Beth, Jesus and Zinchenko looking like influential players.
Especially
I think as
Jesus, man.
Yeah, we spoke about Fulham as well a couple of hours ago. Obviously, signing players left, right, and centre, showing their intent to stay in the Premier League. But Leicester, I'm not really sure who's head of recruitment there, but signing Alex Smithies, and then I can't remember they just signed today a centre back as well to replace Fofana. But that's it. That's all they've done. It's not to me that doesn't scream. Leicester are arguably a team that want to break into the top six, right? They're one.
Not
they're
a chance this season.
No, I agree with you, but I don't think I'd argue with a Leicester fan if they were to say, like, we're a team that want to make our intentions known of we want to break into Europe and Champions League, etc. So, yeah, it's I'm not quite sure why they're not going out there and purchasing players. But Frankie said no, as he wouldn't. Frankie said no, as he wouldn't trust his girlfriend with Charlie, nor does his girlfriend trust Frankie near Beth. So his girlfriend said, "Nope, we're staying put." says Damon. of all things to write.
Money well spent, eh?
Yeah, appreciate it. You two are such a great double act. Amazing chemistry. Keep up the great work, says Elias. Appreciate it. We do try. Try our very, very hardest. Who do you think? I mean, apart from Leicester, who do you think has had the worst window? Because I think Leicester's quite an obvious one. So we'll scratch them out.
Bournemouth.
Oh, Bournemouth have they've not
But that is another obvious one as well. To be fair to you, I'm trying to think.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you've got
like
the likes of United's.
Have done stuff at the end of the window, which I'm trying to remember what they've done, because I was thinking like there were some teams that I was worried about, but now they've signed close to the end of the window. Like I'm less worried. Like Wolves was one of them, and Southampton was one of them, but they've signed like recently, so they've brought it back round in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously difficult to compare. Yeah, it is difficult to compare the signings, because you've got United, Liverpool, City signing, like big names: Haaland, Casemiro, Antony, Darwin Núñez, and then you look at the likes of Leeds, who are signing Tyler Adams, Brendan Aronson, and Mark Roca and stuff, and like these guys are good football players and improve, improve Leeds, and they had to replace Calvin Phillips and Rafinha. And I feel like they've done a very good job in doing that, and they're obviously looking good and had a good start to the season. I think realistically, as much as Chelsea, I'm almost surprised, because I knew Chelsea were going to spend big this summer. Like, I knew, because of the natural, they were losing a lot of players on frees, etc. But like, to see what did you say earlier, Beth? Was it going to be after Aubameyang 270 million they'd spent or something like that? yeah, crazy figures. Is that? I'm guessing that's a record, right? That's got to be.
Yeah,
That's
I
got to
think
be
it's
a
breaking
record
a
for him.
record. It's and I was like I was saying before, like they don't look that much. They don't really look better. Actually, they look worse. But I do know that signings obviously need time to adapt and stuff like that. 100%. I think losing Rudiger was big for them. It was a big drop off. And you know what? I just did want to bring up quickly. Something that, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a United fan and I don't like Liverpool, but I don't think Liverpool have had a good window at all. Like genuinely, like Nunes for 100 mil, fair enough, right? He looks like a very good striker. He got sent off, so we've not seen him 3 games. But before that, he looked like a very good striker. That is a good signing. But Mane, I think, is a massive loss. A massive loss. I think Diaz is great, but you've seen that the front three aren't front threeing like Liverpool did. Like they're not bringing it the way that they were with Mane in there. And Mane is such a good player. And I also think the fact, I mean, I know they've signed this guy for Mello for the midfield, but they should have signed at least 2 midfielders for me, Liverpool. I think they had to sign 2 midfielders and they've not done that. So, yeah.
I think it's quite clear that, and a lot of Liverpool fans will know that the midfield area is why they've been struggling this year in terms of their midfield. And again, I understand it's due to various injuries, etc. But other teams act on it when they get injuries. They when they get injuries, they go out there and act upon it. But yeah, Liverpool. I mean, it'll be. It's kind of annoying that Nunes got sent off because I wanted to see him, play, these games in comparison to when Haaland's playing, etc. But I guess we'll see sooner or later. Bournemouth need a bigger ground before they can be considered good enough for the Premier League, says Joel. Beffo, give us a wave. Okay, that's why you were waving.
Yeah, that is
That's why you're waving from English country frame. Okay, that's why. I found that a bit strange. I didn't really understand.
Were you
But
like, what are you doing?
yeah, it was a bit weird. But we do a little bit of, before we do wrap the show up, what we'll end on is Alex Crook at Talk Sport is saying Arsenal's improved bid of 23 million plus add-ons for Douglas Luiz has been rejected. Talking about teams that act on players getting injured and then going out and trying to replace them. Obviously, I'm seeing this as an El Neni replacement. He's looking like he's going to be out for a substantial amount of time. With his injury, unsure what it is, but 23 million plus add-ons, not sure what the total fee would be for Douglas Luiz. We did briefly touch on this earlier on in our first segment. Beth, thoughts on Douglas Luiz, or final thoughts on Douglas Luiz, or the possibility of him moving to Arsenal?
He's a player that I've never looked at and thought, wow, I think he's really good. He should be a top 6 team, to be honest with you. I think he's decent. He's all right. Maybe he'll be better at the likes of an Arsenal, but I don't think he gives me. He's not anything special. I don't think. Like genuinely, maybe it's just because when I watch Villa, I'm not watching it with the same head as when I watch United. But like, I think John McGinney's better than him. Like genuinely in the midfield. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, he used to play for City back in the day. I don't know. I feel like he's not like, if they bought him, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, Arsenal have bought Douglas Luiz. Like, what are we going to do? Like, I think he's an
Yeah,
all
it's
right.
not a statement of intent, is it? It's not
Yeah,
like
he's
a.
an all right player. I'd
Yeah.
just be interested to see how he does, to be honest with you. But I'd have to wait and see. I'd have to wait and see. I know he's a mainstay in the Aston Villa team. Like, he's a decent player, but I just didn't think Arsenal would be going really all in on like a player like this late in the window. But Arteta's obviously seen something in him. Maybe it's the scoring multiple corners or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure if, because obviously Arteta, when he was a coach at City under Pep, I'm not sure if Douglas Luiz was there at that period of time, and maybe he saw something in him then. I'm not too sure, but someone said you guys are great hosts. Couldn't agree more. Keep up, guys. Says Reckless.
I thought
Or
what you just
Reckless.
did then was like someone super chat saying you guys are great hosts, and you went, couldn't agree more.
Appreciate it, but that is where we're going to wrap up the show here, guys. Beth, hope you enjoyed yourself for in total we were live for 3.5 hours today. How have you found it? You enjoyed yourself?
Of course. To be honest, can't wait for a massive break from you, Charlie. Done my head in. I'm joking. But nah, it's been really, really good. And thank you for everyone for coming in the chat, getting involved. Obviously, it's not the deadline day we all would have wanted, but it was deadline day, and we got some things covered, had some good chats, and yeah, thanks everyone in the comments for getting involved. Make sure you like and comment and everything like that.
Yeah, we appreciate all the super chats and everybody in the chat coming to watch. Mark is live on the United Stand at 7 p.m. So make sure you come back for that. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the videos around, and we'll catch you later on, or Mark will, for at 7 p.m. for the watch along.